1220 and online at KOFO.com. Make Super Stan your cleaning man for carpet, upholstery, furniture, or tile. Call Super Stan's cleaning service for a free estimate today at 418-2463. Now for a preview of Braves football, here's Bob Johnson.
Aerosmith sung about trains rolling all night long. The Doobie Brothers, the Allman Brothers, they all had songs about trains. And this Ottawa University Braves train had gone strong for the first 3 weeks, but unfortunately it got derailed last week in Kansas Wesleyan in Salina by a final score of 70-24. Now Ottawa University needs to put it together against an opponent who is receiving votes in the NAIA Top 25 and a team that Ottawa hasn't beat in quite a few seasons in the Tabor Blue Jays. It's going to be an interesting contest, and we welcome you into the Super Stan's Cleaning Service Ottawa University Braves pregame show on 1220, 103.7 FM, KOFO, and KOFO.com. I'm Bob Johnson. It's a beautiful day for football, and we're glad that you can join us. If you have time, you can come out to the stadium, but be sure to grab your radio. You can listen to the broadcast that way, as it should be a fantastic afternoon of NAIA KCAC football action. The Braves started off 3-0 on the year, beating Bethel, St. Mary, and Bethany, but ran into trouble last week on the road against Kansas Wesleyan. And the Coyotes at that time, the 14th team ranked in the nation, really probably the leader in the clubhouse for the KCAC at this point in time. And it was good for one quarter, but then fell apart in the second when the Braves gave up 49 points in that second quarter, which led to Ottawa University losing 70-24. Braves looking for bright spots to try to pick up on after that one. One of the bright spots was, though, this Braves offense put more points on the board against Kansas Wesleyan than any of the teams that they had played so far that year. And as a matter of fact, it put up 10 points in that first quarter. Kansas Wesleyan really had not given up a whole lot in the first quarter. So there were some positives there, but some negatives included how well the team played, some injuries that came out of that one, and also just maybe a little bit of a mindset that they were finally able to shake off during this week's worth of practice as they get ready. And this is going to be a tough one here this afternoon. Tabor, who is always near the top of the conference, who has made the playoffs the last few years and is receiving votes in the top 25. They lost their first game of the year, but have won 2 in a row, including last week's 26-21 victory over Bethel. So it's not going to be an easy way to get back on the winner's side of the ledger for Ottawa University. But the good point is they're at home. This is their first home game for Ottawa University since September 8th with that game against St. Mary. They spent the 3 of their first 4 games on the road. So obviously the back end of the schedule is going to be loaded with home games, but it's finally nice to be back home and get some home cooking here at Braves Field. The Braves will be without Connor Kagi again this week, who is coming off of a concussion 2 weeks ago in that game against Bethany. We'll see Spencer Lewis out there again. He threw for 3 touchdowns last week, but did have several interceptions in that ball game. But hopefully with a game under his belt for the first time in a while and another week of practice taking all the snaps, Spencer should look a little more relaxed out there on the field here this afternoon. This Braves receiving core dinged up a bit after last week, but we should see most of them out there. Darian Dillard, along with Dylan Foose and Kyle Teal, we should see them all out there this afternoon. But the Braves do have some talented receivers waiting in the wings to try to pick up some spots and maybe even make a case for a starting position here this afternoon. While Tabor comes in trying to figure out what they want to do offensively, they want to run the ball. We know that. This team is a grinded-out type of a team. Once they get the ball, they can take a good 6-7 minutes off the clock. And the Braves have got to find a way to shut that down. But the other side of that coin is this Tabor team might try to take advantage, especially play-action-wise, against this Braves secondary, which there were some weaknesses shown last week in that game against Kansas Wesleyan, some soft spots that you've got to think that Tabor has seen on the video getting ready for this one this week, and wanting to maybe see if they can take advantage of it here this afternoon in front of the visiting Ottawa fans. So a lot to get to here this afternoon between these two teams, and we will talk with defensive coordinator Thomas Pearson. We'll also have our weekly chat with the offensive coordinator for Otto University, Curran White, and our weekly fireside chat with head coach Kent Kessinger. Casey Weeder will be along for the ride and join us a little bit later. We'll get you starting lineups. We'll also get you the weather for today, which if you haven't peeked outside, take a look at your power Doppler window. You're going to see that it's really a beautiful day for football here in Ottawa, Kansas. So want to also get you today's schedule in the KCAC. This ball game here is only one of two who will be afternoon games. Sterling is at St. Mary. That will be a 1:30 kickoff, and that should be a fun one to keep an eye on, as the Braves will play Sterling next week out at Sterling. And so that will be a game that we want to keep an eye on and kind of bring you updates on when we can, kind of give you a heads up on what's going on there. Sterling with the new coach this year. Not as strong as maybe everyone thought they would be coming into this year, but looking to try to get things going the right way on the road today against St. Mary. Rest of the action is going to be this evening, a 6 o'clock kick with Avila against Southwestern. Avila receiving votes, the new boys of the KCAC, and they are making their case known as they have started off hot this year, and they go on the road to take on the Mound Builders at 6 o'clock tonight. So we'll see how Avila handles the trip down to Winfield, and if they're ready for that contest tonight. Avila receiving votes in the top 25. You've got to think, though, if they continue piling on the victories, they're going to finally crack through and maybe get themselves into that top 25. Friends at McPherson is at 7 o'clock. Friends has struggled this year, where they also have gone through a coaching change, and they have not been able to find their identity quite yet, as they'll take on McPherson and the Bulldogs looking to just get some things going positively. They were seen as a team that could possibly finish high in the KCAC at the start of the season, but right now they're in the middle of the pack in the standings. And then the final game of the night at 7 o'clock, the 12th-ranked Kansas Wesleyan Coyotes will travel to Lindsborg to take on Bethany. And one must think that Kansas Wesleyan, at the rate that they have gone through the competition so far in the KCAC, it won't be any different, even though this is a rivalry matchup between the two teams. Bethany, we saw them a couple of weeks ago in the victory that Ottawa had over them, and just not sure that they're going to have the horses to hang with the 12th-ranked Kansas Wesleyan Coyotes. So that's a look at your KCAC schedule for this afternoon and this evening. We'll bring you updates on scores as they're available. We'll also at half get you updates the NCAA Top 25 and also Big 12 scores that are going on here this afternoon and as long as the game goes on. Want to also remind everybody that it is Ottawa University Triple Header Day here on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. The Braves will play at the top of the hour against Tabor. Then at 6 o'clock, it's going to be Ottawa University Lady Braves soccer. And then at 8 or 8:30 roughly, it's going to be the men's soccer team in action. You'll have both games on the air on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. So a lot of sports going on here today, which means that the Royals will be preempted. So we will all try to bring you updates on scores for the Royals game throughout the day while that's going on also. So that's a look at what's going on. That's kind of the beginnings of the Super Stands Cleaning Service Ottawa University Braves pregame show. Reminder, we'll talk with defensive coordinator Thomas Pearson, offensive coordinator Curran White, and head coach Kent Kessinger. And so we will take our first break of the afternoon. You're listening to us on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
Ask any coach. Wishing for a good game is not the best game plan. At home, wishing your carpet and furniture were clean isn't much of a game plan either. Stop wishing. Let Super Stan be your cleaning man. Super Stan's Cleaning Service at 418-2463. Stan's been making life clean, fresh, and more enjoyable for your friends and neighbors for over 40 years. Kids, pets, unexpected visits from relatives, they all can take a toll on your carpet. Live life clean and fresh. Call Super Stan's Cleaning Service today at 418-2463. Let Stan be your cleaning man. 418-2463.
People like me are powerless over alcohol. And if we could outthink it, outrun it, do whatever we needed to do, we could beat it, but we can't by ourselves. Everything I have, everything I've done, I owe to Valley Hope.
An estimated 88,000 people die from alcohol-related causes annually, making it the third leading preventable cause of death in the United States. For more information, visit valleyhope.org. Sponsored by Valley Hope Association and the station.
It's the Super Stands Cleaning Service Ottawa University Braves pregame show here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO. Good afternoon. I'm Bob Johnson, and it's time now for our weekly chat with the defensive coordinator, Thomas Pearson. Coach, welcome back, and appreciate you taking time out with us.
No, Bob, thank you. I always love being here. Appreciate it.
It was kind of a tough week last week, unfortunately, for Ottawa. Really, the first quarter seemed, with the exception of those first two drives, the defense was starting to kind of pick up some momentum, and then second quarter hit and it went down from there. Was there anything in particular, looking back at film, that you can pinpoint as to what happened?
Yeah, the wheels kind of fell off on us. We kind of multitude of errors, whether it was busted coverage, busted gap assignments, busted responsibilities, and then you partner that with the offense stuttering, it makes for a bad quarter, which what we had. So I got to take my hat off to K-Dub. They're doing a great job over there. They got a really, really good squad. So we ran into a tough opponent, and unfortunately we came out on the short end of the stick. I don't think we played to our capability, but again, not taking anything away from those guys. They did a good job.
Second half seemed to go pretty well for the Braves. I think just gave up one score, and so it seemed like you were able to get some momentum going and maybe get some of that bad taste of the second quarter out of your mouth.
A little bit. At the end of the day, it's one loss, and it was an ugly loss. It was a tough one, I think, for the guys, a tough pill to swallow. But we tried on Sunday to come back and find some positives out of it. We found we created 4 turnovers. That's a positive. We found ways to get off the field, not all the time, but there was a few times we were able to get off the field and have some success against that potent offense. So it was just small things like that we had to look at and be like, hey, look, on the brighter side, we did this. We were able to be successful in these areas. Let's put it together in one full game and win a game next time.
I asked Coach K about this Tuesday night during the coaches show, and so I'll ask you, is there any concern that there might be a hangover effect coming off of this game from last week, coming into this one here today against Tabor?
No, actually, I think it might be the opposite. I think it might have ignited the fire underneath some of these guys. I've been bragging all week on senior leadership and the direction and the standard that these guys have set for each other on top of what we already demand as coaches for the program. And I think that just ignited and boosted the flame of that. This week we've had a good week of practice, guys getting after it, guys fighting through the whistle, guys playing hard, guys barking out assignments and responsibilities and what the offense was showing. So it's been a good week for us defensively, and I think it really ignited the flame rather than put us in a hangover.
And it gets you set for this game here this afternoon against the Tabor Blue Jays. 2-1 on the season. They're receiving votes in the top 25. Had a tighter one than maybe the score might show from last week. But they beat Bethel 26-21. What is it about this Tabor team that they just always seem to be in it every year?
Usually that works with offenses that can run the ball successfully, and that's what they do. Dravion Cooper, their senior running back, he was first team all conference last year for a reason. That kid really has some juice and he could go. So usually you'll see those teams that are more successful towards the end of the year are teams that have success running the ball. So he definitely does that for them. He finds a way to create something out of nothing. He finds a way to make a big play happen. He just got some juice behind him. So I think that's what gets this Tabor team going. They got a young quarterback in McGee, and I think he's still learning a little bit. He's coming into his own. But the real propeller to that offense is their running back Cooper.
You mentioned the quarterbacks. You've got Michael McPeak and Troy McGee. They both played in the first game, and they played last weekend. The second week, you had Cade and McGee in that one. So you've kind of had some different quarterback combinations coming into the game. These first three games for Tabor. How do you go about planning for who's going to be back there, trying to call the signals?
They all kind of have their own little tweaks about them at the quarterback spot. So we just got to, the same way we do with everybody else, we got a scout report on these guys as well. The same way we do with multiple receivers or multiple running backs, you kind of get your points on what they do well and what areas we feel like we could take advantage of. So we did the same thing with the three quarterbacks. And the guys that have had the most reps are McGee and McPeak. So we've kind of focused on them two as the top two. And it's the same type of thing. We got to know who likes to do what more. Who's more of a thrower, who's more of a runner, who's more of a pocket passer, who's more of a scrambler, who's more of all the above. So we kind of went through our breakdown, and with that, and it'll be the same way that we do anything else. We're just going to know who's in the game, 10 or 12.
How much credence do you give to this Tabor passing game? You talked about their running game being as strong as what it is. But this doesn't seem like this is going to be a team that you can pack the box against and dare them to beat you with the pass.
No, they have a pretty good receiver on the outside, C.J. Tate. I think he's an adequate receiver. He goes up and gets the ball. He's fast. He's quick. He runs decent routes. He has good hands. He'll high point. He does everything that you want from a receiver. So we got to make sure that we could keep him under wraps. And I think that's their biggest threat on in the passing game. And he's a good one. He's a good one to have out there. And there's been times where he got to the end zone and maybe got tripped up, or he was on his way to the end zone, got tripped up late. So even though, don't let the stats deceive you that they have no passing touchdowns right now, they've been close too many times not to have one. So I know they're thirsty for one, and I know one's going to be coming soon. I just hope it's not against us.
I think a big part of today's game is going to be the trenches, and that was a part of last week's game too. Was the battle in the trenches with this running attack, and sometimes they come out of the option or they run the triple threat option. You've this run game, you've got to be sure to get it bottled up and be sure on your man.
Absolutely. When it comes to the option attack that Tabor has been so famous for, we got to make sure our keys and responsibilities are matched up and we know who's got what and who's where. And then on top of that, they have some big bodies up front. They got a mixture of both. They got some big bodies up front, some 300-plus pounders, and then they have some 270, 260-pounder guys that could move and get to the next level very well. So we have to be able to keep tabs on those guys. And like I said, our backers got to step down and fill, and our D-line's got to do a great job in the box. And like you said, it's going to come down to the trenches, I believe, in this game. If our front seven could stop the run, I think we're going to be successful. If their front five could move our D-line and backers and they could be successful running the ball, Tabor's going to have some success as they've shown in the past. So it's up to us to stop them tonight.
How big would a defensive score be for this team? Right now, you've been able to get turnovers, but just have not been able to get it back, take it to the house. How huge would that be for this team confidence-wise?
That'd be over the top. I think more so for the offense and the team as a whole. Our defense is going to be ecstatic for whoever gets a turnover or creates a turnover. That's how we've been and what we've been doing this season. But for us to get the ball, take it to the house, and let the offense know, hey, we got you guys regardless of what the score is, what the case is, and we're going to fight and we're going to help you guys out. I know that's going to relieve a lot of pressure on those guys. We've kept teams, or we've let teams be too close throughout the year, I believe, in some of our victories, to where the offense felt like they had to score every series, every drive they had to score. So I want to make sure the offense knows that it's not going to be – we don't want it to be that type of game to where they feel like they have to score to keep us up or to keep us in it. I want them to know that, hey, if we score, if offense scores, it's just icing on the cake. Defense is doing a good job.
Who's the player to watch on your defensive side of the ball today?
I'm going to have to go with our defensive line, and I'm going to have to point out Josiah Wilson and Jacob Garcia, our two defensive linemen. I think those two guys kind of are the heartbeat of the defense, and the defense, especially the front seven, goes as they go. They're the top two guys in our in our defense in sacks, and they're part of the reason why we have one of the top defenses creating pressure. So I think the guys to watch would be those two among the others, Cole Greenwood, Isaiah Avil, Kobe Johnson, Kendall Miller, the other guys in the box. But Garcia and Wilson are going to be the two that kind of set the heartbeat for the team.
Coach, thank you very much for taking time out again this week. Good luck with the game today.
Appreciate it for having me.
That is the defensive coordinator, Thomas Pearson, for your Auto University Braves. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have more interviews and more information to bring to you here on the Superstands Cleaning Service Ottawa University Braves pregame show. You're listening to it on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO, and KOFO.com.
Ask any coach. Wishing for a good game is not the best game plan. At home, wishing your carpet and furniture were clean isn't much of a game plan either. Stop wishing. Let Superstand be your cleaning man. Superstand's Cleaning Service at 418-2463. Stan's been making life clean, fresh, and more enjoyable for your friends and neighbors for over 40 years. Kids, pets, unexpected visits from relatives, they all can take a toll on your carpet. Live life clean and fresh. Call Superstand's Cleaning Service today at 418-2463. Let Stan be your cleaning man. 418-2463.
Get the breakdown and the shakedown on Ottawa University Braves football with the Kent Kessinger Show all season long on your sports source for East Central Kansas, 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO. Win or lose, Coach K will discuss the X's and O's of the previous week. He'll give the info you need for the next week, and we'll have a little fun along the way. It's the Kent Kessinger Show on your sports source for East Central Kansas, 1220, 103.7 FM, and KOFO.com. Superstand's Cleaning Service, Ottawa University Braves pregame show is on the air here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and on the World Wide Web at KOFO.com. Time now to talk with the Braves offensive coordinator, Curran White. Coach, welcome back, and thank you for taking time out to speak with us this week.
Thanks for having me again, Bob.
I figured that this could be a short conversation considering what happened last weekend, but it's those things happen. Those type of games, you're going to have one every once in a while.
Well, you hope it doesn't happen. That thing really was a snowball rolling downhill at us, and we weren't able to stop it. We went from thinking we played a little sloppy early, and then that second quarter really got away from us. We couldn't keep ourselves on the field offensively. We were putting our defense in some bad spots, and they were having trouble stopping them. So, things really escalated, like the anchorman said. Things escalated quickly. But you try to just take something positive from those games. It's just one game. We got exposed. We weren't not up to the challenge that day. It doesn't mean that we need to be done. It doesn't mean we can't be up to the next challenge. And sometimes it's really nice to get back out on the practice field on Tuesday after a game like that and kind of turn the page to the next chapter. So we talked about, not making excuses, just owning up to it. We got our tails whipped. Be a man about it. Take what you can moving forward and what positives you can take, and then dump the rest of it and try to forget it.
There's still plenty to play for, too. I think people may forget, it's a loss, but you never know. There could be some trip-ups here for the rest of the regular season. The Braves run the table from here on out. It puts them in a pretty good spot at the end of the year. Well,
yeah, I mean, the only real concern is that Kansas Wesleyan beats us twice because we are so preoccupied with what happened last week that we don't bounce back from it. If we can, I think this game could potentially be a turning point for our season, this upcoming game against Tabor. If we can right the ship a little bit, start playing our best football at the right time, and put ourselves back to where you got a chance. Obviously, we need help in the conference standings at this point, but all we can do is take care of our side of things from here on out, and that hopefully starts this weekend.
Do you feel like the mentality of this team is good for this week coming in?
Sure. I mean, it was a rough game. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there was some hurt feelings and some some sour, hurt bodies, everything like that. But we got to put things back together. I think we had a good week. I think our guys have pulled together rather than pull apart. And we've all focused on what we can each do better, and from a coaching standpoint, from a preparation standpoint, from a playing standpoint, and an execution standpoint. I think you asked me what the key to the game was going to be last week, and I said protecting the quarterback, and that kind of came true. We did not do a very good job of that, and we need to have a good plan and a better execution of the plan.
Connor Kagi will be out again this week. Spencer Lewis will be playing at quarterback. got a full game under his belt. How has he been this week in practice?
He's been solid. He's a really good competitor, and he's a good leader. We put him in some bad spots, for a guy making his first start in a while. Now, he's played a lot of football at a lot of places, and he's been on the field. It wasn't his first rodeo completely, but for a guy getting thrown into the starting role, you hope that other players around him step up and kind of pick up some of the slack for him and make it easy for him. That was a tough test to be thrown in there and a tough place to play against a really good football team. So, he didn't have. I think he can play better than what he did, but we can also definitely play better around him.
Well, he still ended up throwing for 3 TDs in the ball game, and considering with some of the issues turnover-wise and that were in there, to be able to still put 3 touchdowns on the board, that kind of shows you mentally that he is definitely a competitor.
He will sling it around, that's for sure, and he doesn't back down from a challenge. So we need to keep him upright and keep his jersey clean, and then I think we're all better off. Well,
and that kind of plays into this week's ball game. The Tabor defense, the one weak point that maybe you could point at is the passing game. They seem to have some issues with it. So Spencer and the wide receivers and even the running backs, if you can get the ball to them, have to find a way to take advantage of that.
Yeah, looking at Tabor, they've had last year against them. They had a terrific defense and a tremendous defensive line. I think they only had one starter from that last year's team that we faced. So it's a bunch of new faces for them. They're kind of retooling and doing a few different things scheme-wise. We need to be at our best. They're a well-coached football team. They're a team that's used to winning. So they're they're kind of finding their identity as the season goes on, as we are. But it's going to be a tough challenge. But I think there are some definite opportunities out there.
Running game-wise, 2 weeks ago, the team was able to do a good job of running the football. Last week, we know we saw what happened with that. But I think running the ball here today is going to be a key, staying balanced, but also keeping the ball out of the Tabor offense hands.
Yeah, definitely, and they're a grinded-out type of offense. So they'll if you give them the ball, they might not give it back to you for 6 or 7 minutes. So. Being able to keep our defense off the field, that was something we did not do a good job of in the last week's game. But ultimately, you got to put points on the board. Whether it takes you a long time or whether you score fast, we'll take it. I think things in the run game last week was an aberration, hopefully, and we also had a lot of lost yardage on sacks and those kind of things, so the rushing numbers really didn't look good. But we had some good run plays. Now, we've really tried to emphasize getting the yards when we need them, short yardage and goal line and, third and short and those kind of things. That's where we've been lacking in the run game. We've been pretty good on 1st and 10, but not as good as we need to be on, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1.
And again, the trenches, you talk about the protection. That's going to be huge in this ball game. And at this point in time, you've got injuries. You've got players that are nicked up, and sometimes you have to play around with things like the offensive line. How does that affect this week's game?
It's always that. It's always in flux. You try to keep guys ready, and that's what I've always talked about with our group. And having some depth is on the line is you got to have at least 3 tackles, you got to have at least 3 guards, and you got to have at least 2 centers. So sometimes that next guy in is the 6th lineman is all of those. He can play tackle, guard, or center. And other times, you got to mix and match the best you can, sliding people around. And just trying to get your best 5 on the field. So we've repped some guys at some different positions, trying to stay ready. Depending on where we need somebody, we're getting a little bit healthy. We've got a few guys back that have been out. Miles Rutledge is one that he's getting back, and he was a starter in the past for us. And also we had a bunch of guys run around on offense this week in red jerseys. So limited, but hopefully they'll be patching it back up in time for Saturday's game and be ready to make some plays for us.
And that is going to be a big key. You talk about some of those injuries, and if you have to rely on the backups have got to be ready to go and be mentally ready.
Yeah, and that's always, you never have the first same 11 guys all year. So you always have some type of depth issues, and whether that's, using a different personnel group or, some young guys being thrown into the fire and having to learn on the fly a little bit. That's always part of any season. And usually that kind of dictates how well you do. It's not always your top 11 guys. It's, how are those other guys? Can they come in and not hurt you with their performance and hopefully, come around. We don't do a ton of, we've got a lot of young guys that play. Most of our freshmen play. We don't redshirt them, so it's not like they've been practicing in the system for a year. They've been here for about 6 weeks, and we've been trying to teach them as fast as we can and as much as we can.
Who is going to be someone the people need to keep an eye on here today on the offensive side of the ball?
I think James Reeder's ready to break out. He had a pretty decent game against Tabor last year, and they had, they were playing to stop him completely. They were playing a lot of 5-man D-line, and I think he's really been on the verge of really breaking some big runs where he gets to the secondary and they get an ankle tackle on him on some of these. But I think he's ready to really bust out and have the type of game that we've been expecting from him. And then Darian also he's a guy that can score. Darian Dillard, number 3, is a guy that can score anytime he touches the ball. I don't know that it would be a breakout type of game because he's had 2 or 3 touchdowns every time we've played. But, he's a pretty special guy, and I think we're just starting to see that.
What's going to be a key for you today?
I think the key is just taking care of the football and being smart, not making dumb decisions with the ball, not putting our quarterback in where he's getting hit as he throws and the ball's fluttering in the air, and our backs being secure with the football. I think that if we can just execute and stay out of our own way as far as making mistakes, sometimes games are won, but a lot of times games are lost. So you try to just not make those errors that get yourself off the field, and then hopefully you can make the other team's going to make a few mistakes and you can capitalize on those things. But I think our keys for the game are staying balanced, being sound in our blocking schemes, and especially in the pass protection schemes. Tabor will throw a lot of different stuff at you. They're multiple in fronts. They like to bring pressure. So we have the pass protection plan's been a big part of our prep this week. So if we can be sound in that and recognize what we're getting and what the fronts are and what the shades are that they're playing, I think we've got a good chance.
Coach, thank you for taking time out again this week, and good luck with the ball game.
Thanks, Bob.
That is the offensive coordinator for Otto University, Curran White, here on the Super Stands Cleaning Service, Otto University Braves pregame show. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have weather. We'll also have starting lineups. We'll have a whole lot more here on the Super Stands Cleaning Service, Otto University Braves pregame show here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
People like me are powerless over alcohol, and if we could outthink it, outrun it, do whatever we needed to do, we could beat it, but we can't by ourselves. Everything I have, everything I've done, I owe to Valley Hope.
An estimated 88,000 people die from alcohol-related causes annually, making it the 3rd leading preventable cause of death in the United States. For more information, visit valleyhope.org. Sponsored by Valley Hope Association and the station.
Every 16 minutes, someone dies on our nation's highways, resulting in thousands of fatalities a year. You can help stop this tragedy. Buckle up. Buckle up everyone in the vehicle. Wear helmets. Pay attention and reduce distractions. While October 10th is Put the Brakes on Fatalities Day, we need you to think about traffic safety every day. Don't let time run out.
Brought to you by the Kansas Department of Transportation and this station.
Super Stands Cleaning Service, Otto University Braves pregame show on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. Good afternoon. I'm Bob Johnson, and it's time now for our weekly fireside chat with head coach Kent Kessinger. Coach, welcome in.
Thanks a lot, Bob. Good to be here.
It's nice to be home.
It is. I didn't think we played anywhere but Central Kansas for the last several weeks, so it is nice to be back home in front of our home fans.
It's nice. It's good to have that home field advantage again, and weather should be really good. Football weather. So.
Yes, it's cooler. It's a little on the cooler. I'm probably going to have to wear a couple layers for me, but I know this is perfect weather for you, Bob. You love it.
Well, I miss your Jim Tressel look, so
yeah,
So
I do need the old sweater vest. I think back again.
Yeah, I think it would be right in style, to say the least.
It would be. I know. I need to find one. I don't know if they make them anymore.
They've gone out along with Jim Tressel.
Yeah. Well, Connor Kagi wore
wear a members-only jacket this last week, so maybe these things retro stuff are coming back.
Maybe he's the only member left.
It could be.
That's very, very possible. Big game here today. You've got a team in Tabor who's receiving votes, 2-1 overall on the year, and kind of a reload situation, maybe in a way. But then you've got yourself coming in after the first loss of the year, so it's kind of trying to figure out where both teams are even this far into the conference season.
Yeah, no, they lost their opening game to St. Mary, but then they've rattled off 2 in a row, and they've got some things going. It looks like they've kind of found out where they want to go with they are offensively, kind of found an identity for themselves, and defensively, that's always been one of their strengths. And I think the front seven is really pretty good. So our objective is we've got to be able to run the football well and keep them away from the quarterback. Let us throw a little bit, and so maybe we can get some good matchups on their secondary.
And it would be nice to see that for Spencer Lewis. He had his first start last week, first live action in quite a while, and you could kind of see maybe some of that rust there, but still threw for 3 touchdowns. But now with a week under his belt, the sky's maybe the limit for this kid.
Yeah, we've been splitting time with him and Connor all year when it came to practice times, but he's been able to focus on the majority of the reps for the last couple weeks, and then also getting a full game, like you said, underneath his belt. So not only just doing a couple series here and there, but being able to see and watch adjustments to what we're doing and be able to adjust on that. I think that's important, and he's going to need to be on top of his game. There's a lot of different pressure things that Tabor does that we need to be able to combat, and it's going to be down to the quarterback talking to the offensive line and communication process that's going to help us out there.
Well, the one good thing is there's no Evan Sprayberry this year.
Yeah, thank goodness. He was a first-team, All-American if I ever saw one. I mean, I saw some of the greatest plays I think I've seen from a defensive end from him. So it's nice not to have him around, that's for sure.
And but you still are going to have a big game between those trenches, and we saw that in the game last week with Kansas Wesleyan, and it's going to play big here today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look at both sides of the football, that's where I think we didn't do as well last week. Defensive line got pushed around a little bit, and our offensive line, gave up some key matchups to where we didn't really get a lot of protection for the quarterback. So that's going to be key, like you said. It's going to be in the trenches, and how many times have we talked about that? It's those guys up front that are going to make the biggest difference on whether you're successful in the game.
And run game also. If Ottawa can hang on to that ball and maybe grind some clock, because we know that's what Tabor wants to do. So every offensive possession is going to be important.
Yeah, it's important for us to be balanced. I mean, we have to be able to run the football. We got James on track a little bit a couple weeks ago against Bethany, and I think that we needed to get him going, and I think we have. It's a nice little addition to see Corbin Chambers back in there. He's got some good speed. I think he can break away from us a little bit. We're like anybody else. We're working with some nicks and dings that we're going to have to be able to overcome. But for the most part, I think that we've got our guys, kind of figured to where they've settled into their positions. And now hopefully we can put it all together and execute really well.
As far as players, starter-wise, you mentioned nicks and dings. Everyone good to go this week?
Yeah, pretty much. Darian's coming off of a little bit of a lower back. Kyle Teal. So our receiving core is a little bit the most dinged up, but we're starting to get healthy back at running back. We're starting to get healthy, within the offensive line. Defensively, I think that we're pretty good with most of our spots. Marcus Fenderson is, I think, back up to 100%. He was still at about 80 last week, and I think he's back up to 100 now. So that's important for us because it adds a physical presence at one of our outside linebackers.
But even though some people could see a negative with players being dinged up, this is a good opportunity and a positive for some of the younger players or the second teamers to get on the field and maybe show something and earn themselves a starting spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talk about developing our top 22 on offense and defense, and even within our special teams, and I think this is where some of the young guys get a little bit of a look. I just got done talking to about 20 recruits, and one of the things I said is just take a look out there and see how many freshmen and sophomores that we have contributing, and I think that that's important. It makes us a little young, but these guys got to learn sometime or another, and I think that it's just as good to do it during their freshman and sophomore years.
And with that being said, it's not a better place to do it than out here on your home field.
Definitely.
You don't have to worry about opposing crowds getting into your head. You've got your home fans, and so in some ways there's not a lot of pressure.
No, it's a different kind of pressure, but at the same time, it's one of those things where hopefully you have a comfort level. I mean, we practice on this field. We're out here a lot. This is someplace that our guys enjoy practicing here, as opposed to sometimes when we go down to our grass practice field. I don't know if anybody likes that, but they do like being out here. So I think it's good. We got all blacks on today, and so they like that for sure. They like that kind of the mentality that goes with it, and hopefully we play up to that.
We know Tabor's going to want to run the ball. They will throw it from time to time, but running is going to be the one aspect that this team's got to keep an eye out on. What else? What else do the Braves need to look out for here today?
Well, I mean, you hit it on the head when it comes to defensively. You got to look at their run game. They're one of the top running teams in the conference when it comes to yards. I think quarterback-wise, they're still trying to feel out where they want to be with that. So they're going to throw it, but I think that what we got to look for is the play action. They do enough little bit of the veer option that it makes you have to be very disciplined in what you're doing. So they're a little bit of everything. So we've got to be able to, dodge and weave and bob and be able to attack them and learn from series to series what they're doing offensively to be able to combat it defensively.
Are there any concerns we saw with the game last week, Kansas Wesleyan able to find open spots, throwing the ball, things like that? Are there any concerns that Tabor takes a look at that film and tries to see if they can take advantage of that same thing?
Well, the thing, I think the key is getting pressure on the quarterback. There's times where, he had a lot of time to be able to throw the football, and even if we're dropping 8, I mean, that's still a lot of time if you can't put pressure on the quarterback. So we got to put pressure on the quarterback. We got to make them uncomfortable. We got to be able to have them move around and force him into some situations where he doesn't want to be throwing it, and then make plays off of that. And that's one of the things I talked to our team last night in our team meeting, is that we need to still make plays. We need to go out there. We need to take the ball away. And, we haven't had a scoop and score or a pick six yet this season. So that's one of the things I think that we need to get from our defense today.
Well, they've had plenty of turnovers today.
We've done a good job of creating turnovers. Now let's just turn those into points.
And, again, a quick start. I think a quick start for Ottawa would be a plus. And teams been able to go out and score on their first drives and get some positive momentum going. And I think that'd be key here today.
Yeah, it is. And, we talked about that we've been complimenting each other. When we're playing well, we play well, both offensively and defensively. And when we're not playing so well, it seems like we don't play so well. So we need to be able to have guys not only play well, but then also pick each other up. And so momentum is good. Being able to get short fields, that's going to be good for us too. And I think that bodes well, for us in being able to put points on the board and come away with a victory.
Special teams?
Special teams is important. That's one of Coach Gardner's hallmarks is for Tabor is that, he was a special teams player when he was in college. And that's another thing I told our players is that that he's going to have some wrinkles and have some things, and they're not just going to put lip service to it. And so we need to be able to create some things. We need to have a good starting position, for our kickoff return. Hopefully we only have to do it once today, but we need to have good starting position. I'd like to see us be able to score on, whether it's our kickoff return or punt return. We were pretty close a couple of weeks ago with Dylan Foose down the sideline, and so I'd like to see us do that as well.
Well, it's going to be a fun contest, a big game in the KCAC, a win here, and you continue climbing that ladder, and we wish you good luck today.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Bob.
That is head coach Kent Kessinger, and hey, by the way, let's talk about a win.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it. I think this would be a great time to do it today.
That would be a great time, yeah. So we will take a break as we continue on with the Super Stands cleaning service, Ottawa University Braves pregame show. We'll have your weather. We'll have starting lineups and a lot more. You're listening to us on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO, and KOFO.com.
Nothing is more important than the health of kids in Kansas. Schools and child care providers are doing their part to help kids grow up healthy by offering tasty, nutritious food choices and fun ways to be physically active. See what's going on with child nutrition and wellness in Kansas at www.kn-eat.org. Now is a great time to learn how to eat smart and play hard for life. Brought to you by the Kansas Department of Education and this station.
the game doesn't stop.
Neither should you.
Wherever you go, the game goes too using the enabled FM chip in your phone and the Next Radio app.
The Next Radio app brings real FM radio to your phone.
Just plug in your headphones and listen to the Next Radio app, and you'll save major data and battery life compared to streaming apps. Download the free Next Radio app today.
Next Radio, live and local, wherever you go.
We're back here at Braves Field. Good afternoon. I'm Bob Johnson. It is the Super Stands Cleaning Service, Auto University Braves pregame show. And now alongside with me, my tag team partner, Mr. Casey Weeder. Casey, welcome in.
Glad to be here, Bob.
And a big game here in the KCAC. You have two teams who've had decent starts, to say the least. But Ottawa coming off of a bad week last week. It's going to be imperative for this team to get going quickly and get some momentum and some positive vibes going away.
Well, if you take out the second quarter, you give up 49 points, and you kind of look at the first, third, and fourth, you saw some good things. There was a moment in that first quarter when Ottawa was down 14-10. Ottawa was able to force an interception from Photo, and then they were able to get a 3-and-out. And you could tell that the momentum had completely shifted. Ottawa, unfortunately, had an interception of their own and then a blocked punt that went for a touchdown. And from then on out, it was game over. So, if Ottawa can eliminate those mistakes and turnovers and just big mistakes in special teams overall, they can hang with this Tabor team and potentially pull off the victory today.
This Tabor team likes to play two quarterbacks, and we've seen in their first three games different quarterbacks play each of those games. How does that affect today's contest?
Ottawa luckily had the opportunity to play against Bethel earlier this year, who runs an offense very similar to Tabor, Bob. And Tabor only put the ball in the air 12 times last week against the Threshers, and they were able to do that because they were able to pick up big chunks of yards on first and second down. And Ottawa was able to have a lot of success against Bethel defensively because they were able to force Bethel into third and longs, where teams that don't want to throw the football, you put them into 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10. They're going to make mistakes, and they're going to put the ball in the air. And Ottawa was able to create 5 turnovers against Bethel. So if Ottawa, especially with Jacob Garcia and Cole Greenwood in the middle of that defensive line, if they can shut down this Tabor rushing attack, which, is easier said than done when you have Dravion Cooper back there, who had a humongous week last week against Bethel. If you can get them into those 3rd and long situations, these freshman and sophomore quarterbacks are going to make mistakes.
Well, and one question, though, that I would have coming into this game is the secondary. We saw them have some troubles last week. Now, granted, the quarterback that they saw last week is maybe a once in a decade type quarterback you're going to have in this comp.
Well, you say that, and then you look at John Jacobs up at Avila and what he's doing with them, and that game, which is in Week 9 in the KCAC between Avila and Kansas Wesleyan, could be something special.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. But my concern is that we will have a team in Tabor who may try to use that play action pass and burn Ottawa University. And we saw some big holes, especially in the middle part of this Braves defense last week, that could be exploited.
Well, in all honesty, it felt like the defense was on the field a lot from really the entire first half. And once that train started rolling for Kansas Wesleyan, they're tough to stop. But in that first quarter, Ottawa was able to get pressure on Photo, force him into an interception, sacked him a couple times. And really, it was Cole Greenwood along with Jacob Garcia. I think the defense just got tired as that half went on. You give up 49 points in a quarter, and really half of that was because of the offensive mistakes and giving short fields to Kansas Wesleyan. But offensively, Tabor is going to want to limit the number of offensive possessions for Ottawa. They're going to try and run the clock. That's kind of been their mentality this year. They know they have a young offense, and they're going to try and limit the opportunities for their quarterbacks to make mistakes, which is what Mike Gardner has been known for. And since he came back after his first tenure with Tabor, coming back and rebuilding this program to where it is now, which is a top 25 team in the nation. And they're doing it, they've won their last 2 games against opponents that they should have had victories against. They had a close game against Bethel last week, but they've still been able to stick to their bread and butter, which is running the football and picking up big chunks of yardage on first down.
That's going to be a key here for this front seven for Ottawa University. You mentioned Jacob Garcia. I mean, you've got a kid with 6 sacks, and we're going to have a moment of prayer here real quick.
Generally, probably got to want to thank you for today. Got to want to thank you for bringing everybody together today. Sort of competition we play straight forward. Everything that you have blessed us before the country that we are allowed to live in on a day-to-day basis. God, we can pray for a great day of football work that I know you.
Taking the time to check a few things on your vehicle now can save time later. Lights, signals, and wipers are in working order and your fluids are full. This reminder is from CarStar Ottawa, keeping you safe on the road. Call 242-8916. CarStar. Relax. We'll take it from here.
Thank you for listening to the Superstands Cleaning Service Braves Football Pregame Show. Stand by. Kickoff is next.
Let's see. That big yellow spot came from an ice cream cone. The brown spot was from a super hot cup of coffee. And that purpley blue-gray shadow over there, well, I just couldn't say.
If you have troublesome carpet spots, spills, and stains, stop and call Superstand, your cleaning man. Call 418-2463 for your free estimate. Eliminate spots, spills, stains, and purpley blue-gray shadows from your carpets. Superstand's Cleaning Service, 418-2463.
To protect your family and plan for your financial future, get to know your Modern Woodman agent.
Hello, I'm Dale Pearson, your Modern Woodman agent in Ottawa, Kansas. Call me today at 242-6566.
Modern Woodman of America, touching lives, securing futures.
When it comes to your home, quality matters. And when quality matters, choose the best. Choose Adamson Brothers Heating and Cooling. Call to have your air conditioning system serviced today at 785-242-9273. Adamson Brothers, maintaining your comfort for over 30 years.
KOFO, your sports source for East Central Kansas, welcomes you to this Ottawa University Braves football broadcast on 103.7 FM, 1220, and online at KOFO.com. Brought to you by Sutton's Jewelry, Quality Structures Incorporated, Ransom Memorial Health, Modern Woodman agent Dale Pearson, Ottawa University, and by Lamb Roberts Funeral Home, Superstand's Cleaning Service, Kramer Pharmacy, Kansas State Bank, Constantino's Price Chopper. OU Braves football on KOFO is also brought to you by the Ottawa Recreation Commission, Adamson Brothers, Dingle & Son Mortuary, Arvest Bank, CarStar, C.S. Cunningham Construction, and by Leon's, the Ottawa Herald, Bank Midwest, the City of Ottawa, and State Farm agent Keith King. Now let's return to the field and join Bob Johnson for Ottawa University Braves football.
We are back at Braves Field. It's overcast right now here in Ottawa, and let's get you real quick caught up on your weather for today. It should be a great day for football. It is overcast, 66, 19 degrees Celsius for our friends in Canada, 68% humidity, and a wind coming out of the southeast at 13 miles per hour. Going to expect it to be overcast most of the day, and we are just a couple of degrees from the expected high of 68. South wind will be 10 miles an hour and gusts as high as 20. And Casey, you've had to deal with wind like that. It starts getting to gusting to 20 miles an hour. That can affect your kicking game, but even can affect the passing game.
Well, and field position is going to be very key, when you're playing a team like Tabor who is going to run the football 60 times this evening. The one thing that St. Mary's did very well in week one was force Tabor to really have to come out of their end zone, go 90 yards, 80 yards, had some really good punts inside the 10. And in that game, Tabor only able to score 10 points. But when you put them into running situations, Mike Gardner is not going to take those chances to put the ball in the air when he needs 90 yards to score a touchdown. That's just not his style. So Nick Rodriguez is going to play a big part today in the punting game. We're going to need him in the kicking game with some field goals. He was perfect last week against Kansas Wesleyan, and they're going to need another performance like that today because it's going to take a field goal or two to get some separation between these two teams.
Let's get our starting lineups, and Casey, we'll let you take it away here for the starters.
Yeah, we'll start with Tabor on the offensive side. At quarterback will be number 10, Trey McGee, a 6'1 freshman from OC, Florida. At tailback, number 31, Dravion Cooper, a 5'7 senior from Cold Spring, Texas. At the other tailback, it'll be number 21, Josh Johnson, a 6', 190-pound junior from Fontana, California. At fullback, number 40, Barrett Smith, a 5'6", 207-pound junior from Lincolnville, Kansas. At wide receiver, number 15, C.J. Tate, a 6', 165-pound sophomore from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. At the other wide out, number 83, Ryan Stearns, a 6'2 junior from Olathe, Kansas. At left tackle, number 77, A.J. Williams, a 6'4", 275 junior from Mesquite, Texas. At left guard, number 79, Matt Clarkson, a 6'1", 265-pound freshman from Hayesville, Kansas. At center, number 76, Mitchell Gums, a 6'1", 315-pound senior from Rio Linda, California. At right guard, number 60, Roy Scott, a 5'11", 255-pound junior from Houston, Texas. And at right tackle, number 66, William Collar, a 6'5", senior from San Francisco, California. On the defensive side for the Blue Jays, at tackle, it'll be number 91, Paulo Tau, a 6'2", 310-pound junior from Seattle, Washington. At the other tackle, number 53, Tanner Hettenbach, a redshirt freshman. He's 6'2", 210 pounds from Chapman, Kansas. At defensive end, number 55, Keelan Ellison. He's a 6'3", 255-pound redshirt freshman from Granbury, Texas. At the other end, number 94, Ben Scott, a 6'2", 265-pound senior from Lawton, Oklahoma. At the outside backer position will be number 54, Caleb Newshauser, a 6', 225-pound senior from Cimarron, Kansas. And to his right will be number 14, Andre Lazar, a 5'10", 195-pound junior from Hillsdale, Oklahoma. In the middle will be number 28, Brett Kisner, a 5'11", 185-pound senior from Oak Hills, California. At safety, it'll be number 5, Jameer Holland, a 5'11", 195-pound senior from San Francisco, California. At the other safety, it'll be number 13, Nate Beatty, 6'1", 180-pound sophomore from Louisville, Texas. At one corner, it'll be number 2, Angel Silva, 5'10", 175-pound senior from Waco, Texas. And on the other side, number 25, Ray Peralt, a 5'8", 170-pound redshirt freshman from Al Cajon, California.
That is your Tabor starters. Let's get you out to University and let Casey take it away with that one.
Absolutely. We'll start on the offensive side for the Braves. At quarterback will be number 11, Spencer Lewis, 6'1", 220-pound junior from Tulsa, Oklahoma. At tailback, number 8, James Reeder, a 6', 170-pound sophomore from Lawrence, Kansas. At wide receiver, number 3, Darian Dillard, 6'4", 205 senior from St. Louis, Missouri. And next to him will be Dylan Foose in the slot, number 16, 6'1", 195-pound sophomore from Dighton, Kansas. Out wide on the other side will be number 12, Kyle Field, a 6'4", 180-pound freshman from Port Orange, Florida. At tight end, number 87, Dylan Wheeler, a 6'2", 215-pound senior from Holton, Kansas. At left tackle, number 73, Arnaldo Mendoza. He's a 6'5", 300-pound junior from Corpus Christi. At left guard, it'll be Blaine Saxon, number 53, a 6'2", 285-pound sophomore from Claremore, Oklahoma. At center, number 64, Kyle Klingensmith. He's a 6'4", 320-pound senior from Hayesville, Kansas. At right guard, number 56, Grayson Workfield, a 6'3", 305-pound junior from Wichita, Kansas. At right tackle, number 66, Blake Homan, 6'4", 285, senior from Solomon, Kansas. On the defensive side for the Braves, at defensive end, it'll be number 96, Josiah Wilson, 6'2", 245 pounds from Wichita, Kansas. At nose, number 55, Cole Greenwood. He's 6', 285 senior from Lawrence, Kansas. At defensive tackle, it'll be Jacob Garcia, number 91. He's a 6', 270-pound sophomore from Corpus Christi, Texas. At defensive end, number 95, Isaiah Beal, 6'2", 215 sophomore from Salina, Kansas. At outside backer will be number 41, Kendall Miller. He's a 6'1", 215-pound senior from Norton, Kansas. In the middle, it's Colby Johnson, number 40, a 5'11 sophomore, 205 pounds from El Dorado, Kansas. Outside backer on the right side will be Marcus Fenderson, number 9, a 5'11, 205-pound senior from Antioch, California. At right corner, it'll be number 32, Jalen King. He's a 5'8", 195-pound sophomore from Huntsville, Alabama. At safety, it'll be number 5, Jarrell Taylor, a 5'9", 175-pound senior from Dallas, Texas. At the free safety, it'll be number 21, Michael Sanchez, a 5'11", 175-pound senior from West Covina, California. And on the far corner, it'll be number 14, Jordan Reddick. He's a 5'9" junior from Kansas City, Kansas.
The Braves have taken the field. Tabor on the field. And the yellow smoke filling the air as we get ready for the coin toss this afternoon at Braves Field. Braves will be in their own and their all-black kits with yellow numbers and letters outlined in white. The black bat helmets with the OU logo outlined in yellow. Tabor has the white tops, blue numbers, blue stripes on the shoulders, royal blue pants, and a gold helmet with the Tabor Blue Jay logo on the side. We are just about set for kickoff. Let's take a 60-second break, and when we come back, we'll be ready. You're listening to Braves football on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO, and KOFO.com.
At State Farm, our goal is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. This is State Farm Agent Keith King in Ottawa. Let me help you protect what's most important to you. Give my office a call at 785-242-9435 or stop by at 111 South Main Street in Ottawa.
Ask any coach. Wishing for a good game is not the best game plan. At home, wishing your carpet and furniture were clean isn't much of a game plan either. Stop wishing. Let Super Stan be your cleaning man. Super Stan's cleaning service at 418-2463. Stan's been making life clean, fresh, and more enjoyable for your friends and neighbors for over 40 years. Kids, pets, unexpected visits from relatives. They all can take a toll on your carpet. Live life clean and fresh. Call Super Stan's cleaning service today at 418-2463. Let Stan be your cleaning man. 418-2463.
With the perfect Vera Bradley purse, anything is possible. Now you can discover a variety of fabrications, streetwise silhouettes, beautiful jewelry, luggage, and accessories at Sutton's Jewelry. You'll find newly released designer and functional bags with fashionable and seasonal designs. Get excited about the new line of KU and K-State patterns. Vera Bradley is a leader in the latest trending handbags, luggage, and jewelry with styles that are sure to make a fashion statement. Sutton's Jewelry and Vera Bradley. Find them at 207 South Main, downtown Ottawa.
We came to Arvest Bank to learn about free blue checking. What do you like best about your account with no monthly fee?
Just, it's convenient, it's free. When they told me it's free, I was like, what?
I've used several other banks in the past, and so it was very nice to switch to one that had an actually free checking account.
It's just one less thing you have to worry about taking out of your budget.
Do you know the monthly fee for your checking account?
Oh, yes. 0.
Congratulations. Arvest Bank. Our customers say it best.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
Back at Braves Field, Bob Johnson, Casey Weeder with you this afternoon on 1220, 103.7 FM, KOFO, and KOFO.com with the live audio feed on the World Wide Web. And we are happy that you joined us this afternoon, and what a great day for football, Casey.
It is, Bob, and one of the things that's unique that we kind of talked about during the break is the media timeouts that'll be put into play today. We notice most of the time in the KCAC with the way things work, you get a turnover or a big play, your offense or defense can come back on the field right away. It'll be interesting to see how the momentum shifts, or if there will be a momentum shift when a big play happens and you go to a media timeout. So kind of see how these teams deal with that. We don't see it in really in any sport in the KCAC. So when it does happen, it's kind of a unique thing.
It is a unique thing, and that is going to be part of maybe the mental chess match that we see here this afternoon. Two coaches who are good at playing mental chess when it comes to the football field as the coin toss gets ready to take place out at midfield.
And one of the things, good questions you asked this week was, I wasn't sure if it was one of the callers that asked her if you did to Coach K, was, who is a better coach, a kicker or a center? So I thought that was unique. Mike Gardner, who is a 3-time All-American kicker, going up against the center from Bethany today, and Coach Kessinger. So we'll see who comes out on top. Tabor has been on top of late. Ottawa, when Mike Gardner came back the first time back in 2009, put 70 points on Tabor in that game. So Tabor's had the better half over the last few years. They've won 2 or 3 KCAC championships, but Ottawa trying to end a streak this evening.
Tabor has won the toss. They will defer. And Casey, these two coaches, not only have they gone against each other on the coaching side, but they played against each other in the playoffs with a Baker Bethany matchup when they were both in college. So very familiar with each other. And I know that Coach Kessinger wants this one here because it's been a few seasons since the Braves have picked up a victory over the Blue Jays.
I think you really have to go back to the, I don't even know what we call it now, the Donald Anderson scoop and score, back in 2014, I believe was the last time that the Braves came away with a victory against Tabor. I'll have to go check that, but where Tabor was going in to win the game, all they had to do was take a knee, try and score on the next play at the 1-yard line, fumble it into the back of the end zone, and the rest is history as Donald Anderson took it the other way, and the Braves ended up getting a victory in that one. So Gardner was trying to put an exclamation point on that game, and it backfired. So that's definitely got to be something in the back of his mind. But I think he knows that the talent gap has definitely shortened between these two squads as he is trotting out a younger team this year than what we've seen in the past.
Tabor will kick off from right to left, and the Braves will go from left to right here. The wind, again, coming out of the east-southeast, so wind may aid this kickoff for Tabor. And I'm kind of surprised that because that means the fourth quarter, the Braves would have the wind at their back here.
Well, and when you're running the football, you don't really worry about the wind as much. You heard Coach K in the coaches show this week from Pizza Time talk about how the Braves made some mental mistakes in the return game and gave their offense some very long fields. Taking it out of the end zone 5 or 6 yards deep and getting caught around the 15, 20-yard line is not what Coach K wants. So I would expect plenty of kneeling going on these kickoffs today.
Devin Johnston to the far side for Ottawa at the 5. As the kick is away, it'll come to the near side. Chambers for Ottawa will just let it go to the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. Tabor tried to get it in the coffin corner. They were pretty close.
Well, with the new touchback rules, Ottawa can really, as long as they field it correctly, which unfortunately returner that time took a little bit of time, but as long as it's inside the 20, you take that knee and you'll get it out at the 25. I'm waiting to see some teams try some pooch kicks around the 20 to 25-yard line to see if they can force some turnovers. Haven't seen it so far this season, but try and work that rule in your favor.
So Spencer Lewis will come out. Last week he threw for 3 touchdowns. He'll have James Reeder to his left side. There'll be 2 receivers to the far side, Jacob Garcia, Dylan Foose. We'll have Darian Dillard here to the near side. Spencer Lewis quickly wants to throw it out near side and threw it behind Dillard, incomplete. The linebacker, though, for Tabor read that correctly.
Yeah, Newsoffer was right there, and he actually showed blitz on that play and then dropped into coverage. The Braves have run that hitch route to start the game 3 games in a row, and that's just watching the film, and I think he might have even got a piece of that as that pass went to the left of Dillard.
Bring up 2nd down and 10 from the Braves 25. A handoff Reeder. Tabor gets him down in the backfield. That's going to be a loss. Looks like back to the 23, and a good job there by the Blue Jays and Kellen Ellison.
Yeah, that's one Lewis has to keep, and now Ottawa already into 3rd and long.
So a loss of 6 back to the 19, and that's going to be 3rd and 16 for Ottawa now, just 30 seconds into the ballgame. Not the way that the Braves wanted to start here. It'll be Foose to the far side, 2 receivers to the near side, Garcia and Dillard. Shotgun, Lewis, Reeder to his left side. Now it's going to be Garcia in motion near to the far side. Lewis takes the snap, looks, wants to throw near side, finds Dillard, but it's over his head, incomplete. And that'll be a punt for the Braves coming up.
Oh, and he would have been short by about 4 yards anyways, but Spencer Lewis overshooting his receiver on 2 of those 3 downs on that drive, and now Nick Rodriguez, who will be putting into a little bit of a wind. It's died down just a tad, but we saw the Braves have some issues last week against Kansas Wesleyan, and Tabor, who actually took back 2 punts that were called back due to penalties for touchdowns last week against Bethel, so Ottawa has to cover this punt.
Back for the Blue Jays, it'll be Nate Beatty. He is at the 42 of the Blue Jays. The punt dies right at midfield and rolls out of bounds, so Blue Jays with excellent field position to start here at their own 47.
Yeah, not the start the Braves wanted. And now the Jays offense, who has found some confidence over the last couple weeks. I know it's against Bethel. After a week 1 struggle, really, against St. Mary's, where they really couldn't get anything going offensively. I believe their 1 touchdown was on the defensive side that week. Is going to get a short field and might have a media timeout here.
We do have a media timeout, I do believe, as we have the change in possession. We'll go ahead and keep it here right now. One thing I would not be surprised here, Casey, is maybe see Tabor go play action. First play out of the gate, especially being at midfield and trying to catch the Braves off guard in this one. But going back to the Braves offense, we saw some trouble with the exchange between the center and quarterback last week. Ball looked like it wasn't getting there as quickly again this week to Lewis, but which can cause some timing issues. But again, also -6 on that first drive. That is not what you want to see.
Well, Lewis, who was actually working with the backup center, Brendan Grau, last week, is now will work with the starting center, Kyle Klingensmith. So it's going to take a little bit of time on the exchange. Spencer Lewis just has to kind of stay within himself, Bob. He's not Connor Kagi. He's not going to try and run to pick up 8 or 9 yards when a play breaks down. He's got to play within himself. And we saw with 2 or 3 drives against Kansas Wesleyan where Ottawa was able to turn up the tempo that they were able to get into a nice groove. And when you've got a target like Darian Dillard, you can just put it in the vicinity. He's going to make the catch 8 out of 10 times. Unfortunately, the 2 passes that were thrown to Dillard, not sure anyone that was 6'7" or 6'8" could have made the catch on in that first drive. So he's just got to relax and play within himself. And, he's got a lot of experience coming in here from Avila, and he just needs to make the easy pass and find the open receiver. But now the defense for Ottawa left with a short field here for Tabor as we look to work out of this media timeout here shortly.
It'll be the freshman Trey McGee out on the field for Tabor, the 6'1", 185 pounds from Florida. And
we saw Tabor go with both quarterbacks last week as Michael McPeak played several drives as well, the sophomore from Aurora, Colorado, and he's 6'3", 215. So when he gets downhill, you're not going to stop him. So Braves, one of the keys for this afternoon has to be defensively is forcing Tabor into second and third and longs, because McGee is not a player that wants to put the ball in the air. And when he has this season, he's made several mistakes. And when Tabor picks up big chunks of yards early on in possessions, they don't have to put the ball in the air. So if they can get 3 or 4 yards every play, there's no reason to throw the football.
Well, and here we go again, Casey. This defense put in a bad position by the offense coming into this ball game. We saw that last week, and we've seen it a few times, but not as much this season as what we saw last year. And now the defense really has a lot to do here, giving a short field. As now we're back to action. 2 receivers split out to the far side. One here to the near side is C.J. Tate. It'll be shotgun for McGee. He has 2 backs, one to the left, one to the right. They'll hand it off, go up the middle. Braves are there, but across midfield goes the running back and up to the 48 of Ottawa. On that carry, that was Josh Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson, a 6-foot junior from Fontana, California. Not the featured back for Tabor, but able to put his shoulders down and pick up 5.
So it'll be 2nd and 5 from the Braves 48. Ball at the near hash. McGee hands it off again and trying to go right up the middle, but that time the Braves not having any of it. And Johnson, no gain.
Yeah, that's Cole Greenwood, the first one there for Ottawa, as this defense asking for fans to get up in the stands, as Ottawa will bring in the nickel package here, as Taylor Petty will come in for Marcus Fenderson, make that Rodney Latham will come to the sideline. So Ottawa trying to get an extra defensive back in the game here on 3rd down, which when you're outside of 4 or 5 yards, Tabor's really going to be forced to put it in the air, or maybe Mike Gardner thinks this is 4-down territory.
3rd and 5 from the Braves 48. McGee under center. He's going to go play action. He's in trouble. He gets rid of it, floats one to the sideline, incomplete. The Braves, good pressure, could have had a sack. And back there for Ottawa was Isaiah Veal.
Yeah, Veal didn't go for the fake on that play action, read it the entire way, and now Tabor going to send out the punting unit. So a big victory for the Ottawa defense.
So now this offense for Ottawa will have to try to get something going. It's coming out to punt for the Blue Jays. Sean McComas, 6'2" junior from California. He'll punt from the Tabor 37. Dylan Foose is back at the Braves 10, as it'll be 4th and 5 from the 48 of Ottawa. Snap. Kick is away. Foose is going to take it at about the 12. He's going to take it right up the middle. He'll be brought down at the 25 of Ottawa. So Braves will start their offensive possession where they started their first one at the 25.
Yeah, 13-yard return there for Foose, and does exactly what you want your punt returners to do, which is get north and south. We see too many times returners will try to go east-west. And Foose picks up 13 yards and gives the Braves decent field position.
12:45 to go, first quarter, no score. Second drive for Ottawa, 1st and 10 from their own 25. Kyle Teal out for Ottawa here near side. 2 receivers to the far side, including Dillard. Shotgun for Lewis. He'll have a back to his right, which looks to be Reeder. We'll have a flag and a false start on Ottawa. So that'll put him back 5 yards to the 20 and make it 1st and 15.
Yeah, Dillard got off the line a little quick. And Ottawa continuing to make mistakes here early on.
You've got to wonder how much of that game last week is hanging with them, Casey.
and maybe just a lot of pressure to want to try to come out and put a good foot forward. Maybe they just need to relax just a little bit.
And Ottawa now sending Spencer Lewis out wide, and that looks like Jack Garcia back there at the quarterback position.
He'll have Reeder behind him, 2 receivers far side, Lewis to the near side. They'll hand it off. That'll be Reeder. He'll get 4 of the 5 penalty yards back and make it 2nd down and 11.
Garcia, a player that you can really feature all over the field, wide receiver, quarterback, can play tailback. And Ottawa looking to get in their big target as checking in will be Trayvon Hards, the 6'8", 215-pound junior from Overland Park, Kansas.
It'll be 2nd and 11 from the 24 of Ottawa. Ball between the hashes. Shotgun Lewis. Twin receivers both sides of the field. Lewis looks, fires, and it's almost picked off. It was thrown low, trying to get Dillard. Dillard wanted a flag, but it was Raymond Peralt back there, the defensive back, and made a good play.
Well, we're seeing that double coverage that we saw against Kansas Wesleyan last week against Gillard. Lewis looking his way the entire time, and that one really should have gone for 6 the other way.
Braves catch a break. They'll go empty backfield, 3 receivers near side, 2 to the far side. 3rd and 11 from the Braves 24. The Blue Jays will hold off on the blitz. Lewis in trouble. He rolls out far side, takes off with it. He'll pick up 1st down yardage, steps out of bounds at the 36 of Ottawa. So a gain of 11 and a 12 there for Ottawa.
Yeah, Tabor able to get pressure, but no one left on the far side as they had double covered Dillard, and then Foose continued to run his man downfield, who never thought to look back in the backfield. And a big 1st down for the Braves.
1st and 10 from the Braves, 36. Ball at the far hash. Shotgun Lewis. 2 receivers near side, 1 far side. Handoff. That's going to go to Reeder, and he will turn his way up to the 39 for a gain of 3.
Yeah, I put a big stiff arm on Brad Kistner that time to at least pick up 3 yards, but right now Ottawa just not getting a lot of push as that defensive line for Tabor getting a lot of penetration.
11:25 to go. 1st quarter, no score. 2nd down, 7 from the Braves 39. Ball at the far hash. 2 receivers near side. 1 far side is Dillard. Now Foose in motion from near to far side. He'll hand it off to Reeder. Reeder, 1st down as he gets past the 46 and to the 47 before taking a big shot.
Yeah, he got smoked coming up the middle that time by Jameer Holland, the 5'11", 190-pound senior from San Francisco, California. But Reeder able to break another tackle and find a little bit of room in the middle of that Tabor defense.
Gain of 8, 1st and 10 from the 47 of Ottawa. Garcia back at quarterback will hand it to Reeder. He will move up to the 49 for a gain of 2 as he goes right up the middle.
Yeah, Newsoffer in on the tackle that time for Tabor. Oh. Blue Jays really crashing inside. Wait for Garcia to keep it one of these times and potentially break a big game.
Foose and Teal near side, Dillard far side, shotgun Lewis, Reeder to the left of him. 2nd down, 8 from the 49. Quick throw caught by Dillard at the 45 of Tabor and moves forward to the 44. It'll make it 3rd and short.
Nice job by Dillard to break his route off that time. Not sure if it was a check or just a move there by Dillard, knowing that his quarterback was facing pressure in his face as Tabor brought 8. And Dillard ended up being on single coverage, so it brings up a 3rd and 1.
Ball at the far hash at the 44 of the Blue Jays. Shotgun Lewis will swing it out quickly. Caught by Reeder. He's at the 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Ottawa. 44-yard touchdown pass, Lewis to Reeder.
And right there, Lewis just finding Reeder out of the backfield, and no way Newsoffer coming from that middle linebacker position was going to stay with James Reeder. Only had 1 defender to beat as Ottawa had actually flooded this right side of the field, which left Reeder just with 1 man to beat, and he does as he scampers into the end zone, and the Braves have their first lead.
And a nice play there. Good play call. You have to like that as the Braves and Garcia on for the extra point. 44-yard touchdown pass. The snap is good. The kick is away. And it is true. So 7-0 Ottawa after a 44-yard touchdown pass. And with 9:51 to play in this first quarter, the Braves in front 7-0. We'll take a 60-second break. You're listening to Braves Football on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
I came here to run cross country, and it ended up being way different than I thought it was going to be. It's unlike anything I've ever been a part of to be on the team. Everyone is so completely different. There are people you never thought you'd be friends with, nothing like your outside friends, but somehow you all click to be the same and have the same interests, but yet completely different. Everyone's always there for you. It's not just about running. Friendships and families like they're your siblings when you're away from home. That's what it means to be a part of the Braves cross country and track team, to be a family.
Be a Brave. Visit ottawa.edu.
This is Chase Dangle of Dingle & Son Mortuary. I recently joined my father in business, and I am looking forward to working with families in Miami and Franklin County. Lewisburg will be my home base, and I am eager to make friends and meet the neighbors.
Dingle & Son Mortuary, 785-242-2323.
Eric Price and his staff at the Lamb Roberts Funeral Homes are proud to sponsor this KOFO sports broadcast and honored to help so many families in the community with compassionate care when it's needed most. Lamb Roberts Funeral Home, Ottawa, Baldwin City, and Overbrook.
8 plays, 75 yards for Ottawa, and they took off just a little under 3 minutes off the clock. 7-0 Braves after a 44-yard touchdown pass. Lewis to Reeder. It's good to see James Reeder finally healthy and able to go full force.
Well, Reeder, who has the speed to play at the wide receiver position, but the size to play the tailback position, you like those matchups one-on-one. And Lewis, who had looked Dillard's way the entire part of this first half in the 2 possessions, just floated it out to Reeder out of the backfield, and they only have to make one man miss. You're not going to catch him once he gets loose. But interesting to see this Tabor defense, who blitzed on every play on that drive, trying to put pressure on Spencer Lewis. And when Kansas Wesleyan did that last week against Ottawa, Lewis turned the ball over, took some sacks, but really the play of that drive was the 3rd and 11 scamper by Spencer Lewis to pick up 11 yards with his legs to keep the drive alive. And luckily for the Braves, it turns into points with that 51-yard touchdown for James Reeder.
So the Braves on the board first, and we talked about getting some positivity going early, and they have that. Now the Blue Jays will try to answer here. And back for Tabor here to the near side is Josh Johnson. He'll be at the Braves 10. Over to the far side is Blake Burnett, a junior from California. He'll be at about the 9. So the Braves will kick it off left to right here with 9:51 to play first quarter. Good kick by Garcia. The wind will catch it. It'll be taken at the 10 by Johnson near side. He's going to break it out here to the outside. He's got room, 35, 40. And a good job by the kicker, Rodriguez, to slow him down, but great field position to start as the Blue Jays will be inside Braves territory to the 46.
Yeah, that one falls on Rodriguez. You can't kick it down the middle in college. That's a huge no-no. Coach Smith always told me if I kicked it down the middle, I better be the one to make the tackle. And it looked like Rodriguez actually made the tackle on that play. It's just at the Ottawa 45.
So unfortunately for Ottawa on the special team side, their woes continue. Positively for Tabor, great field position for them. They're in Braves territory at the 46, 1st and 10, ball at the near hash. McPeak, nobody in the backfield. Now man in motion, they'll fake the handoff. And it'll be McPeak taking it, gaining a yard to the 45.
Yeah, Dravion Cooper on the jet sweep. A little shocked he didn't give it to him. Ottawa crashed hard inside. If Cooper gets the handoff, he's picking up a first down and really only has to beat Trey Wheeler on the far side. So just kind of a misread there by McPeak.
Actually, it's McGee. I take that back. It was McGee back there. Again, nobody in the backfield. He's going to move a player from near to the far side. That is Cooper. So 3 over to the far side, close against the line. 2nd and 9 from the 45. Now Cooper will take the handoff, bring it near side. The Braves bottle it up, and that's a loss of a yard back to the 46.
And that time, Jarrell Taylor coming from his safety position with the pop there on Cooper, but Ottawa looking to load the box as Taylor is the strong safety for the Braves, but can play along the line of scrimmage. And now Tabor gets into that 3rd and 9 that Ottawa has to continue to put them in all afternoon if they want to get a victory.
Tate and Steams to the near side. Now we have an equipment issue with the running back Campbell. And now coming back in is Johnson.
Yeah, Cooper actually is the one who has to come off. His back plate broke on that last play.
So the 2 receivers here near side, 2 to the far side. McPeak in trouble, faces some pressure. He rolls out far side. He's got to the 45, the 40. He's going to pick up the first down yardage. as he gets up to the Braves 33 as he rolls out far side and gains 13.
Ottawa loses contain that time, and McPeak with the ability to pick up the first down with his legs.
So 1st and 10, Tabor, and a good job there by the quarterback McGee to make something happen as they'll split out 2 again to the near side, including Tate. 2 to the far side. McGee will hand it off right up the middle. Johnson then will have to bounce it outside, and he tries to lower the shoulder. He'll pick up a couple to the 31, a gain of 2. They'll give him close to the 30, so let's give him a gain of 3.
Got to like what Johnson has brought so far. Braves really stacked him up at the line of scrimmage, but does enough to bounce it outside and pick up 3.
So second, looks like they are going to mark him at the 31. They had marked it at the 30 originally, but went back a yard, so 2nd down and 8. Ball near side. It'll be caught. Tate gets away from a tackle, and he'll move up close to first down yardage, and he'll have the first down at the 23 of Ottawa.
Jalen King on the coverage that time. Actually had the receiver tackled about 2 yards behind the first down yardage to get, and unfortunately the receiver breaks the tackle and ends up picking up enough for another Tabor first down.
Tate, a 6-foot, 165-pound receiver near side, 3 to the far side. Shotgun, McGee. They'll pitch it out here near side to Johnson. Braves had it contained, but the first attempt at the tackle not successful. A gain of maybe a yard, maybe 2. Looks like far official has it at the 21.
Well, Veal ends up missing the tackle, but he does exactly what he's supposed to do, which is force the receiver back inside. There was just no help. And a play that should have gone for about -4 yards ends up picking up 3.
So it'll be 2nd down and 8 from the 21, far hash mark of Ottawa. McGee back, wants to throw, and it's knocked down. A big paw there, and Isaiah Veal knocking it down. It'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, and this is a player Ottawa really likes from his defensive end position. The last 2 plays, he has made the play for the Braves and has been very active. Does a good job realizing that Tabor goes straight into pass blocking. They're not going to drop back and have 3- and 5-step passes. They're going to keep it pretty simple for these quarterbacks. And Tabor again in 3rd and long.
So a 3rd down opportunity for this defense to try to get off the field. 3 receivers near side. Tate to the far side. They're going to throw it to Tate. Hits him right in the hands and off the chest as he slants in from the far side to the middle. Incomplete. And that would have been a first down, maybe a little bit more, but it's going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, a little surprised Ottawa goes with dropping those corners about 6 yards off on that play. And Tate makes that catch, Bob. I think it might even be 6, as Wheeler was still a step or 2 behind. Ottawa has to know the sticks. Luckily for the Braves, the receiver can't hang on.
39-yard field goal attempt coming up from the far hash. The kick is up. It is no good. There is a whistle, and the kick no good by Austin Smith. So the Braves defense holds, and it stays 7-0 with 6:29 to go in the first quarter. And we will take a 60-second break. 7-0 Ottawa, 6:29 to go first quarter. You're listening to Braves football on 1220. 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
Hi, this is Margie Hindeleiter from Bank Midwest. You'll often hear us say, this is where common sense lives. That means doing the little things, like knowing your name. And it means supporting Ottawa High School. That should be common sense for how a bank does business. Bank Midwest, where common sense lives.
Quality Structures Incorporated in Richmond is proud to sponsor this KOFO sports broadcast. They know that experience matters on the field and when it comes to your building needs. Visit qualitystructures.com and put their years of experience in constructing post-frame buildings to work for you.
At State Farm, our goal is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. This is State Farm Agent Keith King in Ottawa. Let me help you protect what's most important to you. Give my office a call at 785-242-9435 or stop by at 111 South Main Street in Ottawa.
Kramer Pharmacy, downtown Ottawa, hopes you're enjoying this KOFO sports broadcast and wishes all the area teams good luck this season. Call Kramer Pharmacy today and ask about their convenient MedSync program that allows you to have all your prescriptions filled at the same time each month. Call 242-2055.
Braves defense does a good job of keeping the Blue Jays off the board, but this drive started at the OU 46, and A 39-yard field goal, no good, but as we talked about the MO, that's what Tabor wants to do is run clock.
Well, you look at average per play, running the football, Tabor with 6 rushes for 20 yards. Got to be happy if you're defensive coordinator Thomas Pearson, especially since you've been given short fields to try and defend on their first 2 drives, and Tabor hasn't been able to come away with any points.
Yeah, that is a good point there, but you can't keep doing that because Tabor will break through. As the Braves take the field, it'll be 1st and 10 from the 21 of Ottawa with 6:29 to go here, first quarter. Ball at the far hash, shotgun Lewis, man in motion. That's Chambers. And there's going to be a fumble. Chambers picks it up, and what could have been a disaster only ends up in about a yard loss back to the 20.
Couldn't tell if Lewis was going with the handoff or the shovel pass. If it's a shovel pass, Bob, that's an incompletion. Excuse me. So I think that's what the officials are talking about. It looked like Lewis pitched it forward, and if that's the case, it's just an incomplete pass and not a loss.
Yeah, I believe that is it. It is an incomplete pass. So the Braves catch a break there too. Chambers in the backfield for this drive. He'll be to the left of Lewis. Foose and Teal to the near side. Dillard far side. 2nd down 10 from the Braves 21. Snap. It'll be a pass. Caught over the middle by Foose. He's at the 30. 1st down yardage to the 34 as Lewis takes advantage of a soft space over the middle.
And in on coverage that time was the strong safety for Tabor. Is on that tackle was Jameer Holland, but that matchup with Holland and Foose in the middle of the field, I like that on single coverage.
1st and 10 from the 35 of Ottawa. Handoff Chambers. He'll be undercut and fall forward to the original line of scrimmage. Back there for the Blue Jays, that was Laus, the linebacker, the defensive lineman.
Yeah, Paulo Tau in on that tackle as well, Bob. And right now the running game really struggling to get going.
So it'll be 2nd down 10 from the 35. Ball between the hashes. Lewis goes under center. Chambers, the tailback. Lewis rolls out, dumps it off, bubble screen. Dillard catches it, makes a man miss, spins away. He's at the 40, spins again, 45, 1st down yardage. He's at midfield, taking 2 Blue Jays with him, and down to the 47 of Tabor.
Darian Dillard hammering the circle button on your PlayStation there, Bob.
Wow.
Twice. And a play that looked like it was going nowhere ends up picking up big yardage as the Braves get into Blue Jay territory.
17 yards there, 1st and 10 at the 47 of Tabor. Lewis fakes the handoff. He's got time, looks, lost it, wants Dillard. Dillard's got it, caught at the 10, 5, touchdown, Braves! Dillard stumbled heading into the end zone, and he lunges in there, 47-yard touchdown pass.
Well, the play action is what throws the corner on that far side, Angel Silva. And Silva was already playing, Bob, 10 yards off of Dillard on that play. And Silva still got his eyes stuck in the backfield. And Lewis with a great ball down the middle of the field. Dillard able to keep his balance and fall into the end zone.
So the Braves add 6. Rodriguez is on to try to put the cherry on top of the ice cream with the extra points. Low snap, but it's handled. Kick is up, kick is away. It goes through the pipes, and it's 14-0 Ottawa. 4:54 to play here in the first quarter. We'll take a 60-second break. You're listening to Braves football here on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
Hi, this is Margie Hindeleiter from Bank Midwest. You'll often hear us say, this is where common sense lives. That means doing the little things, like knowing your name. And it means supporting Ottawa High School. That should be common sense for how a bank does business. Bank Midwest, where common sense lives.
If you have basic construction skills, can operate motorized equipment, and a valid driver's license, the City of Ottawa is recruiting for the position of Labor Maintenance Worker 1. Complete an application online at hrepartners.com. For more information, visit City of Ottawa, Kansas Municipal Government on Facebook or their website, ottawaks.gov.
Have you seen the Coliseum in Rome? Kind of crumbly looking, isn't it? That's because it wasn't built by C.S. Cunningham Concrete. In fact, if C.S. Cunningham had been around back then, the Leaning Tower of Pisa would simply be known as the Tower of Pisa. No lean. That's because C.S. Cunningham Concrete does it right, with fully trained and licensed workers. If they'd built the London Bridge, there'd be no song about it falling down. Commercial, residential, concrete. C.S. Cunningham, 785-242-7101.
Braves go up 14-0 on Tabor after a 47-yard touchdown pass from Spencer Lewis to Darian Dillard. 4:54 to go, first quarter. 2-score lead for Ottawa. This defense can't let off. As back here to the near side for the Blue Jays is Josh Johnson. Over to the far side is Burnett. Kick is angled far side, taken at the 5 by Burnett. He'll bring it here to the near side. Now between the hashes, spins away from a tackle, and he gets spine-bustered onto the ground at the 29 of Tabor. That was a textbook Arn Anderson spine-buster casing.
Yeah, Devin Johnston laying the wood that time, and player as a true freshman out of Crockett, Texas, who has opened some eyes for this Ottawa team, made some big plays in special teams, has had an interception on the defensive side as well. Another player Braves fans should be excited about going forward.
Worst field position of the afternoon for Tabor at their own 29. And out at quarterback will be McGee. 2 receivers to the near side, Jackson and Tate. Now Jackson moves to the far side to make it 3 receivers. Tate still here near side. Shotgun McGee. He's going to roll out far side. He wants to throw. He's going to keep it himself, and he's going to go out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage.
And one thing I've noticed, Bob, Josiah Wilson sitting here to our near side. Not sure if he has suffered an injury or it might be something else, but he is not playing for this Ottawa defense, and he's one of the starting defensive ends for the Braves as they'll try and cycle in some of their backups.
So again, they'll hand it off. Johnson with it. He's to the 30, takes a hit at about the 35 and forced out of bounds right about there, it looks like. So that'll be a gain of 6.
Mike Sanchez coming from the backside safety position to bring down Cooper. And they are looking at Josiah Wilson, Bob, potentially for a concussion. It looks like they're going through protocol here on the near side.
So actually a gain of 5 to the 34, so it'll be 3rd and 5. McGee slings it out to Tate. It'll be caught, and then he has first down yardage up to the 42, it looks like, of Tabor.
I haven't seen Tabor attempt to pass over 6 yards so far, but it's been effective. They've been able to pick up 2 first downs because of it, and looks like for defense for the Braves is Ryan Bates Marley, the 6'3", 240-pound senior, coming in for Josiah Wilson.
1st and 10 from the 42 of Tabor. Handoff up the middle. That'll go to the running back, Cooper. And Cooper gains a yard to the 43.
Yeah, and Bates Marley in on the tackle. He's a 6'3", 240-pound senior from West Hampton, New Jersey, a transfer from Pierce College, getting his first action of the season.
3:20 to play, first quarter, 14-0 Ottawa. Tate and Jackson near side, 2 to the far side. Shotgun for McGee. Johnson to the left of him. Pump fakes. McGee wants near side. It'll be out of bounds, and a good job by the defensive backs over here to force Tate out of bounds also.
Braves with coverage over the top that time. Jarrell Taylor, and then Johnston as well.
So they'll make it 3rd and 9, and another 3rd down opportunity for this Braves defense to get off the field. This is the 6th play of this drive. 3:06 to go in the quarter.
Ottawa bringing in an extra defensive back as Taylor Petty will move to safety, along with Sanchez, and then they'll move Taylor down basically an outside linebacker position.
McGee slings it out far side. It'll be caught, but it's going to be well short of a first down at the Tabor 49-yard line.
Tremendous catch, though, on the far side as that one goes to Jarek Harper, the 5'6", 150-pound sophomore transfer from Shorter University. Gardner's going to trot out the punt team, but nice job to get his feet down as that one was thrown way outside.
Well, and again, Tabor will do a good enough job to force Ottawa to have a long field here as McComas, the punter, will come out. He'll punt from the Tabor 32. Dylan Foose will be at the Braves 14, close to the far hash mark. Snap is good. Kick is away. Foose runs up, gets it at about the 20, makes a man miss at the 25, and falls forward to the 31-yard line. And it looks like they may mark him at the 32. So not a bad return there for Dylan Foose.
Foose yet again. It was a low punt, able to field it on the run and just put his shoulder pads down and pick up good yardage. Ottawa not putting themselves in trouble like they did a week ago against Kansas Wesleyan in the special teams game.
So 1st and 10 for Ottawa at their 32.
Reeder will be back out as the tailback. Teal and Dillard's here to the near side. Braves have the tight end on the far side. They also have an extra back in the backfield. Snap, a little low. There's a fumble on the snap and a turnover there. Lewis didn't even watch between Lewis and the tailback Reeder, and there is a big turnover right there.
Lewis just didn't look like he didn't know what the play was, Bob. He did a complete 180 in the backfield, and not sure he was even supposed to go to Reeder on that play, but first turnover of the game. Ottawa picking up where they left off a week ago.
And now at the 29 of Ottawa, Tabor takes over.
This is a tough ask for this defense. Tabor's had great field position, but this is the best they've had all afternoon.
Braves up by 14, but Tabor can cut it in half here as they have a great start here. But, yes, once again, it looked like a lot of confusion there offensively and something you didn't want to see if you're a Braves fan. And out there, we'll see if that is McGee who goes under center. Two backs into the backfield. It is McGee. He's going to fake the handoff, rolls out, and he's going to get rid of it as he could have been sacked, and that would have been a big loss. Good job there by the Braves defense.
Trying to see what number that was for the Braves on the far side as they came shooting through the gap. I believe that's the backup linebacker for the Braves, Matt Blankenship, 6', 225-pound junior from Grandview, who's in the middle of the field standing next to Colby Johnson. So could be an injury in the middle linebacker position as well.
2nd and 10 from the 29, ball between the hash. They're going to hand it off, bouncing it outside. Good blocking across the 25, the 20, and forced out of bounds goes the running back Cooper, and he'll pick up the first down and go out of bounds at the 19 of Ottawa.
Cooper has deceptive speed, Bob, and if you don't keep contained, he will continue to bounce it outside until he runs out of real estate and decides to put his foot down and pick up the yards that he can. And back into the game will be Josiah Wilson, but the Braves losing contain only for the second time as they've really held Cooper in check up until this point. That was actually at that point he was 3 carries for no yards until that play.
1st and 10 from the 19. McGee with the back behind him. Now man in motion near to the far side. We'll have a whistle, and that's going to be, we'll see if we have what the official call is.
I think it's going to be a false start there, Bob, on one of the receivers.
And you're right there, Casey. False start. That'll push it back 5 yards to the 24 to make it 1st and 15 for the Blue Jays. Minute 46 to go, first quarter. 14-0 Ottawa. Tate moves here to the near side along with the second receiver. 2 receivers far side. Johnson, the tailback, he'll be to the left of McGee. McGee wants to throw. He's going to take off with it here to the near side, and he's going to take a hit, fall forward to about the 21, and that'll be a gain of 3.
You saw the new helmet rules coming into place there. Marcus Fenderson had a clean hit from last year. He would have lowered the boom, but realizing it would have been a helmet-to-helmet, just kind of spun off and gave the quarterback there an opportunity to roll for 3 or 4 yards.
So it'll be 2nd down and 12. Ball at the 21 of Ottawa at the near hash. McGee shotgun. Johnson to the left of him. Handoff. Johnson will be shut down after a gain of a yard to the 20. He was looking for a little bit of a lane between the guard and center. Comes up a little slowly, but he looks to be okay.
Colby Johnson read the play from the beginning. Flies in to make the tackle as he was able to split the guard and the tackle on this left side as trying to reach to him was the freshman Matt Clarkson, and Johnson just too fast and able to dive in there and give up the short gain.
Tate near side, 3 receivers far side. McGee to throw. He's going to throw it quickly. Has a man wide open over the middle. Dives for the pylon. Nope, they're going to say he's out of bounds at the 3. That was Johnson, the tailback. He squirted out and was left wide open in the middle. The Braves left that wide open.
Yeah, Sanchez just got lost in coverage and looked like it could have been cover 3 that time for the Braves. And Tabor, a team that put the ball in the air 12 times last week, has already thrown it 10 times and is 6 of 10.
17 yards on that pass play. It'll make it 1st and goal from the 3 with 3 seconds to play here in the first quarter. And we will see the quarter run out. And so at the end of one period of play, it is 14-0 Ottawa. We will take a 60-second break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Street construction has finally hit Leon's in downtown Ottawa. We will have blowout specials every day. Last Monday, it was buy any super burrito and get one for $1. These specials will change daily and sometimes twice per day. Keep up with us on Leon's Facebook page or call 242-8227.
At State Farm, our goal is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. This is State Farm Agent Keith King in Ottawa. Let me help you protect what's most important to you. Give my office a call at 785-242-9435 or stop by at 111 South Main Street in Ottawa.
As a farmer, you know that raising the best crop raises the best profit. The condition of your fields is the key to the best crop, best profit return. The Ottawa Co-op knows that you may not always have the time to be sure your fields are in their best shape. That's why they offer the Crop Scouting Program. When you take part in the Crop Scouting Program, the Ottawa Co-op is with you in the field from pre-plant to harvest, offering application recommendations along the way. Call Brian Green at 785-242-1032. The Crop Scouting Program. Just one more reason the Ottawa Co-op is your partner for success.
We are back at Braves Field. Bob Johnson, Casey Weeder with you as we start the second quarter. Braves are in front 14-0, but Tabor is on the doorstep of cutting that lead in half. They have it first and goal from the 3.
And Bob, Ottawa has now outscored its opponents 65-21 in the first quarter this year. The second quarter and on, the Braves have been outscored in every quarter, but in the second quarter, Ottawa's been outscored 68-40. And now Tabor's going to have their first play in the second quarter from the Ottawa 3 after a big third down pickup through the air. But Tabor is 6 of 10 for over 60 yards now. And that is a problem for the Braves, as Tabor doesn't want to put the ball in the air, but if you're going to play off of them and give them 5 or 6 yards, they're going to let it loose.
Yeah, and the thing is that at some point in time, this Tabor team is going to break out with a big play. And right now, the momentum, I think, is squarely on their side.
Well, that's what happens when you turn the ball over deep in your own territory, and just some miscommunication by the Braves offense there with Lewis visibly confused, with Coach K on that one. And, that happens with the backup quarterback sometimes. But at this juncture, you've been the starting quarterback for over 2 weeks. You've got to know what the plays are and be able to make that handoff to James Reeder, who really didn't look like he was expecting the ball.
No, and it looked like it was broken from the start. And now we get ready to return back to play. And Tabor was showing I formation and was going to go power, it looked like, to try to punch it into the end zone. Braves right here could use a turnover themselves, but now they've got to hold steady and not only be able to play the run, but Casey, here's a good opportunity for a play action pass. You bootleg out, and we saw right down there to get him right here at first and goal. You get enough space open to squirt somebody out, and the middle's left wide open.
Well, and McGee's already shown off his legs, as he's actually the leading rusher right now for Tabor. 4 attempts for 17 yards. Had that long of 13 to keep the drive alive. You look at the numbers from the first quarter, Bob. Tabor had 81 yards of total offense. Ottawa with 150. Tabor only averaging 3.7 yards a play. Ottawa at 8.8. But Tabor they could punch it in here on this drive or right back in it.
Harper far side, Tate to the near side, I formation. Johnson is the tailback. Under center, McGee. Handoff, Johnson. He's going to push, but he's going to be brought down at the 1.
Good push that time, though, by the right side of the line for Tabor to pick up 2. And it's going to be second and goal from the 1.
15 seconds into the second period. Blue Jays on the doorstep. And again, we'll see the fullback in there for the Blue Jays, Barrett Smith. He's going to have behind him this time Cooper. 2 receivers to the near side. Johnson's also back there. So 3 backs in the backfield. Under center, McGee. They'll pitch it out here to the near side. Some good blocking. And diving it into the end zone is Johnson. Touchdown, Blue Jays.
Tabor had a whole host of blockers coming to that left side as they went with the sweep to Johnson. And he's able to scamper, and Ottawa actually played it pretty well, but Johnson, knowing where the goal line is, just stretches the ball out, and Tabor's right back in it.
Well, and this defense for Ottawa already asked to do a lot here in this first half, and having to come out, this drive started at the Braves 29 after a fumble, the extra point attempt coming up by Smith. Snap placement, kick is away. It's low. It may have been tipped a little bit, but it's good. And so the lead cut in half. It's 14-7 with 14-16 left to go here in the first half, or 14-7, excuse me, Ottawa. And Casey, we go back to that fumble, and we have seen the Braves turn the ball over at inconvenient times that really have allowed teams to take advantage and put a hurting on Ottawa. And that's what happened right there.
That's just the type of turnover that it was. I mean, you had forced Tabor to punt it away. You had good field position. It's not like you were trying to throw it 50 yards downfield. It is a simple handoff that you work on day one. So that's the type of thing that has to be so frustrating for Coach K, is that is not a play where you're expecting to make a mistake. That is football 101.
And now the offense will try to come out and redeem itself here. Chambers will be to the far side. To the near side for Ottawa, it'll be Kamari Dennis. But Ottawa, I think this offense, number one, has to have a drive that takes some time off the clock and gives this defense some rest. But two, I think you've got to answer it with some points. Kickoff is coming from Smith. It'll be angled far side, taken by Chambers. He's up the numbers far side at the 20-25. He's near the 30. He'll be drug across the 30 and up to the 34-yard line of Ottawa. So a good start right there for the Braves.
Yeah, Chambers took a big shot at the end of that play, but a good return. A little surprised he took it out as he fielded it around the 1-yard line, but manages to pick up enough to where Ottawa makes up about 9 yards of field position. As if you take a knee, you get it out the 25. Now you get it at 34.
So 1st and 10 Ottawa from the 34, ball at the far hash.
We're seeing single coverage here, Bob, on the near side on Kyle Teal. See if the Braves try and take a chance here, as Teal has a major height differential here on our near side.
Shotgun Lewis, he doesn't even look that way. He looks for Dillard, far side. And this is the problem here, Casey. One thing Lewis has got to do, he's got to look at his other receivers.
Well, if he just looks one receiver to the left, Dylan Foose ran right down the seam and was left wide open as two defenders for Tabor both went right after Darian Dillard, as Ottawa now going to line up in trips to the near side.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 34. 14:04 to go in the half. Reeder will be the back. He'll be to the right of Lewis. Now Foose into the backfield. He'll add some extra protection. Lewis wants to take off, throws it. It'll be caught by Teal at the 40. He'll move forward to near first down yardage. I think he's got it at the 44.
Official on the far side had him short, but this near side has him closer to the 45. Actually, they do mark it at the 44, so not even going to measure. Still enough for a first down.
Lewis was close, though, to going over that line of scrimmage. He's got to keep an eye on that.
But one thing that you do like to see is he's keeping his eyes downfield.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 44. Not a good snap there. Hand off to Reeder. Reeder gets away from the first of the tackles. He's past the 50, past the 45 with Tabor, and down to the 44.
Yeah, the snap a little slow, but James Reeder able to make it up with his legs. He picks up a first down. And this is where the play-action pass will come into play if the Braves can pick up good yardage on first down. We'll see if maybe Ottawa can catch Tabor sleeping here with some play action.
12 yards by Reeder. 1st and 10, shotgun. Lewis out here to the near side, wanted Foose, but floated it too far over his head, incomplete.
Well, and it wouldn't have gone for more than a yard or two anyways. It's flying down from his safety position again was Jameer Holland, who really would have had Foose bottled up.
Well, Lewis is not exactly known for his touch passing. He's more of a bullet passer.
Well, and that's one where you need to bullet it. You have a guy that is facing the backfield, running down the line of scrimmage. You got to get it to him quick and at least give him an opportunity to get him some space.
2nd and 10 from the 44, Tabor. Lewis will take the low snap, wants it near side. He wanted Teal. Teal was knocked off his route, and that'll be incomplete. It'll be 3rd and long.
Yeah, Teal was triple covered, and I think Lewis throwing it away, but luckily had enough on it to where the safety wasn't able to run under it and get the interception. But now Ottawa with back-to-back incompletions puts themselves in 3rd and 10. And coming into the game for the Braves at the receiver position is Trayvon Hards, who last week got some good playing time, Bob, but was unable to make a catch. Actually had one that hit him in the face mask. So Ottawa trying to work him into the offense at 6'8". He is a problem in coverage.
Coach K is going to call a timeout. Foose would have had single coverage He was the middle receiver out of the three here on the near side. And you would have had to kind of like that matchup there if Lewis would look for him. But Lewis on the day right now is 6 of 13, 140 yards. He's averaging almost 11 yards a pass. But, again, he's just – there's not a crispness there. He
still seems like he's unsure of himself.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure if that comes from feeling like, going back all the way to spring ball, he was the starter going into fall. Connor Kagi transfers in, comes the starter. Lewis feels like he has to do something special to get into the game. Right now, it is his job. There is no Connor Kagi out there. He is injured. And for right now, you have to know this is your job, and you don't have to do things the way Connor Kagi does things. Lewis has the arm to make the throws. He's just overthinking it right now. And we've seen him when he throws those touch passes like we saw on the big touchdown to Darian Dillard early on in the first quarter. He can make those throws when he steps into it, but he's got to be confident, and he can't throw off his back foot, and he can't throw into triple cover.
Sterling leads St. Mary 14-0. So Sterling getting some momentum going. The Braves will be out there next week for that ball game. And also for Baker fans, they're down to Benedictine right now, 17-7.
Yeah, Baker, who's already had one loss this season, as they fell to Grandview in week 1, really in some danger if they fall to Benedictine. And you look at the HAC right now, Evangel at 4-0. It's been a surprise so far in the HAC. And then imagine if Avila was in the HAC right now and what they could have done, as they make the move from the HAC to the KCAC this year. So really right now the KCAC and the HAC kind of all over the place. Definitely not what you expected here as we start week 4.
No, and Ottawa picked to finish in the middle of the pack. And right now above that, which, it's good right now. I mean, you've already got as many wins as what you had last year, but you want to see that success going.
Well, this gauntlet of a schedule for the Braves in the middle of their season is they played Kansas Wesleyan last week, Tabor this week, and next week you go to Sterling. So you've got to find a way to get a victory at home and give yourself a chance next week against Sterling.
It'll be 3rd and 10 for Ottawa from their own, or from the Tabor 44. Ball will be at the far hash mark. 13-13 to go in the half. Braves up 14-7. And we'll see 3 receivers here to the near side, 1 to the far side. Lewis will be in shotgun. He'll have nobody in the backfield. Tabor brings pressure. Lewis steps into it, finds Dillard, throws a bullet. He's going to have first down yardage at the 32 of the Blue Jays.
Simple dig route there by Dillard. And he knows exactly where he needs to get to with the sticks. And Lewis goes back to his safety blanket for the first down.
1st and 10 Ottawa at the 32 of Tabor. Between the hashes is the football. 3 again near side, 2 to the far side. Lewis steps up. He's going to roll out here to the near side. Looks, throws, fires too hard or too high over the head of Reeder. Lewis felt a little bit of pressure as Tabor coming right at him.
And Braves very lucky not to get a holding penalty. It's running down that near side for Tabor. Coming from his defensive line position was Tanner Hattenback. And they are asking the officials why that wasn't a hold, and I can't blame them.
Well, it could have been the theatrics, because that looked a little bit like a South American soccer player, I'll be honest, the way he threw his arms up. But nevertheless, they did get away with one there. 2nd and 10, Tabor brings pressure. They're going to get Reeder in the backfield for a loss back to the 35. That's a loss of 3.
And now a flag comes out after the play, Bob, and I think this is going to go on Ottawa. It's getting tangled up for the Braves was the left guard, Blaine Saxon. And he got into it with Keelan Ellison, and this is just a dumb penalty.
So at tack on 15 yards there, that's going to put the ball all the way back to midfield for Ottawa.
Definitely not something winning ball clubs do, is you've now taken yourself out of field goal range. I don't care what kind of leg Nick Rodriguez has, Bob. He's not making it from here.
No, and this has been an issue for Ottawa at times this year. Dumb penalties at really bad times.
Well, and if you're the receivers right now, do your best to get this one inside the 30 and at least give yourself an opportunity to potentially kick a field goal or put yourself in 4-down territory.
Shotgun Lewis. Nobody in the backfield. They'll dump it off screen play. Dillard's going to be bottled up. That's going to be a loss of another couple of yards back to, or at least 1 to the 49. And Not the way you want it to go, but the Braves will punt.
Yeah, Zach Roth and on the tackle there. 6'2", 200-pound freshman from Wichita, Kansas. Played for the defending 5A champions from Wichita, Bishop Carroll, from a year ago.
But and one positive here, the Blue Jays could be pinned back. 1, 2, the defense had some time to rest here as Rodriguez will punt from the 34. Kick is, it is a bad kick as that wobbles and shanks and goes out of bounds as the far official runs up past the 25, past the 30, and up to the 34 of Tabor. Oof. And Casey, you being a special teams player yourself, that right there is nothing worse, but nothing more deflating too than to shank that kick.
Well, and for a punter, that is the perfect distance you want to be at because you don't have to worry about Kafka cornering it. You can just let it rip. And unfortunately, with that little bit of wind out there, looked like it might have been a bad drop and something you just cannot have. Those are those hidden yards that we talk about when it comes to special teams. And you could have had an opportunity to pin Tabor back and make them go 80, 90 yards. Instead, Tabor really not harmed at all. I mean, even if you're on third down, if you were to pick up 15 yards, would have been better. You could have gone for it on fourth down and thrown a 15-yard out. It would have been better than that punt from Rodriguez.
We're going to take a 60-second break, 11:37 to go, first half, 14-7 Ottawa. You're listening to Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Chad Bruner, Director of the Ottawa Recreation Commission.
The Ottawa Recreation Commission would like to thank all of our volunteers for their service in helping with the ORC. These individuals play an important role in everything we do here. From all the ORC staff and board members, thank you.
No matter the brand, Adamson Brothers can prepare your AC for the hot summer months ahead. Call them today at 785-242-9273. Adamson Brothers, maintaining your comfort for over 30 years.
At State Farm, our goal is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. This is State Farm Agent Keith King in Ottawa. Let me help you protect what's most important to you. Give my office a call at 785-242-9435 or stop by at 111 South Main Street in Ottawa.
Smart Ottawa shoppers know Cosentino's Price Chopper has the best rewards program in town. Only Price Chopper lets you earn points on all your purchases. Visit mypricechopper.com and start saving on food or fuel today. Shop Cosentino's, your local family-owned grocer since 1948.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
11:37 to go, first half, 14-7 Ottawa. Tom Talbot is joined to say hi to everybody. Former Braves defensive coordinator, now head poobah here at Ottawa University. So I want to say hello to Mr. Tom Taldo, as it'll be 1st and 10 Blue Jays from the 34 of Tabor. Ball at the far hash. 3 receivers near side, 1 far side. Back will be to the left of the quarterback. McGee slings it out here near side. A little comeback route will be caught. And across the 40 to the 42 goes the wide receiver, Burnett. And that'll be a gain of 8.
And on the coverage there for the Braves was looking to be Marcus Fenderson. But again, Ottawa just giving Tabor 6-7 yards every single time in that really in coverage, just no pressure being put on.
Handoff goes to the running back, Cooper.
And he's going to have enough as he was able to get to the 45. Even though Ottawa able to bottle him up, as there's been some major substitutions for the Braves here defensively, as now Colton Tafoya, 5'10", 170-pound freshman from Bigsby, Oklahoma, will come into the game. And head coach, or defensive coordinator, Thomas Pearson, really trying everything at corner right now.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 45. Ball at the near hash. Tate near side. 3 receivers far side. McGee shotgun. Has it back to the left of him. McGee wants to throw. He's going to keep it. There is a flag. This is going to come back.
Well, this is going to be for a high-low, I think, which would be 15 yards, Bob. As not only they were blocking Cole Green over the offensive line and diving at the knees that time was the running back for Tabor, Travion Cooper, and this should go for 15 and not just 10.
Offense number 79 and 31. 15 yards and 3 stops.
And a good call there by Casey Weeder. to pick that one up. So that's a loss of 15 back to the 30. It'll be first down and 25.
Yeah, that is how ACLs are destroyed, and something that they're trying to get out of the game.
Sounds like a children's book. How ACLs are destroyed.
We'll write that one after this one, Bob.
I think so.
Make lots of money.
Why not? First and 10 from the 30. Ball at the near hash of Tabor. McGee will hand it off. They'll go right up the middle. Big hole up across the 35, but finally drugged down at the 38. Goes the running back, Cooper.
Terrell Taylor finally makes the tackle. First time we've seen the draw from Tabor, and the defensive line just flew upfield for Ottawa. Could have driven a truck through the middle of that defensive line. But nice job by Taylor to come up and make the tackle. If he doesn't, Cooper is easily getting across the 45, 50-yard line.
Gain of 8 makes it second down, 17 from the 38 of Tabor. Ball here at the near hash. Twin receivers set to the far and near side. McGee shotgun, the back to the left of him. McGee wants to throw, does here near side. Again, another flag.
It's going to be for another high-low. And coverage on that play was from Kendall Miller, and with a better throw, Miller makes the interception, I think.
Now, I'm not sure if that's going to be because of the high-low or it could be the ankle. But Ottawa University's Cole Greenwood limping just a little bit. But that you called it again, Casey. That 15-yard penalty will push it back to the 23.
And they just cannot handle Greenwood and Garcia right now in the middle of that defensive line for the Braves. They're having to double team them on when they try and pass block. I'm trying to see who is in the game for Ottawa right now, Bob, a defensive end. That looks like that's Daniel Diacon, who's at right defensive end. He is a freshman from Daytona Beach, Florida.
Second and 32. McGee wants to throw, fires, goes short. It'll be caught at the 37, and up to the 40 goes the wide receiver here on the near side, Jackson.
Kendall Miller makes the tackle, the 6'1 senior from Norton. And definitely a manageable third down here for Tabor, who was looking at about third and a mile. Now only third and 15. If you pick up 10 yards, you think about going for it on fourth down. But definitely in a passing situation here are the Jays.
Gain of 17 there, third and 15 from the 40 of Tabor. Ball at the near hash. McGee, gets away from pressure, goes up the middle. He's going to gain 4 to the 44. The Braves had brought pressure and almost had him back in the backfield.
Yeah, Diacon able to try and leap over his defender, put some pressure on McGee and force him to step up in the pocket. And again, Ottawa with a little bit of a coverage sack that time, forcing the quarterback to just try and pick up what he could with his legs, and Tabor will punt it again, as this will be their third punt of the ballgame.
4th and 11 from the 44 of Tabor. McComas is on to punt. He'll punt from the 30. Foose is at the Braves 12. Kick is away. It'll be angled here to the near side. It'll bounce at about the 28, the 27, and just roll out of bounds. Just took a straight line to the end line. And let's see where they mark it. That may actually be where the officials got the ball. And that is. So the Braves will have it at their own 30. So 8:33 to go here in the first half. First and 10 Ottawa at their own 30. The defense able to get off the field, but they were aided with some personal foul penalties there. But the Braves back on. They're going to go I formation here. Dillard near side. That looks to be, we'll double check, but that may be Teal to the far side, as Lewis will go under center. Let's see if this handoff here will go smoothly, as Reeder will be the tailback. Handoff, Reeder wants to bring it here to the near side, and Tabor is able to manage that to be maybe a slight loss, but we'll call it about a loss of a half yard. It'll keep it at 2nd and 10.
Tabor defensively has really shut down this Ottawa rushing attack. That's Ottawa's 11th rush for only 28 yards. Reeder now only 8 carries for 19 yards on the afternoon.
They are going to give it a full yard loss back to the 29. So it'll be 2nd and 11. Lewis fakes the handoff, looks, throws, wants Dillard here near side. He goes up for it, tries to make the one-handed catch, incomplete. Good coverage there by Devine, the defensive back. But it'll be 3rd and 11.
Good throw there by Lewis. I think Dillard's got to go up with two hands that time. I know he wants to make the top 10 catch like we saw from Bo Evans last week against Ottawa, which a little surprised that one didn't end up on SportsCenter. But Dillard made that catch 3 or 4 times last week, and a good ball by Lewis, as really Dillard was the only one that was going to make that catch.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Lewis shotgun, Reeder to the tailback. It's going to be 3rd and 11 from the 29. Throw here to the near side. It'll be caught by Dillard. First down yardage at the 44 of Ottawa. Tabor played a little soft there.
Yeah, Devine on the coverage for Tabor. And again, Dillard just knowing the sticks, and we see Lewis amp it up as he throws a bullet on the out route.
1st and 10 from the Braves 44. Ball at the near hash. Handoff Reeder. He wants to bounce it outside. Does. Gets about a yard, maybe 2, as he crosses the 45 to the 46.
Ottawa trying to go with a little bit of tempo that time. Tabor looking to get some subs in, and Ottawa trying to catch him sleeping. Unfortunately, Reeder was forced to bounce it outside and had to go about 20 yards to pick up just 2.
2nd down, 8 from the Braves 46. Ball at the far hash. 2 receivers near side. Reeder the tailback. Lewis wants to step up. He's going to be sacked, and that's a big sack back to the 38. And he was not prepared for that one. It looked like the offensive line lost their blocking ability.
Well, and Tabor doesn't even bring a blitz that time, Bob, and getting there in the sack for Tabor is Tanner Hettenbach. And a big sack for the Blue Jays. Lewis has just got to feel that pressure. He had a lot of room if he takes off. A couple seconds before that, he tried to stay in there and find a receiver. You got to have that internal clock on when to get rid of the ball.
3rd and 15 from the Braves 39. Ball between the hashes. Shotgun Lewis. 2 receivers both sides. Lewis has time. He's just going to take off with it. He's to midfield. He's got first down yardage and takes a big shot at the 44. And there's a flag coming in. That's going to be, I'm not sure if that's going to be a targeting or not.
Yeah, and I don't think Spencer Lewis knows where he is right now, Bob.
Yeah. And the offensive line not happy about that shot.
And that could be targeting, but yeah, there's an official coming in from the near side that's
Lewis, and if Lewis is done, that leaves Jack Garcia for the rest of the day.
And that's one where Lewis has to slide. He left his body susceptible to that hit. I know it's going to be called targeting, but as a quarterback, you got to protect yourself as he took a shot.
And that looks like who made that hit was Caleb Devine. But if this is, and I understand where you're coming from, but they are trying to get those hits out, and you know that as a defensive player, you have to know that.
Well, that, and at the same time, your eyes get huge because you see the quarterback who's, you can't ever really get a hit on if you're a safety or a corner. Your eyes light up. You're going to try and make that hit. And unfortunately, at this point, it's either targeting or it's at minimum a personal foul.
The gain was up to the 44.
But great job by Lewis to pick up the first down with his legs when the pocket really collapsed in front of him again.
And the officials are really taking a long time to discuss this. And I'm not sure what the discussion would be.
Well, I think you really have to talk about it because there's no instant replay.
There is no flag. They're gonna pull up the flag.
Wow.
And now the officials are coming over to talk to head coach Kent Kessinger.
It's got to be at a minimum a personal foul.
Wow.
Unnecessary roughness, but
wow.
So Ottawa loses their quarterback and doesn't pick up the additional 15.
Incredible. That is a gain of 17, though, but now Jack Garcia has to come in. There is nobody else quarterback-wise for Ottawa.
Someone get Bobby Adamson on the phone.
Twin receivers near side, one to the far side. Garcia steps back, wants to throw, pump fakes, has Foose. It'll be caught. Is he in bounds? No, he's out of bounds. Lucky that wasn't picked off.
Coming from the safety position to almost get the interception first off was Devontae Tolles, the 6'2", 196-pound junior from Feather River College. Garcia just put a little too much air under that one. He's got to throw it on the line as Foose was open as he was able to break through the zone between the corner and the safety.
So it'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 44 Tabor. Pistol look for Ottawa. Foose is in motion, far to the near side. They're going to hand it off. No, Garcia keeps it, pitches it out near side to Foose, but Tabor reads that perfectly. And that looks like they'll mark him maybe for a gain of a yard to the 43.
Well, and look for Tabor to start loading up the box here, putting 8 and 9 guys around the line of scrimmage.
Oh, no gain. Actually, a loss of a yard back to the 45. I'm sorry, Casey.
So now Garcia going to go with an empty backfield here as he'll have 2 to his left and 3 to the right.
So it'll be 3rd and 11, 5:30 to play in the half, 14-7 Ottawa. Ball at the 45 of Tabor near hash. Garcia steps up, looks, throws, fires, caught by Dillard at the 30. He's at the 25, makes a man miss, goes over to the far side. He's at the 20, he's at the 15, he's at the 10. He high steps into the end zone. Touchdown, Braves!
And Darian Dillard does it all by himself, but give some credit to Jack Garcia. Standing in there waiting for Dillard on that dig route, and Darian Dillard does what Darian Dillard does, Bob, and that's make fantastic plays as he does it with his legs. Got some good blocks on that far side to spring him for the touchdown. But what a response by the Braves after your starting quarterback goes down with an injury, and a player that's not even listed on the roster as a quarterback comes in and leads your team for a touchdown.
So the Braves go up by 2 scores, 5:14 to play here in the half. Extra point is up, and it slides through the pipes. It's good. 21-7 Ottawa. And let's take a 60-second break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
What it means to be an OU Brave is to be yourself. What I've learned here is I've created memories with friends, and I was actually really comfortable being in my own skin here. Everybody has their own personality, and we're all unique here, just trying to live significant lives. And I think I'm going to leave here with an imprint that will last forever and that I can hold on to and look back at and laugh at and see that I not only learned something, but I created friendships and memories that will always stick with me. That's what it means to be brave, to be yourself.
Be a Brave. Visit ottawa.edu.
At State Farm, our goal is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. This is State Farm Agent Keith King in Ottawa. Let me help you protect what's most important to you. Give my office a call at 785-242-9435 or stop by at 111 South Main Street in Ottawa.
Kramer Pharmacy, downtown Ottawa, hopes you're enjoying this KOFO sports broadcast and wishes all the area teams good luck this season. Call Kramer Pharmacy today and ask about their convenient MedSync program that allows you to have all your prescriptions filled at the same time each month. Call 242-2055.
So the Braves get on the board, a 45-yard touchdown pass. Jack Garcia to Darian Dillard, his second of the day. 21-7 Ottawa, 5:14 to go here in the half. But a lot of concern here on the sideline for Spencer Lewis as he took a shot. Not only was there not a penalty given, the targeting wasn't called, but no penalty after the shot. And Lewis, I'm not sure. He may be beginning to realize where he is, but it took him a while.
Oh, yeah, it's Coach K and Clarence Anderson, the receivers coach down here, talking to him. And, you know, he seems to be carrying on conversation okay, Bob, but my goodness gracious, what a shot he took on that last drive.
Braves are able to stretch this lead out to 2 touchdowns again. Defense was able to get off the field. That was a 9-play drive. 70 yards, and took just over 3 minutes off the clock. And now we've got to see what happens with this Braves offense from here on out as Rodriguez will kick it off. There will be 2 back for the Blue Jays. Near side, that's going to be Dravion Cooper, and that may be Johnson to the far side. And that looks like it is Josh Johnson. So,
and Bob, we might need to start looking at single game receiving yardage records for the Braves. Darian Dillard now 7 catches, 143 yards and 2 touchdowns, and we're not even to halftime.
Wow. And he has had a 100-yard game every game so far this year for Ottawa. He may be the best receiver in conference.
And I would dare say one of the best in the nation.
Rodriguez will kick it off. It'll be angled here near side. Cooper will let it go into the end zone. And so Tabor will start at their own 25. So 5:14 to go in this half. And don't touch that dial. This is going to turn into an interesting rest of the second quarter, but rest of this ball game. with what's playing out right now, I don't know that you could ask for much more drama.
Well, what does Tabor do offensively? They're trailing by 14. They've had some success throwing the ball. Running the ball, though, has been a little bit of an issue. Only 17 rushes, 453 yards, which they did have some success a couple drives back running the football. But if it wasn't for an Ottawa turnover, this game would be 21-0.
It'll be Tate and the second receiver here to the near side, and we have a delay of game on Tabor.
And that's part of the new rules as well, Bob, is you really have to rush your offense out on the field because they do start the play clock as soon as the ball is down. So you really have to rush your offense out there. There's no more, lollygagging to get out there. And you see this quite often. You've seen it in the NFL and in college.
Twin receivers to both sides of the field. McGee will fake the handoff, slings it out here near side. It'll be caught by Cooper, and he'll be up to the 29 for a gain of 4.
King on the coverage, along with Fenderson as they were in zone, a
gain of 9.
I mean, McGee is looking at his receiver from the time that ball is snapped. Ottawa has to start trying to jump some routes here, and because they are throwing just 6-7 yard outs, and Ottawa is taking forever to get out there in coverage.
2nd and 6, handoff, Johnson. He's going to bounce it outside. He's got first down yardage. He'll go out of bounds as he crosses the 35 to the 36 of the Blue Jays, and they may give him to the 37.
Well, how long does how many times am I going to say this today? Defensive coordinator Thomas Pearson go back to a one safety look. You got 2 safeties in the game. You actually had Tabor outnumbered on that play, but your corners and safeties taking too long to get involved in the run game.
Gain of 8, handoff again, Johnson, feeling his way through, finds a hole as he crosses the 40 to the 41-yard line. That'll be a gain of 4.
Johnson finding a little bit of a rhythm, Bob. He had only 5 rushes for 9 yards before these last 2 rushes where he's picked up 15 yards in back-to-back rushes, and now Ottawa has got to find a way to stop the run game.
2nd and 6 at the 41 at Tabor, under 4 minutes to go first half. Shotgun. McGee, 3 receivers, both over to the far side, 1 to the near side. Catch is made by Tate, and then he is plowed into at the 45. That'll make it a 3rd and short, about a 3rd and 2 for the Blue Jays.
King with good coverage that time. And not sure Tabor's going to want to run that hitch route. As Tate was smoked from behind that time.
So it'll be Tate near side, 3 again to the far side, 3rd and 2 from the 45 of Tabor, ball to near hash, man in motion, Cooper. Now McGee's going to keep it, and he's brought down, and that'll be a loss of a couple back to the 43. That was a designed keeper from the start, and the Braves did not fall for it.
Ottawa going with a spy is Jarrell Taylor, just going right off what McGee was doing. Definitely something Ottawa's seen on film as Taylor just flew in from his safety position and read it the whole way.
Looks like they've taken away Lewis's helmet here on the sideline, and Coach K has Garcia over with the rest of the offense talking to him about what they're going to do.
Well, the good thing is Coach K has been in this position before. Braves fans can think back to the Shane Gimzo era. Not a player that had a tremendous arm, but Coach K gave him some good options in the passing game, and that team was pretty successful.
Foose takes it at the 22, and he'll be forced out of bounds at the 24 of Ottawa.
Foose trying to bounce it outside, just ran out of real estate.
So the Braves will have it, 2:28 to play in the half. Tabor will get the ball to start the second half.
Tabor does have all 3 timeouts, and I'm sure Coach Gardner's going to want to get the football back at least one more time before this half ends. Ottawa, I would like to see a little bit more option. I saw, Ottawa ran it in the last drive one time. It went for short yardage, but Ottawa ran it to the short side. That's one thing that Garcia brings is the ability to run a little bit more of a triple option when needed.
He'll go under center, 1st and 10 from the 24 of Ottawa. Reeder is the tailback. They'll hand it off. Reeder finds a hole. He'll squirt his way up to about the 27 and then to the 28 where he'll be brought down. That's a gain of 4.
Host of Blue Jays in on the tackle. That's the first one there was, again, Newshafer, the linebacker.
So it'll be 2nd and 6 from the 33. So it is going to be 2nd and 7. or from the 27, excuse me. Handoff again, Reeder. He's patient, finds a little bit of a gap. He'll get up to the 30.
Coach Gardner not looking to use his timeouts right now. Tabor actually comes away with the ball, Bob. Pointing the other way, and saying his forward progress was stopped, and Reeder comes up limping as he was kind of bent backwards at the end of that play.
Corbin Chambers will come back in. He's been dealing with an ankle injury all year long. It'll be 3rd down and 4, it looks like, from the 30. Minute 23 to go here in the half. Garcia shotgun. 3 receivers far side, 2 to the near side. Garcia steps up, rolls out here near side. He's going to be eaten alive. A sack back to the 20.
And Gardner is going to take a timeout here, Bob.
And a big play there by Ethan Straw, the defensive lineman, to force the sack. It'll be at the 21 where he goes down, a loss of 9. And so Tabor will get a chance with 69 seconds left to go. Coming up at the half, we'll get you an update on the other KCAC game in action. We'll also bring you an update on the Baker score, top 25, NCAA scores. We'll also get you caught up on what's going on this week with Ottawa University Athletics. We want to remind everybody it is triple header Saturday for Ottawa University Athletics. Following us at 6, it'll be Lady Braves soccer, and then at about 8:30, it'll be the men who will be in action. And you'll hear the games here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. And not the drive that you wanted to see here, Casey, but I think in some ways it's just trying to get to the half, I think, like you said, and kind of reformulate your game plan from there, because it looks like it's going to be the Jack Garcia show for the rest of the afternoon.
Starts with a good punt here from Nick Rodriguez. You don't want to give Tabor any opportunity to put any points on the board. But we've seen the woes on the special team side for Ottawa rear their ugly head several times throughout this season. It's got to be a good punt and good coverage, as there is an electric returner back there for Tabor, as it'll be Maurice Brown back there to return it.
So Rodriguez will punt from his own 6. Brown will be at the Tabor 47. We have a flag, and that's going to be a false start on Ottawa. So take off another 5 there to push him back. It's 6. It'll be from the 16 now. And penalties again, rearing their ugly head here, Casey. But that's just the 3rd today on Ottawa, but it's at a bad time. And it is also on the special team side where there have been struggles. So now Rodriguez will punt from the 1, and that'll put the returner at midfield. Low kick, line drive kick taken right at the 50. Slowed up. There's a flag. This is going to come back for a block in the back as the returner gets up. Brown gets to the 35, but that's going to come back for a block in the back on Tabor.
And Rodriguez is going to get away with an ugly punt. It's smart play by the Tabor returner to field it. And Tabor would have had good field. They're still going to have good field position even where the block took place. They're still going to have it at their own 40.
But with 57 seconds left, Casey, the only option you're going to have is to pass it here.
Well, and for those that were joining us 2-3 weeks ago when Ottawa took on St. Mary, we saw the Spires win with their 2-minute drill score on their first play from scrimmage that went 65 yards and a half, that Ottawa controlled basically everything. And, right now Ottawa's outgained Tabor 247 to 147. And all the momentum the Braves side, but it just takes one big play and they're right back in it.
2 receivers to the far side. That's going to be Jackson along with Burnett. Tate here to the near side with the second receiver. McGee wants to throw. He's going to have a man, but it's going to be well off target. I'm not sure that him and Jackson, the wide receiver, were on the same page. As Jackson went up the numbers, the pass went towards the sideline.
I think McGee just trying to get rid of it. Jackson was double covered. See Jarrell Taylor along with Trey Wheeler on that far side. Now we see Ottawa on that last play. King really walked up to the line of scrimmage. Ottawa has pretty similar size with these receivers. They're not too big, so you can get a little physical at the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 10 from the Tabor 40. Braves bring pressure, and the quarterback is going to go down at the 35. And making that sack, that's going to be Josiah Wilson.
Pocket collapsed. Ottawa only brought 4. A big sack there for the Braves. Clock now runs under 33 seconds.
It'll be 3rd and 15. Ball at the 35 of the Blue Jays between the hashes. And there's about a 5-second difference between play clock and game clock as McGee in shotgun will have Johnson to his left side, 3 receivers far side, Tate here to the near side. McGee looks far side the entire time. It's picked off by Ottawa, 30, 25, and brought down at the 21. And so there's the Tabor turnover right there. And making that pick for Ottawa University was Rodney Latham, and he's going to get the turnover mask.
Yeah, Latham read it the whole way. That is a tough throw for the quarterback to make, as it was a out route to the far side, and it just floated on him a little bit as McGee making a freshman mistake. And now Ottawa can probably run one play, and they can get an opportunity to kick the field goal.
So do you go for it here, Casey? We know Coach K is he likes to try to make teams pay after turnovers.
Well, we'll see what we do down here to the near side as Dillard is right down the hash all by himself. You throw a little fade route and let him go up and get it or knock it away. But it's got to be quick. You can't sit back there and take a 3 or 4 step drop as time will run out. And now Coach K is going to call another timeout.
It'll be 1st and 10 for Ottawa at their own 22. They got lucky because the play clock's starting to run low, and Coach K not happy about that at all. But right there, that's a big momentum changer, getting that interception at near the end of the half. And
and now Ottawa still has one timeout, luckily. And now we're seeing, sounded like they were calling for the field goal unit. And in this situation, Bob, if they do send out the field goal unit, which I would understand here, you tell your holder if it's a bad snap, fall down and call timeout. As soon as if it's not a great snap, you're still in an area where if you take a 6-yard loss, you can still attempt another field goal. So if you go for the field goal here on 1st down, at least you have that safety net, but you have to relay that to your holder.
I get where you're coming from here, but you have an opportunity here if you're successful to maybe begin to really take not only just momentum, but put Tabor down at the half.
It is going to be the offense, Bob, that trots out there. You had the field goal team in the huddle, but Jack Garcia will come out with Chambers to his right, Dillard out to the left. You've got to think Tabor's going to have help on him over the top.
So there it is, 1st and 10 from the 22, 7 seconds to go. Garcia looks, wants Dillard. Here near side, it'll be knocked down, incomplete. 1 second left on the clock.
Dangerous. Took way too long. And that clock stops with 1 second. At least you're going to get a chance to attempt a field goal. Not a bad ball, though, as Dillard jumped just a little too early, and that all comes from timing. You know, you got a new quarterback out there throwing to you. He just jumped a little early.
39-yard field goal attempt here. It'll be from the far hash for Nick Rodriguez. Kick is low. It's a line drive, and it is no good as it goes wide left. So that'll end the first half. But the Braves with a 21-7 lead as we go into halftime. We'll take a 2-minute break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Technology, mobile banking. I totally heart my bank.
Kansas State Bank. A better way to bank with community people you know. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Eric Price and his staff at the Lamb Roberts Funeral Homes are proud to sponsor this KOFO sports broadcast and honored to help so many families in the community with compassionate care when it's needed most. Lamb Roberts Funeral Home, Ottawa, Baldwin City, and Overbrook.
At State Farm, our goal is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. This is State Farm Agent Keith King in Ottawa. Let me help you protect what's most important to you. Give my office a call at 785-242-9435 or stop by at 111 South Main Street in Ottawa.
Street construction has finally hit Leon's in downtown Ottawa. We will have blowout specials every day. Last Monday, it was buy any super burrito and get one for $1. These specials will change daily and sometimes twice per day. Keep up with us on Leon's Facebook page or call 242-8227.
Whether it's on the field as a player or tackling your yard as a weekend warrior, injuries happen. The Orthopedic Associates of Ottawa at Ransom Memorial Health can reduce your pain. increase your function, and get you back in the game. Find out about their remarkable care by visiting ransom.org.
If you have basic construction skills, can operate motorized equipment, and a valid driver's license, the City of Ottawa is recruiting for the position of Labor Maintenance Worker 1. Complete an application online at hrepartners.com. For more information, visit City of Ottawa, Kansas Municipal Government on Facebook or their website, ottawaks.gov.
Have you seen the Colosseum in Rome? Kind of crumbly looking, isn't it? That's because it wasn't built by C.S. Cunningham Concrete. In fact, if C.S. Cunningham had been around back then, the Leaning Tower of Pisa would simply be known as the Tower of Pisa. No lean. That's because C.S. Cunningham Concrete does it right, with fully trained and licensed workers. If they'd built the London Bridge, there'd be no song about it falling down. Commercial, residential, concrete. C.S. Cunningham, 785-242-7101.
It's the little things, like finding $20 in the wash. Woo! Jackpot! Or knowing where to go for all the newest styles and best deals in town. Goodies, of course. And don't forget to visit us online for incredible sales, our newest markdowns on clearance, more extended sizes, and even more choices. Best of all, check out today's deals online for daily coupons and offers. Fresh styles, big savings, and fun perks every day. Goodies. Little things mean everything. Goodies is part of our Stage family. Offer exclusions apply.
We're at the half. The Braves have a 21-7 lead here at Braves Field. I'm Bob Johnson. As we have hit the halftime, let's get some scores for you here. Let's get you caught up on action going on. Only one game right now in the KCAC besides this one, and that's Sterling in front of St. Mary, 24-0. The rest of the schedule will pick up at 6 o'clock with Avila at Southwestern, and then 2 7 o'clock games, Friends at McPherson and Kansas Wesleyan at Bethany. So let's take a look at the scores. We'll start first with the top 25, and then we'll work our way to the Big 12 games that are going on right now here this afternoon. And so in the top 25 right now in action, it is no score between Pitt and UCF. And that looks to be the only top 25 game in action right now. There were some finals from earlier today. Michigan State beats Central Michigan 31-20. Clemson is able to come back and defeat Syracuse 27-23. Alabama rolls over Louisiana 56-14. Miami not having didn't have any trouble Thursday night with North Carolina 47-10. Big 12 scores from earlier today as KU was in action. They lost earlier today to Oklahoma State, and that was a final 48-28. One game going on. It's in the fourth quarter. West Virginia 35-27 in front of Texas Tech. And then the rest of the action coming up a little bit later on. You've got 3:30 Baylor at Oklahoma, also Texas at Kansas State. Tonight it'll be Iowa State and TCU in the other action in the Big 12. So there's our updated scores for you here as we get you caught up in the KCAC, also in the NCAA with the top 25 and then the Big 12. And a reminder, women's soccer at 6 o'clock tonight. You'll hear it here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO. And the men's game will follow that one as it is triple header Saturday on 1220 and 103.7. We'll take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll run over this week's schedule of events for Ottawa University's athletic teams. But first, a 2-minute break. You're listening to us on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
This is Craig Dengel of Dengel & Son Mortuary. All of our locations sell monuments. We have talented people who are experts in bringing your ideas to life to help you create the monument you envision. The possibilities are unlimited.
Dengel & Son Mortuary, 785-242-2323.
And we're back. One more round, Cindy, and you win.
I'm ready.
Name a bank with at least 250 locations.
Arvest Bank.
Yes. Name a bank with longer hours and award-winning service.
Arvest.
Yes, that can give you a mortgage, credit card, or loan.
Arvest.
Has a free blue checking account you can open online.
Arvest.
And has an online switch kit.
Arvest Bank.
That is correct. You're a winner.
You can be a winner, too, when you open a free blue checking at Arvest Bank. Go to arvest.com/switch or visit a friendly nearby associate. Equal housing lender.
Napa know-how.
Peak Long Life Antifreeze is just $8.99 plus a $5 mail-in rebate. It keeps your engine the right temperature, no matter how hot or cold it gets. So you can be ready for whatever crazy cold, crazy hot, or crazy whatever weather fall has in store. That's Peak Antifreeze, just $8.99 plus $5 rebate. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer ends 9/30/18.
When posting on most job sites, you get candidates.
I'm the sales director you're looking for.
I'm the sales director you're looking for.
But when you post on Indeed.com, you get the candidates just right for you.
I'm a sales director with an MBA, over 10 years experience, who's also fluent in Japanese.
With Indeed, you can add screener questions for a less time-consuming route to your short list of qualified candidates.
Arigato.
Hiring's better when you've got your short list. Save time on hiring when you post a job on Indeed. Get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Have you tried that trendy new dating app? You can have months of frivolous fun with people who just love to play games. But if you're ready for something more grown-up, try the Match app. Over 30,000 new people a day are heading to Match for grown-up conversations that lead to great dates and beyond. Our listeners that go to Match.com/mix will get 7 days free. 7 days to view photos and informative profiles to get a deeper sense of the people you'd like to meet. This free offer is only at Match.com/mix. That's Match.com/mix.
21-7 here at the half. Ottawa University in front. Let's get you caught up real quick. Coming up, as we mentioned, women's soccer tonight at 6. Women's volleyball will be taking on Bethany tonight at Wilson Fieldhouse at 7. Men at 8:30 against McPherson. And you'll hear those soccer games here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO. Junior varsity volleyball in action at the Baker University tournament tomorrow. Men's golf will be at Polk City, Iowa for the first day of the Grandview Classic. Also on Monday, junior varsity football against Baker. That's 6 o'clock in Baldwin. On Tuesday, men's golf at day 2 of the Grandview Classic. Women's soccer in action in Wichita against Friends. That'll be a 6 o'clock start on Tuesday. And then 8:30, the men's team against Falcons down in Wichita. Wednesday, we'll see junior varsity volleyball at McPherson, 5:30 for them. The varsity team plays at 7 that same night in McPherson, 7 o'clock first serve. Women's tennis on Thursday at 2 o'clock. They will be taking on Fort Hays State University here in Ottawa. Men's and women's bowling next Saturday at the Midwest Collegiate Tournament in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Tried to say that several times fast. Men's and women's cross country next Saturday in North Newton at the Bethel Invitational. Junior varsity volleyball at 11 o'clock against Friends at Wilson Fieldhouse. At 1 o'clock, it'll be women's volleyball taking on Friends. And that'll be, as I mentioned, at 1 o'clock. And we'll be on the air with you next week from Sterling, Kansas at 12:30 for the Super Stands Cleaning Service Ottawa University Braves pregame show. 1:30 kick. And you'll hear it here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll bring back Casey Weeder, and we'll talk a little bit about first half stats. You're listening to us on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO, and KOFO.com.
It's the little things, like finding $20 in the wash. Woo! Jackpot! Or knowing where to go for all the newest styles and best deals in town. Goodies, of course. And don't forget to visit us online for incredible sales, our newest markdowns on clearance, more extended sizes, and even more choices. Best of all, check out today's deals online for daily coupons and offers. Fresh styles, big savings, and fun perks every day. Goodies. Little things mean everything. Goodies is part of our Sage family. Offer exclusions apply.
Napa know-how.
Peak Long Life Antifreeze is just $8.99 plus a $5 mail-in rebate. It keeps your engine the right temperature, no matter how hot or cold it gets. So you can be ready for whatever crazy cold, crazy hot, or crazy whatever weather fall has in store. That's Peak Antifreeze, just $8.99 plus $5 rebate. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer ends 9/30/18.
As a small business owner, you make every dollar count. So what could you do with $10? Go to Vistaprint.com today and you'll get 500 high-quality custom business cards for only $9.99. That's less than 2 cents per card. And at Vistaprint, your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. So it's never been easier to turn 500 strangers into connections. Just visit Vistaprint.com and use promo code 4343 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 4343.
Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. They're the modern family.
No matter how modern your family might be, if you're pedaling around bedrock in a gas engine vehicle, you're living in the past.
Meet George Jetson.
The era of the electric vehicle has arrived. With instant acceleration, electric cars are more fun to drive and more affordable than ever. Electric cars are here. Plug in to the present. Learn more at plugintothepresent.com. Sponsored by Volkswagen Group of America.
Back here at the half, Ottawa University in front 21-7. Casey Weeder with me now, and you get a feeling in some ways that Ottawa should be ahead more than what they are. But you throw into everything that's gone on in that first half, and it's like an onion. You begin to peel back, and there's just so many layers.
Well, Ottawa started this game off strong with a 14-0 lead. You have the ball back. You force a 3-and-out for Tabor, who offensively really didn't have anything going through much of the first quarter. Then you turn it over on a simple handoff. Tabor gets the ball inside the 30-yard line, and they do punch it in to start the second quarter. But I thought Ottawa was able to recover. It seemed like Tabor had all the momentum, and Ottawa able to put a drive together towards the end of the second quarter to take the lead 21-7. But what cost it to come out is you lose your backup quarterback now potentially for the rest of this game, and going forward you're going to be in there with a player that came into this season as a wide receiver. We've seen him in JV football. He's been the starting quarterback over the last couple seasons, or has played there. But the depth at that quarterback position is very thin, and you don't want to think about what could happen if Jack goes out with an injury. But what do you do at that juncture? How does Coach K play it going forward? Because you don't want to put Garcia in a situation where he tucks and runs and takes a shot the way Lewis did. The consequences could be disastrous.
Well, that is a very good point. The good thing, though, about Garcia is he's been with this program and knows the offense really well. The thing is you've got to find what his strengths are and take advantage of it. One of the things that this Braves team had done a good job in this first half was taking advantage of the pass defense of Tabor, but now that comes into question because you've got to wonder, what kind of arm you've got with Garcia. He's a shorter quarterback. Garcia is, when you look at, he's just 5'10", so you've got to figure that out. But then you also have the rushing game for Ottawa, which is only so far 36 yards on 18 attempts. So you're not fooling anybody there. Right now, the only thing that's been working is passing.
The good thing is that you have Darian Dillard out there at wide receiver, which is going to keep Tabor honest. They're not going to be able to load the box with 9-10 guys at this juncture. They're going to have to bracket Dillard, and even when they've done that, he's been able to make catches. So I think Ottawa has to continue to stick with the running game. I know they're only averaging 2 yards a carry right now, but you got to keep Tabor honest. And we've seen the play action go for big yards. We've seen the tunnel screen go for some good yards, but you've got to at least show something on first down where you can pick up 2 to 3 yards and at least put yourself in second and third manageable, especially with a quarterback that is not used to being put under pressure like Jack Garcia. But if you make those easy routes, you give them 1 or 2 choices to make in the passing game. You get Dillard on a dig, or you have Foose on an out route or a hitch route for Teal. I feel like he can be pretty confident making those throws.
The Braves with 247 yards of offense on 39 plays. Tabor 142 yards on 37 plays. For Tabor, the leading rusher is Dravion Cooper, 7 rushes, 23 yards. For Ottawa, James Reeder, 11 rushes, 27 yards. So neither running game really making waves here this afternoon. Spencer Lewis, before getting knocked out of the game, 9 of 18, 2 touchdowns, 166 yards. Garcia's come in 1 for 3, but that one pass was a touchdown for 45 yards. Trey McGee, 6 of 9, an interception, 84 yards for him. And you mentioned Darian Dillard. This is his 5th straight game of 100 yards, 7 receptions, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns for him in the first half. CJ Tate for the Blue Jays, 4 receptions, 31 yards. In a way, neither team's offense really is putting has a spotlight on it here today. We'll put it that way. But defensively, Tabor has done a good job, as you mentioned, taking the run away, but also keeping the passing to a minimum, especially between the second and third touchdowns for Ottawa. They've done a good job of keeping Ottawa at bay. And but the Braves defense, good job too, really not allowing Tabor, except for that one touchdown, to get a whole lot going. Kendall Miller has 9 tackles on the day for Ottawa University. Caleb Devine, 4 tackles, along with New Schaefer. So, Casey, if you're Ottawa, what do you do differently here in the second half?
Well, defensively, you've got to be happy you finally forced a turnover. You've been able to stop the run, which is the bread and butter for Tabor all season, and it's been their calling card for the last 5 or 6 years. And you've shut down their leading rusher, Dravion Cooper, only 7 rushes for 23 yards. Josh Johnson, 7 for 21, and Trey McGee, 7 for 14. And Bob, you see something out here?
Spencer Lewis is back out here on the field. He's got his helmet on, and he's working out with the trainer. So we're going to keep an eye on that as we head towards the third quarter, is if Lewis is going to be okay to come back and play in this one.
Well, we'll have to see it. Lewis, who, when he took that hit, Bob, got up so wobbly that you had to take him out of the game. It wasn't like one of those things where he was a little dazed. I mean, he was completely not there after that hit happened. So, you see him run on the sideline. We'll see if he gets back in. You see one of the trainers talking to him, and we'll see what happens going forward. But offensively, the Braves are going to have to mix it up, might show some different formations. Coach K might have to dig deep into the playbook, but the good thing is you have a senior back there, a quarterback that can dive deep into the playbook.
That is a very good point. If you're Tabor, Casey, what do you do here in the second half? You're down 2 touchdowns. You've had some success here and there, but you can't allow yourself to go down a third score.
Well, you have to hope that one of your running backs is able to break a big one. They've got to get some chunk plays. They really haven't had an opportunity to really break free on some big runs. Ottawa's kept everything in front of them. But you're still in it. You're only 2 scores down if you're the Blue Jays, and it only takes one big play, and you're putting some pressure on Ottawa. And if they come out of the half and score on their first drive and make it look easy, you automatically put all the pressure back on Ottawa.
And Lewis is actually going to work out here throwing the football. So we're going to keep an eye on this. This is a developing story here as we get ready for the second half of action with the Braves quarterback. One thing I do not like seeing right now, and just in the warm-up, his tosses are low. So we'll see what happens here. There's a good one. So we are about ready for second half action. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll be ready for the kickoff. Tabor will have the ball to start. But first, a 2-minute break. You're listening to us on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO, and KOFO.com.
When posting on most job sites, you get candidates.
I'm the sales director you're looking for.
I'm the sales director you're looking for.
But when you post on Indeed.com, you get the candidates just right for you.
I'm a sales director with an MBA, over 10 years experience, who's also fluent in Japanese.
With Indeed, you can add screener questions for a less time-consuming route to your short list of qualified candidates.
Arigato.
Hiring's better when you've got your short list. Save time on hiring when you post a job on Indeed. Get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Have you tried that trendy new dating app? You can have months of frivolous fun with people who just love to play games. But if you're ready for something more grown-up, try the Match app. Over 30,000 new people a day are heading to Match for grown-up conversations that lead to great dates and beyond. Our listeners that go to Match.com/mix will get 7 days free. 7 days to view photos and informative profiles to get a deeper sense of the people you'd like to meet. This free offer is only at Match.com/mix. That's Match.com/mix.
As a small business owner, you make every dollar count. So what could you do with $10? Go to Vistaprint.com today and you'll get 500 high-quality custom business cards for only $9.99. That's less than 2 cents per card. And at Vistaprint, your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. So it's never been easier to turn 500 strangers into connections. Just visit Vistaprint.com and use promo code 4343 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 4343.
No matter how modern your family might be, if you're pedaling around bedrock in a gas engine vehicle, you're living in the past.
Meet George Jetson.
The era of the electric vehicle has arrived. With instant acceleration, electric cars are more fun to drive and more affordable than ever. Electric cars are here. Plug in to the present. Learn more at plugintothepresent.com. Sponsored by Volkswagen Group of America.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
We get ready for the second half here at Braves Field. Ottawa University in front of Tabor, 21-7. I'm Bob Johnson. Casey Weeder with me here. Glad you could join us. It's overcast. It's nice and cool, though. It's a great day for football, and it has been a very interesting contest, and we have one half left to go as the Blue Jays will be out to return this kickoff from Rodriguez. And Casey, this drive for Tabor is going to set the tone, I think, for the rest of the second half. If Tabor has some struggles and the Braves can get something going defensively and then the Braves offense comes back out, who knows what could happen if the Braves score. Back for the Blue Jays at the 5 will be Burnett. Johnson is here to the near side, also at about the 6. And the Braves will kick it off from left to right here as we are ready to get underway. Kick from Rodriguez, low line drive, bounces at the numbers, taken at about the 13. Near side, that's going to be Burnett, who will be brought down at the 25 of Tabor.
And again, Bob, it's Devin Johnston, the all special teams player. It seems like the Braves always have one freshman that kind of sets themselves apart from the rest of the freshmen on special teams. And Devin Johnston, again, right there to trip up the returner at around the 25.
Ball will be at the far hash at the 25 of Tabor. Tate lines up out here. And we have a change at quarterback because that's Lawson Lutters out there. 3 backs into the backfield. They'll fake the handoff, pitch it out. The Braves had him with the option, but bouncing it back here to the near side and picking up yardage. First down yardage across the 40 and 45 and near Braves territory at the 49. What a great run there by Cooper. Cooper, who was dead to rights, far side of the field, bounced it back and has a huge, huge gain.
And Trey Wheeler comes off limping, Bob, but can't lose contain on Cooper. He has the ability to bounce it back to the far side of the field and does just that and puts his foot down. And I think Jalen King lost a little bit of his pride on that juke move as he was shaking right out of his shoes.
26-yard gain, a handoff right up the middle as Tabor wanting to start forcing the run here with Luters as quarterback. And that'll be a gain near the 45 as the handoff goes to Barrett Smith.
Luters, a freshman from Meade, Kansas. Seeing his first action, Bob, you look at the roster, he's not even listed on the 2 deep for this team, is Michael McPeak, the sophomore, who played quite a bit against Bethel last week, and I feel comfortable more with Luters here.
Gain of 3. Handoff again to the big rumbling tailback Smith. He's 5'6", 207 pounds. He has a first down to the 38 of Ottawa.
And this is more of a flex bone look here by Tabor. Not so much an I formation. We really haven't seen him hand it to the fullback all afternoon, and they start this third quarter out. Ottawa's defense has to make some adjustments here, maybe move more to a 5-2 and get out of that 3-4.
Cooper and Smith in the backfield. They'll pitch it out to Cooper, far side. And Cooper gets across the 35, and he's forced out of bounds at the 33.
And Jarrell Taylor got absolutely drilled on that far side, Bob, and it's going to be a 15-yard penalty for Tabor.
So we will see. That would have been a gain of 5.
Yeah, the play was completely over. Jarrell Taylor just kind of chasing the ball carrier. Wow. Tell you what, Bob, that is being polite, to say the least. As Jarrell Taylor was completely depleted after the play was over, and huge break for Tabor as it saves them 5 yards.
Well, that'll put it back to the 43.
And they still get to keep first down, which is even bigger.
So it'll be 1st and 15. And 3 backs again in the backfield. Lutters And now movement.
I think that's going to go on the tight end. We'll wait and see what the officials say. Not sure if the defensive line for Ottawa made contact or not.
Tabor pointing in the direction of Ottawa. The officials discussing it, but that would give the penalty yardage back, and that would be a major mental mistake by Ottawa. It is offsides on Ottawa. So that'll put the ball at the 38, and it'll make it 1st and 10 now. Or excuse me, the 37. So mental breakdown there for the defense. 13-13 to go, third quarter. And it'll actually make it 1st and 9. And now the officials, maybe a question on the spot. No, they restart the play clocks.
And Trey Wheeler gets back out there for Devin Johnston.
So it'll be 1st and 9 from the 37. Lutter's under center. 3 backs again in the backfield. Lutter's going to keep it himself, and he's going to get wrapped up, and they're going to call a face mask on Ottawa. I'm not sure that he got the face mask. But is that going to be because it was around the head?
Potentially horse collar area, but that is pretty harsh. And he definitely got him around the shoulder pads. If anything, it was a horse collar. Never got the face mask.
Wow.
And the official that threw it was all the way behind, almost around the 15, 10-yard line. Didn't see the officials that were right next to the play throw the flag.
Wow. So that puts it at the 23 of Ottawa at the far hash. And Tabor gets a big break here with 12:45 to play, third quarter. Lutter's under center. 2 backs into the backfield. They're going to hand it off to the big rumbling back. He's going to be hit at the line, but fall forward to about the 19. So that'll be a gain, to the 21. So that's a gain of 2.
Yeah, Smith is going to grind for every yard he gets.
So Ottawa able to make a stop there. It'll be 2nd down and 8 from the 21 of Ottawa. Ball at the far hash for Tabor. Tate here to the near side. 2 backs in the backfield. Maybe look for play action here. And that's what happens. They're going to roll out here near side. Lutters keeps it himself and tries to stiff arm, and he gets thrown down to the ground. That'll be a gain to the 16, a gain of 5.
Taylor not faked out by the juke moves from Lutters. That might have worked in high school, but Jarrell Taylor just slinging him around to the ground. But Lutters still picks up 3 or 4 yards and puts it into 3rd and manageable.
3rd and 3 here from the 16 of Ottawa. 11:30 to play, third quarter. Braves in front, 21-7. Tate near side. 3 backs again to the backfield. The tailback is Cooper. Lutters under center. They'll hand it off. And breaking through is Johnson. 1st down yardage to the 10-yard line. A gain of 6.
Taylor again on the tackle, but when it's 3rd and short and your safety ends up making the tackle, that's a problem.
So 1st and goal at the 10, and this Braves defense really not looking sharp here to start this second half as Tabor completely has switched up their offense. Tate rolls out far side. Lutters goes under center, 3 backs again into the backfield. And they'll hand it off to the big fullback. That's Smith. He'll gain 2 yards to the 8. No, that is going to be a yard to the 9.
Got to wonder what Mike Gardner is thinking here. Your field goal kicker has already missed 1. Is this 4-down territory for your offense?
A gain of 1 yard. 2nd and goal from the 9. Again, 3 backs into the backfield. Tate to the far side. Ball between the hashes at the 9 of Ottawa. Lutters under center. They'll hand it off. Johnson this time cuts. Gets across the 5 and down to the 4. It's a gain of 5.
Going with the counter trap that time as they fake the handoff to the left, and then Johnson came back around for that counter handoff. And just mixing up blocking schemes right now is Tabor, which has that defensive line waiting just a second too long, trying to figure out where the ball carrier is. And I really think this is 4-down territory here for the Jays, Bob.
I'd agree with you. It'll be 3rd and 4. 3rd and goal from the 4.
Potentially a rollout situation here for the Blue Jays.
And it's going to be a handoff going forward between the tackle and the guard. He's going to be short at about the 1. That's going to be Johnson, the carry. He picks up 3. So it'll be 4th and goal. This will be the 11th play of the drive. And so what does Tabor do? They have 20 on the play clock. They're going to go for it here.
They've got a couple options here. You can QB sneak it with Lutters or hand off to Smith. I think it's going to go to Smith, though.
It's right there on the goal line. Lutters is going to keep it himself.
I don't think he got it.
I don't think he did either. And he didn't. He did not get in. He will be short, but this is going to be really bad starting position for this Braves defense.
Well, Coach K will take it. And he is short. Defense finds a way, yet again, to get off the field.
And that right there is a shot to the heart of this Tabor team, who had started at their own 25 and just ran all over Ottawa down to the 1.
Yeah, they had 11 plays for 74 yards and ran off almost 7 minutes, Bob.
No points to show for it. Now we'll see who is out. It is going to be Lewis. Lewis is out at quarterback. This is going to be interesting.
And Reeder also back in the game, Bob, who went off with that apparent ankle injury towards the end of the second quarter.
They got to get it out of there, though. A single receiver far side, Dillard near side. 1st and 10 from the 1 of Ottawa. Lewis wants Dillard. Pump fakes. Has a man. It's caught. It's nope, it's knocked out of his hands, but we do have a flag. And this may be pass interference. We'll see on who, though.
It's got to go on Tabor here. Dillard trying to go up and make a play, had his arms ripped down.
Back there on the coverage for the Blue Jays was Devine.
Devine, the player who lowered the boom on Spencer Lewis earlier this afternoon and has had his problems with Dillard, trying to keep him in front of him. Actually did a good job. Ottawa went with a hitch and go. And Devine actually read it the entire way. This is kind of a harsh penalty.
So it'll be a hold.
Ottawa gets out of the shadow of their end zone right here and kind of opens up the playbook a little bit more.
A little more breathing room as the ball gets moved to the 11.
But Tabor really not getting out of putting 7-8 guys in the box. Dillard is in single coverage here to the near side.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the Braves 11. Shotgun Lewis. He had the tailback. Reeder handoff. Reeder wanted to go through the hole. He's going to fall forward to the 15 for a gain of 4, but he took a shot.
Yeah, he went in there, Bob, but he might be regretting it right now. Tabor's defense has really had some really nice sticks. Didn't catch a number. I believe that actually went from the defensive lineman. I believe that was Ethan Straw again making that hit.
2nd and 6 from the Braves 15. Ball between the hashes. Shotgun Lewis trips receivers near side. They'll hand it off. That's Reeder. He's going to bounce it outside, and he's going to take a loss inside the 10 to the 9. That is a loss of 6 and not what you want to see coming up for 3rd down.
Well, the difference here between Lewis and Kagi is the fact that Kagi will keep it every once in a while on that read option. Tabor really just keying off Reeder and flowing straight to him. They're willing to give up a 10 or 11-yard gain and would rather make the play on Reeder, so they are just all flowing to the football really well.
3rd and 12 from the 9 of Ottawa. Lewis steps back, steps in, looks, throws, incomplete. He wanted Teal over near the sideline. Teal was caught up between 2 defensive backs. It's incomplete, and the 3 and out.
Not a great possession there for Ottawa. They do give their punter a little bit of room, but you go backwards again running the ball, and Ottawa now 20 rushes for only 34 yards.
So Rodriguez will have to punt from his own end zone with 7:41 to play. And the bad part about this, too, is you barely take a minute off the game clock here, and this defense will have to go back out once again. Rodriguez from his end zone. Blue Jay at the 45 is Brown. Kick is away. It's going to push Brown. He calls for a fair catch at about the 43. So Tabor will start in Ottawa territory. And this defense, again, will be asked to pull off a monumental task here from Ottawa's 43. And you can't keep doing this right now, giving these short fields.
I'm sure that's what Coach Kessinger is talking to his team about. And, Coach K has taken a lot of pride in the run game so far this season for Ottawa. They've been pretty balanced running and passing all season, but they just have not found a way to figure it out. And he's trying to talk to his offensive line and specifically his tight ends right now who are just not getting out to those backers and getting to the second level, which is how you get those big gains.
Well, definitely not an offense that we have seen, especially in the first 3 weeks. But again, competition has been a lot better these last 2 weeks, definitely with the scheduling. But you would think that with the way Ottawa had been able to run the ball a few times this year, that might see the run game be able to do something here. But this offense, putting the defense with its back against the wall.
Well, you have to think Ottawa's been able to keep defenses honest when Kagi decides to keep it, or whenever he's been able to break out of the pocket and pick up chunks of yardage, which forces defenses to drop and have more guys in coverage. Lewis just isn't that type of player. We did see him break off an 11-yard run earlier, which kept that first drive alive that went for a touchdown. But besides that, every handoff has gone to James Reeder. And sometimes you just got to keep the defense honest, even if it only picks up 2 or 3 yards. But you're at a point now with your quarterback where you're trying to keep him healthy.
Well, the other part of this, too, is, Casey, maybe start working on some of the short passing game here and try to pick up little bits and pieces here and there, an extension of the run game since it's not working out.
And if you need to get Jack Garcia in there to run on first or second down, at least give an idea that Ottawa might keep it from the quarterback position, you've got to do that.
As we get ready for play to resume here, Braves in front 21-7, 7:34 to go here in this first half. It's a quick moving first half. Tate will go to the far side. Again, we will see Lutters, I believe, back there. They'll hand it off, go up the middle.
And the ball's on the ground.
And the Braves have it. Another turnover. We'll see who it was that turned it over.
Well, they couldn't decide the handoff between Reuters and Smith, and no one can make a decision on who had the ball, and Ottawa comes away with it. I believe that is going to be Josiah Wilson, Bob.
And another turnover, which means the turnover mask here on the side. And so another big turnover. With 7:29 to go, this Braves offense will get the ball right back, and they'll have it at their own 41. Lewis shotgun will hand it off to Reeder. Reeder finds some room. He moves forward across the 45 and up to the 48. So a nice gain there on 7.
Leading the way that time was Blaine Saxon from his left guard position. Ottawa's line finally able to get to that second level, and that's when those 5- and 6-yard gains start to happen. And now with second and medium, Tabor's got to decide if they're going to put some more guys in the box to stop the run. This is when Ottawa can get a big play with Darian Dillard outside.
2nd and 3 from the 48 of Ottawa. Ball at the far hash. Shotgun Lewis slung out, caught by Dillard. He'll fall forward to the first down after being wrapped up by the defensive back Devine. But that'll be a gain into Tabor territory to the 48 of Tabor.
The tunnel screen, and now Ottawa looking to go quickly.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 48 of the Blue Jays. Ball at the far hash. Handoff Reeder. Squirts through, finds a hole, 45. Spins near the 40, but that's where he'll be brought down. And a nice gain there.
Reeder trying to grind out some yards. I'll have to check and see how many times this season he's gotten to 20 carries, but he's working his way there now. He's got 16 attempts.
So that'll be to the 41, a gain of 7 there.
Reeder, the only player for the Braves that was in the preseason KCAC All-Conference.
2nd and 3 from the 41. Handoff again. Reeder, first down yardage, and almost breaks a tackle. He's down at the 36, or at the 35, and a good saving tackle there, as that's a gain of 5.
Nice fundamental tackle that time for Tabor is, again, that's Jameer Holland from the safety position. coming up and saving a touchdown there, as he was the only man left for James Reeder to beat.
1st and 10 from the 36 of the Blue Jays. Ball between the hashes. Pistol look. High snap. Lewis keeps it himself.
And I think
that's Garcia.
Jack Garcia, who keeps it that time on the triple option, as they did bring Foose in motion. And Garcia probably should have pitched at that time, but I think he was a little out of control, so he just decided to dive forward and manages to pick up 3.
They'll make it 2nd and 7 from the 33. 5:20 to play, third quarter, 21-7. Braves in front. Foose and Dillard far side, 2 receivers near side. Foose will come closer to the line to add some extra protection for Lewis. Now Chambers sprints out here near side. They'll dump it off. That's going to be Foose. Foose looking to follow his blocks. He's got first down yardage across the 25. He moves past the 20, and he'll be forced out of bounds at the 16.
Nice job. A little misdirection there by the Braves, as Lewis was send Chambers in motion to a little swing pass to the right side. He looked right and then went back to the left, as Ottawa had set up the wide receiver screen with Dylan Foose.
Gain of 17 makes it 1st and 10 now from the 16 of of Tabor. And it'll be Lewis in shotgun. That's going to be Chambers now splitting out as a receiver to the far side. 2 receivers near side, 2 to the far side. Lewis in trouble, steps up. He rolls out, looks, throws, fires, he had Hards, but just threw it a little in front of him. Hards got his hand on it, but just could only get 1. That would have been a touchdown right there had it been a better pass.
Well, nice job by Lewis to step up into the pocket. It was collapsing again, but I like how Ottawa is sending the running backs out as wide receivers. It's drawing one of those linebackers out there in man coverage, and one of these times those running backs is going to spring open on that swing pass.
2 receivers near side, Teal and Foose. Dillard far side, shotgun for Lewis. Chambers. They'll float it. Wanted Chambers too far over his head. He led him there, but just not able to get there. Back around the coverage for the Blue Jays was Kishner, the linebacker.
Sent him on just a seam route right up the middle, one-on-one, and you got to put a little bit more air under that. Loft it in there, trying to throw it on a line. It'll either get intercepted or be incomplete every time.
21-7, Braves in front. 4:30 to go here, third quarter. It'll be 3rd and 10 for Ottawa.
And this feels like a must when it comes to points. Wouldn't be shocked if Coach K might go with a run here just to set up a good field goal opportunity. I'm not sure which hash Rodriguez really likes, but Ottawa's got to come in with points.
Ball at the 16, far hash. Lewis looks to throw. We have a flag. Lewis is going to take off with it, rolls out. He will be tripped up. He gets maybe 5. Let's see, they mark it at the 8. Let's see, at about the 13, but we'll see what the flag is for. The officials talking it over. A lot of zebra conventions here today. And this looks like it's going to be on Ottawa, a false start.
Thought it might have been an illegal shift, but
it could be that.
And I think they're going to take it.
So that'll push him back 5 yards. Now Gardner talking to the officials, wanting to make sure what he can and can't do here. It is an illegal shift, Casey. You should be an official.
I just do it for a different type of football.
That's yeah.
Going with the circular ball and, the 2 goals thing.
Yeah, the one that Coach K likes so much.
As some would refer to as common kickball.
No, they're going to – did they decline it?
They did decline, yeah. They'll take the 4th down, and Rodriguez will come out to attempt a 30-yard field goal from the left hash.
So the ball is at the 16. That was a gain of 5. This will be a 30-yard field goal.
And, Bob, this would push it to a 3-score game here, so big opportunity for the Braves.
Snap placement. Kick is away. It is good! 24-7. Braves in front. 3:57 to go in the third quarter. And we will take a 1-minute timeout. You're listening to Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Every mom's favorite words. I need it.
Sneakers, backpack, one more thing they can't live without? Don't worry, you'll find lots to love at Gordman's. With new deliveries every week, you'll scoop up big style and bigger smiles for the entire family the whole school year and beyond. But there's even more saving to do, because on top of Gordman's amazing deals, there's G Rewards. Get a $5 G Reward for every 100 points, and store cardholders earn double points every day. Gordman's, bigger deals, smaller prices.
Napa know-how.
Right now, Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil is $29.99 for a 5-quart jug. Its advanced formula provides maximum sludge protection, defending your engine like a catcher defends home plate. So, get top-notch engine protection with the Mobil 1 Full Synthetic 5-quart jug for $29.99. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
General States pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. Offer ends 9/30/18.
Back here after a 30-yard field goal by Nick Rodriguez, the Braves have tacked on 3 more to make it 24-7 with 3:57 to play here in the third quarter. Braves picked up some points, which was key after the fumble by Tabor, but also Braves have given more time to this defense to rest.
Well, the Ottawa ran off 3 minutes and 37 seconds on that drive. They went 10 plays for 46 yards. Did get a couple penalties from the Jays to keep things alive there, and then you have the turnover as well in the middle of the field as the defense was given a short field again, but manages to make a big play as we saw the turnover mask back out for the Braves. But with a 3-score game, you really put a lot of pressure on Tabor now to put the ball in the air, as the number of possessions they have left has to be under 5 with an offense the way it's set up to be, run the clock, run a lot of plays. Just not really the style that Tabor, likes to use to score points.
Sterling is in front of St. Mary, 38-0. That's in the third quarter.
And Ottawa couldn't be catching Sterling at a worse time next week, Bob. This is a mad football team.
And that's going to be a fun game. Unfortunately, it has to be in Sterling, which seems like we've been out there way too much here lately. But also,
I think they might actually still have some grass on that field by this point in the season. At least we're not catching them in week 9 or 10.
Casey's still bitter about the grass field as a kicker, but that's okay. Baker is still down as the kick is away. It'll be angled over to the far side, taken by Johnson at the 14. He's going to bring it here to the near side, and he's got it outside the numbers, 30-45 or 30-35, 40, and then he will be out of bounds near the 43, maybe the 44. We'll see here in just a second.
But again, the kickoff down the middle, which you really have to angle it one way or the other. It gives the returner too many options when you kick it down the middle. And again, Ottawa's kick coverage unable to find the ball carrier, and Tabor starting at their own 44.
1st and 10 for the Blue Jays. Ball at the near hash. Let's see who is out there at quarterback. That looks like it's McPeak who's out there now. 2 backs in the backfield. Nope, that's going to be McGee back out there. He'll hand it off. That's Cooper. Cooper gets away from his first tackler, but he'll be forced out of bounds near midfield, and it looks like right at the 50 is where he'll be forced. So that'll be a gain of 6 on 1st down. So McGee back out there. You've got to think that maybe we're going to start seeing him throw the ball. And it looks like he went out at the 49, excuse me.
Cooper only had 7 carries for 23 yards in the first half, now up to 9 carries for 54. Starting to see talent from that running back show its head here early.
2nd and 5, handoff Johnson. Johnson falls forward. He'll get into Braves territory and pick up the 1st down at the 45 as he goes right up the middle.
Yeah, plenty of talent for this Tabor Blue Jay offense. They've just stalled in some bad areas this afternoon, which is why they're down by 3 scores. But when you've got speed at the running back position, you can turn a 5-yard gain into a 50-yard gain real fast.
Gain of 6, 1st and 10 from the 35 of Ottawa. Ball between the hashes. Handoff Cooper. He goes outside, follows his block. He's up to the 40 and pushed out of bounds to the Ottawa 38.
Ottawa's linebackers just taking bad angles that time. Colby Johnson had a chance at him about 2 yards downfield. But again, Cooper just knows where the sideline is and bounces it again and picks up 7.
So it'll be 2nd and 3 for the Blue Jays at the Braves 38. Ball at the far hash. 3 minutes to go, third quarter. Blue Jays started this drive at their own 44, quickly moved into Braves territory. 2nd and 3 from the Braves 38, far hash, handoff to Johnson. Johnson here to the near side. He's going to be Brought down after a gain of maybe a yard to the 37. We'll see where the line judge moves it.
Taylor Petty forcing Johnson to bounce it outside, and in the process, Kendall Miller was there to finish him off. Miller coming from the backside, outside linebacker position, running all the way down the line of scrimmage to make that tackle. About as good as it gets for Kendall Miller.
No gain. It'll make it 3rd and 3 from the 38 of Ottawa.
A lot of confusion right now for Ottawa. They're trying to get some subs in.
Big 3rd down here for the Braves defense and for the Tabor offense. McGee will hand it off. Johnson, first down yardage. That's Cooper. He's found a big hole. He gets across the 20 to the 20 and the 25 to the 20 and to the 18.
And that one went wrong before the play even started. Ottawa in complete confusion. Subbing defensive linemen off and linebackers at the last second. And Ottawa really never got set defensively, and Tabor makes them pay.
It'll be Tate near side. Single receiver to the far side. And it looks like Johnson had trouble with his shoe. Or no, that's Cooper who had trouble with his shoe. He is now all right. He'll be to the left of McGee. Now he moves up to the line. Johnson will be to the right of McGee. Hand off Johnson. And he goes here to the near side, but he'll pick up some yardage to the 14. That'll be a gain of 4. Minute 23 to play here, 3rd quarter. Ball will be at the 14, 2nd down and 6 at the near hash. McGee with Johnson as the tailback, single receiver to the far and near side. Handoff again, that's Johnson. He'll be stood up near the line. He'll gain a couple of yards to the 12.
Isaiah Veal, first one there for the Braves. And now you got Tabor into 3rd down and about 4. But again, it's 4-down territory, so don't be surprised if we get a sweep play or maybe some of that counter trap option. We haven't seen Smith back in the game, Bob, either on this drive, the big, powerful fullback that we got a nice dose of on Tabor's last possession.
Tate to the far side, single receiver near side. McGee will hand it off to Johnson, who will bounce it out here to the near side. Braves have it. It's a loss of a yard back to the 14, or actually a loss of 2.
And Kendall Miller yet again running right down the line to make the tackle. Did take a poor angle, but he was able to use his speed to track down Johnson. And Tabor's going to attempt a field goal.
15 seconds left to go, and the clock running. We'll see if they just let the no, they're going to try to
get this off before they lose the wind at their back.
Smith for a 32-yarder from the far hash. Kick is away. No good. Pushed it wide left. The defense holds again. And that'll end the 3rd period of play. We'll take a 60-second break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
When posting on most job sites, you get candidates.
I'm the sales director you're looking for.
I'm the sales director you're looking for.
But when you post on Indeed.com, you get the candidates just right for you.
I'm a sales director with an MBA, over 10 years experience, who's also fluent in Japanese.
With Indeed, you can add screener questions for a less time-consuming route to your short list of qualified candidates.
Arigato.
Hiring's better when you've got your short list. Save time on hiring when you post a job on Indeed. Get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Have you tried that trendy new dating app? You can have months of frivolous fun with people who just love to play games. But if you're ready for something more grown-up, try the Match app. Over 30,000 new people a day are heading to Match for grown-up conversations that lead to great dates and beyond. Our listeners that go to Match.com/mix will get 7 days free. 7 days to view photos and informative profiles to get a deeper sense of the people you'd like to meet. This free offer is only at Match.com/mix. That's Match.com/mix.
Back here at Braves Field, we head to the 4th quarter, 24-7. Ottawa will get the ball after Tabor misses a 32-yard field goal by Austin Smith. And Casey, as a kicker, that seemed like it was awfully rushed, and I wonder if that maybe played a role.
Yeah, a little surprising. Mike Gardner, a former kicker himself, trying to rush his kicker out there before the quarter ended. The wind really isn't bad for what we've seen before here at Braves Field. A 32-yard field goal, it's not going to be affected that much. I mean, he had about 20 yards on it, so it wouldn't have been much of a problem if you flip the field. And when points are at a premium right now, you got to let the clock run and let your kicker attempt one, with some time. I mean, you run them out there like there's 6 seconds left in the game, and you waste a golden opportunity to get some points.
Well, and right there, that would have made it a 2-touchdown game. And if the Tabor could make some stops, then all you've got to get those 2 touchdowns. Now it's back to that 3-score with the 24-7 lead. And the Braves showing that they were able to move the ball a little bit on the ground that last drive, Casey. So you've got to wonder if maybe the run game starts opening up and we start to see the Braves start running clock.
Well, if you pick up a couple of first downs, but I think you still try and put the ball in the air here. You cannot go into a situation where you just start running it 3 times and punt it. Your defense has been left with some really bad fields this afternoon, and any first downs you can pick up at this point and giving them a break would be huge.
So Lewis back out. Lewis got knocked out in the second quarter and was out for the rest of the first half. He came back in to start here the third quarter. He'll have Reeder as his tailback, pistol look, 2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. Dillard. Handoff Reeder. He's going to be taken back for a loss to the 16. That'll be a loss of 4 on first down.
And Braves doing exactly what they don't want right now, which is go backwards on first down. And Ottawa now with 26 carries for only 55 yards.
We'll have 3 receivers over to the far side. No, just 2. The tight end will be, well, he is going to line up. The tight end will line up over to the far side as a receiver. Dillard near side, shotgun Lewis. It'll be 2nd and 14 from the 16. It'll be a little dump off safety valve to the Reeder. He's across the 20, 25. He's at the 30, and he'll be brought down to the turf very quickly there by the defensive back, Devine. But it's enough for a first down.
Well, Ottawa had 4 blockers to Tabor's 2 defenders, and Devine saving huge yardage there. If you're Reeder, you've got to get your way back to the middle of the field. So much open space. Ottawa does pick up the first down, though.
16-yard gain. Lewis, play action, wants Dillard. Over the middle, caught at the 35 of Tabor. He'll be brought down at the 26. What a pass, and what a catch.
First catch of the second half for Darian Dillard. And it's a big one. His 8th reception of the afternoon.
42 yards.
And coming into this game, Bob, Darian had 9 more catches than anyone else in the conference, so really trying to put some space between him and everyone behind him.
Braves moving close, quick. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 26. Lewis leaves it out for Dillard, who had to stretch out for it. It's incomplete.
And Devine lucky not to get called for holding again, as Lewis kind of threw it behind Dillard and short. Dillard did the best he could to adjust in the air.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 26 of Tabor. 13:43 to play here in the ball game. We'll have 2 receivers near side, pistol look, Reeder the tailback. Handoff, Reeder finds a hole. He's across the 25, 20, 15. He's at the 10, and he will fall forward, being tackled to the 9.
Devine with the tackle at the end, but this Tabor defense looking a little gassed on this drive, and now Jack Garcia will check in as Ottawa will send Lewis wide out to the right, and Teal will check out.
It'll be 1st and goal from the 9. 24-7, Ottawa in front. Garcia with Reeder as the tailback. Foose in motion from the far to the near side. Handoff, Reeder. Reeder follows his block, and he'll push up to the 7, it looks like, for a gain of 2.
And a touchdown here, Bob, would probably put the nail in the coffin, but a field goal definitely keeps Tabor alive. And for me, it's 4-down territory because you want to make this a 4-score game. 27-7 just doesn't do it, I think, for Coach K. Got to think it's 4-down territory.
I don't disagree. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 7. Handoff, no. Garcia keeps it himself, makes a man miss, and he'll be stood up near the 5 and be sent backwards. They'll mark it at the 6, so just a gain of a yard.
Yeah, Garcia should have tried to go outside the whole time. Thought about going inside, but the gap just closed on him. Maybe takes that outside. He at least picks up 3 or 4. And now you're in a passing situation. We've seen Ottawa go to the fade here several times this season to Darian Dillard. We'll see if they try and get Dylan Wheeler here on kind of a throwback pass as he look for him to drag across the middle of the field.
Lewis under center, 3rd and goal from the 6. They're going to hand it off. Reeder's going to break it out to the outside. He's at the 5, brought down to the 4. And it'll be a gain of 2.
And now you have to kick it, I think, if you're Coach K, because you're only at the 4-yard line. If you're inside the 3, I think you go for it. But at this point, you got to kick a field goal.
So a little disappointing there, especially after that big 42-yard catch by Dillard. But it is 3 points, and this will be a 21-yard field goal attempt. 11:30 to play. Braves trying to make this a 27-7 game here. It'll be at the far hash. Snap, placement, kick is up, and it is good. So 27-7.
And a flag after the play, Bob.
And is that going to be on Tabor? We'll see what happens here. If this is on Tabor, then that's going to go on the kick. We'll see. But I think it may be on Ottawa because it looks like the offensive lineman's still jawing there.
Yeah, it looked like Ryan Severinson, the freshman, was jawing with one of the defenders for Tabor, but it was Tabor's player who was having to be dragged off the field by his teammates. But either way, I called that a win for Tabor defensively, Bob. Ottawa was able to move the ball right down the field, no problem, and then they get inside the 10 and it stalls, and they're still really at a 3-score game at this juncture.
With 11:20 to play, here's the call. Personal foul. It is against Tabor. So that'll be tacked on for the kickoff. So this one, you would imagine, will start at the 25 for Tabor on their next drive. But we will...
Which is big because of the struggles Ottawa's had covering kicks.
And we will take a 60-second break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Every mom's favorite words, I need it. Sneakers, backpack, one more thing they can't live without? Don't worry, you'll find lots to love at Gordman's. With new deliveries every week, you'll scoop up big style and bigger smiles for the entire family the whole school year and beyond. But there's even more saving to do, because on top of Gordman's amazing deals, there's G Rewards. Get a $5 G Reward for every 100 points, and store cardholders earn double points every day. Gordman's, bigger deals, smaller prices.
Napa know-how.
Right now, Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil is $29.99 for a 5-quart jug. Its advanced formula provides maximum sludge protection, defending your engine like a catcher defends home plate. So, get top-notch engine protection with the Mobil 1 Full Synthetic 5-quart jug for $29.99. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
General States pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. Offer ends 9/30/18.
Nick Rodriguez with a 21-yard field goal makes it 27-7 OU. Sterling right now is in front of St. Mary 41-6, which to me is surprising. After seeing the St. Mary team that we saw just a few weeks back here at Braves Field, Sterling has just gone wild on them here today.
Well, and St. Mary's is in the situation that Ottawa was. They were humbled last week by Avila 69-24. And they took a beating the way Ottawa did against Kansas Wesleyan, and Sterling taking full advantage, but that'll be their 3rd win in a row, and they've done it in impressive fashion. And St. Mary's is a different team. We've talked about it. It's a different team when they play in Leavenworth than they are on the road.
This kickoff for Rodriguez will be at the 50 after the personal foul, and that will just go out of the end zones to the Blue Jays, as we mentioned, will be at the 25. And a little bit of chippiness afterwards, especially on the special team side. Braves not happy with the way that Gunnar Rice seemed to have maybe made a block during that kickoff. But the Blue Jays...
Well, you might have got a shot in there at the end of that play on Winston Porter, the 6-foot freshman from Olathe South, who really took a shot at the end of that play. Usually when it's going out of the end zone, everyone kind of slows up, but unfortunately, not the case on that kickoff.
So it'll be, looks like McGee back out there. He'll have it back behind him. McGee's going to throw 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. He'll dump it off to Johnson, who takes a pop by Jarrell Taylor. He gets up to the 30 and forced out of bounds at the 32, maybe.
Plenty of jawing after the play. between Cooper and Taylor. But Jarrell Taylor has not beaten Tabor throughout his tenure here at Ottawa, and he is looking to get some licks in right now.
It'll be a gain of 6 to the 31. So it'll be 2nd and 4. 11:05 to play. Pistol again, 2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. This time a handoff to Johnson. He finds some open room. Now he bounces it out here to the near side. Wants to make a man miss, and he's not going to as the Braves swarm to the ball, but it'll still be a gain of a couple of yards up to the 34. So a gain of 3.
7 Braves around Cooper on that play, and that's the only way you're going to bottle him up. Made one man miss, but after he made a miss, there were 6 other Braves that were there to meet him. And Cooper's asking for a sub here after that tackle. And it looks like it could have been cramping as he's hobbling on his left leg.
So it'll be 3rd and 1 from the 34. And a 3rd down situation for Ottawa to try to get off the field on here. They're going to go, and we're going to have a timeout called as the clock was running out. McPeak is actually in at quarterback. And so with that timeout called there, that's really not a good thing there because that leaves you with 2 left, which I guess isn't bad in the grand scheme of things, Casey, but you really didn't want to waste a timeout right there.
Oh, not at all. And when you're trying to get, 3 quarterbacks in right now, the way Tabor's doing, they've all kind of got to be locked in the game at the same time. And that time, McPeak just not realizing how much time was left on the play clock.
So we've seen all 3 quarterbacks here today. It is 3rd and 1.
And I still don't think they know exactly who their starting quarterback is.
Well, the only, really honestly, when they went with that flexbone offense, that is the best that this Tabor offense has looked today, to be honest, in my book.
And unfortunately, it's just not built to come back from a 20-point deficit. They ran almost 6 minutes off the clock and didn't come away with any points. And with only 10 minutes left in this game, it's just not advantageous for them to do that. That's that Ottawa education right there, Bob, dropping an advantageous on them. Right.
Look at you using a big word.
That's right.
Fantastic. That's why you're going to go far. It'll be 3rd and 1 from the 34, ball at the near hash. 10:13 to play in this one, 27-7 Ottawa in front. Tate will be lined up here to the near side.
As we're still in that timeout, so it gives us an opportunity to talk about a little Ottawa men's and women's basketball that'll be taking place in just over a month.
It's amazing that we are just that close.
And a team that is talked about, especially on the men's side, the women's team has had some good transfers. Excited to see what they can do. They're a young team, but on the men's side, a team that is being talked about all over the KCAC as I think, the challenger for the KCAC championship this year. They have so much talent all over the floor coming back and added some great transfers during the offseason.
It'd be fun to see the Braves contend again for a KCAC championship.
Well, at least last year it was exciting to watch. You had Isaiah Palmer and Taz Jones down low, who Taz Jones was literally unguardable as the season went on, and Isaiah Palmer, who could match up with anyone 1v1 throughout the season. And Ottawa came up short to Southwestern in the first round of the KCAC tournament last year by 2 points. Lost all 3 games by a total of 6 points to the number 1 seed. So this is a team that's right on the fringe of breaking through.
It'll be Tate splitting out here to the near side, 3rd and 1 from the 34. They're going to go flexbone here. McPeak will go under center. Braves will see the handoff go to Johnson. He's going to have first down yardage to the 35. He'll get up and out of bounds at the 38.
Ottawa bounced it outside, and it's exactly what you want to do on 3rd and 1. Unfortunately, Johnson just too much speed and able to find the edge and get enough for the first down.
So 10 minutes left to go. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 39.
Daniel Dicont was the player that forced Johnson outside. They thought they might throw the flag there as they had a nice hold of his jersey, as did the right tackle. But Dicont getting some big plays here as these younger Braves getting some good experience.
Tate to the far side. 1st and 10 from the 39, ball at the near hash. They're going to hand it off to the big fullback, and he's tripped up. No gain as Smith just able to fall forward to the line of scrimmage. Lucky that was not a loss.
Well, McPeak didn't realize how much time was on the play clock. It was down to 1 and just snapped it. His offensive line didn't really get off the ball.
So it'll make it 2nd and 10 now. And the clock continues to run here, Casey. 9:15 to go. You're down by 20. You've got a 3-score game here. You've got to make something happen quickly as McPeak goes under center. 2 backs in the backfield. Tate to the far side. They're going to go play action looking for Tate. Braves right there with it. Incomplete. Double coverage on Tate. Back there for Ottawa was King.
As long as Sanchez. And one thing that we've seen from Ottawa tonight that they really struggled with last weekend is help over the top. How many times last week did we see the receivers get behind the safeties and corners for easy touchdowns? Haven't had really one play this afternoon so far that has resulted, in a big play in the passing game for the Blue Jays.
So it'll be 3rd and 10 from the 39 of Tabor. Blue Jays have the ball at the near hash. 3 receivers far side, 2 to the near side. McPeak will throw it. He has to get rid of it quickly, and it is caught, but falling down to catch it was, looks like Juwan Holtz. It'll be a gain of 8. It'll make it 4th and 2 at the 47 of Tabor.
Have to go for it here if you're the Blue Jays as we work our way near the 8-minute mark. 8:30 remaining. McPeak having to throw off his back foot. If he finds that receiver in stride, he picks up the first down easy.
Shotgun McPeak trips far side. 1 receiver near side. McPeak's in trouble. He's going to be brought down. That's a sack back to the 35. And making that sack was Uriah Bates, Manley. And the Braves get great field position. They're going to say the forward progress was stopped at the 38.
Bates Manley, the senior from Pierce College, makes a huge play. And a lot of players on this defense have been asked to play a lot of snaps this afternoon. And Tabor, a team that usually controls the time of possession, only has 24 minutes and 9 seconds compared to Ottawa's 24-32. And again, the defense rises up to force the Tabor turnover on downs.
8:18 to play. Does Coach K go for the long ball here after forcing the turnover on downs?
That's his MO.
Lewis in shotgun. He'll move Foose from far to the near side. They're going to hand it off to Reeder. Reeder gets away from the first set of tackles, goes over his offensive lineman at the 35 and falls forward to the 32.
Reeder just continuing to try and churn those legs, and now looking at 21 carries for 66 yards. Some very tough yards Reeder has managed to get this afternoon. It hasn't come easy, but this is a very, very good Tabor defensive front, and Ottawa picking up a good 5 yards on first down.
Gain of 6, 2nd down and 4. 7:44 to play. They're going to fake the handoff. A little pitch. That's going to be to the tight end up across the 30 as that went to Hobson, the tight end.
And that's just something Coach K will put in there for Tabor to think about, for Sterling to think about next week, to be prepared for. And we have seen that in the NFL a little bit this year. I think we've seen Patrick Mahomes run that with Travis Kelce a couple times as well.
It'll be 3rd and 1 from the 33. Have to get across the 32 of Tabor. Ball at the far hash. Shotgun Lewis. Chambers, the tailback. High snap. Handoff Chambers. He's got the first down yardage. Got tripped up to the 29. Had he not been tripped up, he had a little bit of extra room to go.
Chambers able to keep his balance long enough to fall forward for the first down.
7 minutes to go. They're going to say at the 26 is where he went down, so just a gain of 2, but enough for the first down. We'll have a trip receiver set here to the near side. Dillard, Teal, and Foose. Pistol again. Chambers, the running back. He'll take the handoff, and he'll go forward. He still has not gone down. I don't believe he ever touched the ground, but they did blow the whistle on the play as he was on top of some Tabor players. They'll get him to the 22.
But still, he's able to put his shoulders down and pick up 4 yards. And earlier this afternoon, Ottawa was going backwards running the ball. And when you look at the stats here for Chambers, he's now got 3 carries for 8 yards. He was at 2 for 2 prior to that play.
2nd and 6 at the 22 at Tabor. Ball at the far hash. Lewis fakes the handoff. He's going to keep it himself. Rolls. He's crossed the 15, the 10. He's at the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Braves! 22-yard run by Lewis.
Well, you can hear the crowd, Bob, say, no, no, no. But Spencer Lewis able to avoid the big hit this time, and he finds his way into the yellow end zone for the Braves.
A guy that we didn't think we would see for the rest of the day. And Lewis goes into the end zone to put the nail into the coffin with 6 minutes to go. And now Rodriguez on for the extra point. That was gutsy right there as the extra point attempt is up, and it's good. 34-7, the Braves are in front with 6 minutes to play. We'll take a 60-second break. You're listening to Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
When you're hiring, you don't want to waste time sorting through dozens of irrelevant resumes. You want an efficient way to get to your short list of qualified candidates. That's why you need Indeed.com. Post a job in minutes. Set up screener questions based on your job requirements. Then, zero in on qualified candidates using an intuitive online dashboard. Discover why 3 million businesses use Indeed for hiring. Post a job today at Indeed.com/hire. That's Indeed.com/hire.
No matter how modern your family might be, if you're pedaling around bedrock in a gas engine vehicle, you're living in the past.
Meet George Jetson.
The era of the electric vehicle has arrived. With instant acceleration, electric cars are more fun to drive and more affordable than ever. Electric cars are here. Plug in to the present. Learn more at plugintothepresent.com. Sponsored by Volkswagen Group of America.
34-7, a 22-yard touchdown run by Spencer Lewis. And the Braves have opened this one up to a 27-point lead with 6 minutes left to go. And there's really no choice here for Tabor. They're going to have to start airing it out, or do you throw the white flag?
I think Coach Gardner is still looking for a quarterback, so I would expect the same type of offense. You know, the game's out of reach at this point to get the victory, but they've got to find a starting quarterback at this juncture going forward. And I think he's going to try and test all three guys out here in these in the last 6 minutes.
Lewis, 14-27 today, 249 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. That is a big one right there, and only 1 turnover today for Ottawa, and it was on that exchange back, I believe, in the second quarter. James Reeder has got 66 yards on the day on 21 carries. For Tabor, it is Dravion Cooper, 13 rushes, 89 yards. He's had a good day running the ball. And the quarterbacks total have thrown for 98 yards today, but you didn't expect to see a lot of throwing yardage. But now we'll see what Tabor decides to do offensively here with 6 minutes to go, down by 27. Blue Jays will have 2 back. Johnson at the 2 far side. It'll be angled here to the near side. It'll go into the end zone, and Cooper will just watch it sail by. And the Braves, and now there's a flag on Ottawa taking a shot at the player for the Blue Jays.
A little bit, I mean,
after Rice took a shot at the Braves special teams the last time. So you'll tack on 15 to that. You don't want to see that, though.
And you can see Coach K looking for him right now. He talked to him after the last kickoff. And now he's going to give him a little bit of a freshman lesson here. Because for those that don't know, Sunday evening is a penalty run. So
sound familiar, Casey?
Yes. Well, in 2008, we set the record for most penalties in a season, which we cheered about at practice the next day, which I don't think that was the reaction Coach K was looking for, but we were all in really good shape by the end of that season.
Oh, the anecdotes of Casey Weeder, they are priceless. 1st and 10 from the 40 at Tabor, handoff Johnson. He gets up to the 45, bounces it outside. He'll be brought down at about the 48 of the Blue Jays by Jarrell Taylor.
And now a helmet ripped off on the far side.
That was Burnett who ripped That what looks like off of, not sure who that was that had it ripped off of.
Trying to get a number here.
That looks like it may be, not really sure, but things are going to get out of hand now with the score being the way it is, and it was already pretty chippy as it was. Is that, I'm trying to, is that a 14? That looks like a 14, but I can't see it's bunched up here in the front. It is on 14, and it is on Ottawa, Jordan Reddick. So that's going to put the ball into Braves territory after the penalty. And it puts it at the Braves 37.
Usually the player that gets his helmet ripped off isn't the one that gets called for the penalty. But some extracurriculars on that far side, and Tabor quickly into Ottawa territory and have only really gained 4 yards.
5:46 to play, 34-7. First and 10 now for the Blue Jays from the Braves 37. Shotgun, 2 receivers set to both sides of the field. Johnson, the tailback. It's McPeak at quarterback. He's going to sling it out, and it's almost picked off by Ottawa. They read it great, but it's caught. Ball comes loose at the end of the play as making the catch over to the far side that looked like was Tate. Spun around, moved across the 35, and got up to about the 32.
A good concentration that time by Tate as Taylor looked to get a hand on it, read the play the whole way, tried to jump the route, got a piece of it, but Tate finds a way to corral it in.
Again, twins to both sides of the field. Johnson the tailback. McPeak will hand it off to Johnson. Johnson once again, let's bring it out here near side. He'll move across the 30 and up to the 25. And that'll be a gain of 7 in the first down. 5:15 to go. Clock stops with the first down. And 2 receivers here to the near side. Burnett, one of those. 2 to the far side. That is Tate, along with the second one. McPeak with the tailback behind him. That's Johnson. Again, wants to bounce it out. Nope, that's Cooper. He's going to get wrapped up and brought down, and a great tackle there by Tyler Wick. That'll lose a yard back to the 26.
Cooper's so difficult to bring down. Wanted to go outside, then was forced back inside, and Wick was waiting for him.
That'll make it second down and 11 for the Blue Jays. Burnett to the near side along with Harper. Tate and the second receiver to the far side. McPeak wants to throw. He's in trouble, faces some pressure. He looks, throws, has a man wide open and into the end zone. There he goes, touchdown. Too much time on the hands as that was Jackson making the catch. It's a 25-yard touchdown. Or 26-yard. Too much time there, and the Braves get burned.
Well, and Ottawa was able to get a little bit of pressure on McPeak, but Marley tried to jump over the right tackle for Tabor and ended up giving McPeak plenty of room to scramble to the outside and just loft it to his wide open receiver.
So the extra point coming up. And the kick is up, the kick is away, and it's good. So 34-14 your score. We'll take a 60-second break with 4:17 left to play. You're listening to Auto University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
I just saved hundreds of dollars by switching to Geico. I should have done this years ago.
Disclaimer, traveling back in time is physically impossible unless you know how to build a functioning time machine. Then by all means, travel 25 years back in time, switch your car insurance to Geico. You could save a bunch of money. While you're there, please prevent your younger self from wearing that sleeveless tuxedo t-shirt, parachute pants, and glitter high tops to your senior prom. And at long last, rectify this horrible crime against nature. Geico is absolved of all liability if you destroy the fabric of time and space.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Napa know-how.
Keeping it simple is usually a good thing. And when it comes to rewards programs, keeping it simple is always a good thing. That's why we made the Napa Rewards program effortless. All you need is your phone number to start saving on the parts and tools you need. Then we automatically give you $5 off your next purchase for every 100 you spend. So start saving today with Napa Rewards. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
So the Blue Jays on the board for the first time in quite a while since the second period. 34-14, 4:17 to go. McPeak to Jackson. Jackson left wide open after the Braves had let that play go be elongated. The Blue Jays are going to go for the onside kick. Smith will kick it from the 35. It will have to go across the 45. No. And it doesn't, but the Braves touched it first, and I believe the Blue Jays got it. And the Blue Jays have it. And this game is not over. But, Casey, again, as we talked about with the drives, I mean, Tabor right now really has to – now the officials are going to talk it over. Not sure what they're talking about here. The Braves touched it first, so it would have been a live ball.
Trayvon Hards was the one who touched it for the Braves, Bob. And in that case, that ball's coming in so hard, you just let that ball go out of bounds. That was not the onside kick that Tabor was looking for, but however they do end up with the ball, I don't know how this could go any other way except for – Yep, there's no way it could go in the way of Ottawa right here as Hards touched it. Whether it went 10 yards or not, he was the first one to touch it. And it is Tabor Blue Jay ball here as they trail by 20.
But they have to move quickly here. You are down by 20. You've only got 4 minutes and 14 seconds to go, so you cannot mess around. McPeak will have Cooper behind him. You'll have two receivers here to the near side and two to the far side.
I'm trying to figure out what Coach K could possibly be telling him here. Unfortunately, there's really not a whole lot I think he could tell them unless he was saying they were offsides on the kick. But
or was it the lineup? Because they do have different new rules on how on players as far as being lined up.
And I think you could be right on the number of players they could have had on one side.
Coach K is not going to win the argument here. It's a little too late for that, but we'll have to ask him about that in the post game. But it's 1st and 10 Blue Jays from the 46. McPeak with a tailback behind him, now man in motion. That's going to be Tate, and Tate's going to get wrapped up. He'll gain a yard to the 47. But again, Casey, you don't have a lot of time here with 4 minutes left to go. If you're going to run plays like that, why do you onside kick it?
Exactly right. I'm not sure why you don't try and put the ball in the air there as the clock will continue to run.
So it'll be 2nd and 9 from the 47 of the Blue Jays. McPeak in shotgun. Two receivers to the far side and to the near side. He's going to look to throw, and that's incomplete. The receiver, which was intended, was Burnett, wasn't even looking for it. McPeak, not sure if he just got rid of it because of some pressure, but now it's 3rd and 9. So 3rd down here. Coach K trying to get the players and the fans involved into this one. 3:42 to play. 3rd and 9 from the Tabor 47. McPeak, nobody in the backfield. 3 receivers far side, 2 to the near side. They're going to dump it off. 1st down. No, not yet. And the Braves will hold him. The intended receiver was Burnett, and he got stood up about a couple of yards away from the sticks. It looked like Burnett was going to make it. It'll be a gain to the 46 of Ottawa.
But McPeak doing enough to keep that play alive. Ottawa brought pressure, able to find the receiver across the middle, and it's 4th and short.
So 4th and 2 at the Braves 46. You've got to think that this might be the ball game here. Nobody in the backfield. McPeak with 3 receivers here to the far side. It's caught by Johnson. He's going to be just across for the 1st down to the 43 of Ottawa.
Jalen King on the coverage. And just enough by Johnson. Might have got it by half a yard there.
So it'll be 1st and 10 with 2:56 to go. Braves in front, 34-14. 3 receivers far side. 1 to the near side is Tate. Shotgun McPeak. He's motioning over to Tate. Look for this ball to go his way, and it does. It's a slant route, and he gets stood up. It's incomplete. Good coverage there by Ottawa University.
Taylor Petty, the one to separate the man from the ball on that play. But Tate was open, and McPeak put it in a tight window. Your receivers got to hang on to that one.
It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 43. You could tell right away he was going to Tate. And he may do it again. He's looking in Tate's direction before the play. 3 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. Nope, McPeak's looking far side now. He's facing some pressure. Rolls it over to the far side, and he's just going to get rid of it. It'll bring up 2nd down. Or, 3rd down.
Pressure that time. Veal coming from the near side, and Wilson from the backside. And there's going to be a flag and a holding penalty on Tabor.
So that'll actually back him up 10 yards. So that'll put him back to the 48 of the Blue Jays. So 2nd down and 20 from the 47. 2.5 to play. They're going to stop the clock here. Officials timeout. So 2 minutes and 50 seconds they want the clock reset to. But now, here's the thing, Casey. You've pretty much taken yourself out of any sort of real comeback attempt now. As McPeak in the shotgun faces pressure, and he's going to just get rid of it. It'll be incomplete. Closest Blue Jay receiver was Jackson.
And Coach K is trying to prove his point here. I don't think McPeak got out of the tackle box.
He was not, and the officials are not, but the officials aren't buying it.
And they're going to say Tate was in the vicinity, but that's being very, very nice there with McPeak, because Tate was 15 yards downfield, wasn't even looking for the ball, and that would have been a loss of 12 yards.
3rd and 20 from the 47 of the Blue Jays. McPeak again looks, throws, fires. It's incomplete. And that'll bring up 4th down, 4th and long. Back on the coverage for Ottawa was Latham. And so this is the ball game here for the Blue Jays at 4th and 20 with 2:22 to go.
Ottawa, again, needs to know where the sticks are, keep everything in front of them. You give up a 10-yard gain, you still get the ball. And Tabor's going to bring out the punt unit. And they only have 10 seconds to punt it away.
But again, Casey, why do you go for the onside kick if this is the end result? I have to question that. And I know that if there's Tabor fans listening, they're going to be on the message boards this week. But guess what? That's a fair question, as the punt will die at the 26 and roll back across the 35 and be touched at the 38. 2:12 left to go. But I really have to question that. You go for the onside kick. You start that drive with 4:14 to go. You waste 2 minutes and 2 seconds only to punt it back.
And that just shows the lack of confidence Mike Gardner has in his quarterbacks right now, I think, more than anything. Maybe doesn't want to give up great field position to Ottawa. And I agree, it's kind of perplexing to think about, you go for the onside kick. You go from shotgun for that entire drive.
And so the Braves are going to look to just salt this one away. It'll be Chambers as the tailback. And is that Garcia out there at quarterback? It is. He'll hand it off to Chambers. Chambers goes up the middle, gets across the 40 to the 42 for a gain of 3.
Ottawa getting some wholesale changes in here. As that'll be Hards out here to the left. You said Chambers. I'm looking to the far side. And that looks to be Desmond Doles out wide to the far side. Freshman from Lewisburg. And at tight end for the Braves, it's Jordan Hobson, the 6'3 sophomore from Girard.
1:40 left to go in this one. It'll be 2nd and 7 from the 42 of Ottawa. Garcia will be pistol. Single receiver to both sides of the field. Hand off Chambers. He'll dance around a little bit, and he'll move up towards the 45 for another gain of 3.
Try and get some other names in here, Bob. Like Edward Taylor, the freshman, in there for the Braves at left tackle. Left guard, Tyan Muehlmeyer. At center, Brendan Grau. Right guard looks to be, I think that's Ryan Severinson as well. So Ottawa getting all of their backups in at this juncture.
It'll be 3rd and 4 from the 45 of Ottawa. Ball is between the hash marks. 52 seconds left to go in this one. Garcia shotgun. And he's going to just take it himself. He's going to get wrapped up and lose about a yard to the 44. It'll bring up 4th down, but there's about a 1 second difference between the play clock and the game clock.
I'm sure Ottawa will just take the delay of game and then let Nick Rodriguez punt it away, or Ottawa might even have Garcia just drop back and take a knee, just run that 1 second off.
And that's what they're going to do here. So the Braves are going to move to 4-1 in conference. Tabor will be 2-2. 5 seconds on the clock. Garcia now under center. And that's going to end it. Braves win 34-14. We'll take a 2-minute break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
When you're hiring, you don't want to waste time sorting through dozens of irrelevant resumes. You want an efficient way to get to your short list of qualified candidates. That's why you need Indeed.com. Post a job in minutes. Set up screener questions based on your job requirements. Then, zero in on qualified candidates using an intuitive online dashboard. Discover why 3 million businesses use Indeed for hiring. Post a job today at Indeed.com/hire. That's Indeed.com/hire.
No matter how modern your family might be, if you're pedaling around bedrock in a gas engine vehicle, you're living in the past.
Meet George Jetson.
The era of the electric vehicle has arrived. With instant acceleration, electric cars are more fun to drive and more affordable than ever. Electric cars are here. Plug in to the present. Learn more at plugintothepresent.com. Sponsored by Volkswagen Group of America.
I just saved hundreds of dollars by switching to Geico. I should have done this years ago.
Disclaimer, traveling back in time is physically impossible unless you know how to build a functioning time machine. Then by all means, travel 25 years back in time, switch your car insurance to Geico. You could save a bunch of money. While you're there, please prevent your younger self from wearing that sleeveless tuxedo t-shirt, parachute pants, and glitter high tops to your senior prom. And at long last, rectify this horrible crime against nature. Geico is absolved of all liability if you destroy the fabric of time and space.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Braves pick up a big victory here today, 34-14 to go to 4-1 in conference and 4-1 overall. And what a lot of storylines in this one. You had Lewis, who came in after a rough week last week. He did throw for 3 touchdowns. We remind you of that last week, but also had several interceptions, and the Braves did not look good. They wanted to make amends for that. Lewis came in, got knocked out in the second quarter, came back into the second half, and he ends the day 14-27, 249, 2 touchdowns. But what can you say? Darian Dillard, 9 receptions, 189 yards, and 2 touchdowns for him. The kid averaged 21 yards a reception today.
Well, he did, and yet again, he saw double coverage and bracketed help over the top. It still managed to break free and make some big plays, especially early on when Ottawa was able to jump out to a 14-0 lead. But overall, I think Spencer Lewis proved a lot to his teammates today after taking a vicious hit late in the second quarter. Did not think he would come back into this game. Finds a way to come back in and scores a touchdown with his legs in the fourth quarter to ice it for the Braves.
First victory against Tabor, I do believe, in about 4 years. And so the Braves, with a lot of momentum, you've got to be happy with what you've seen out here. Yeah, it looked a little bit ugly in the first half, even though the Braves had the lead. But in the second half, they came out and really did a good job defensively and only allowing just that 1 touchdown. And really on that was just a breakdown because the play got elongated.
Well, overall, I think Ottawa's defense was really a star tonight. You only give up 317 yards of total offense, but a lot of that coming late in the fourth quarter there with Tabor. At one point, Ottawa had Tabor at 260 total yards of offense in the fourth quarter. After giving up 70 points a week ago, you've got to be happy with the way the Braves responded, and they're going to need a Herculean effort next week against Sterling.
Sterling is always tough to play, especially out there at their home field. And then with the way things have been going for them lately. But the Braves get the victory today, and that's all that matters. James Reeder finished the day, 21 rushes for 61 yards. Spencer Lewis had that rushing touchdown, the oh God moment of the afternoon after being knocked out of the game for a while in that second quarter. He rushes for a 22-yard touchdown, and really that one was I think the one that sealed the deal in the ball game here today.
And I think big number for me has to be his no interceptions. You had a rough week last week, threw some picks, was sacked, and had some fumbles. Overall, a clean game. I know you had 13 incompletions, but 14 of 27 for 249 and 2 touchdowns. It's a nice way to respond offensively. I mean, Ottawa put up more points against Kansas Wesleyan than any team had all year. I think some people forget that because of the way the final score ended, but Kansas Wesleyan hadn't given up more than 14 points all season. And it was an opportunity for Ottawa to kind of evaluate where they were. I said going into that game, I feel like Ottawa would play Kansas Wesleyan a little bit closer if it was week 7 or 8. But the way Kansas Wesleyan was playing last week, they're a tough team to beat. But the way Ottawa responded today on both sides of the ball was very impressive.
Head coach Kent Kessinger, we'll talk to him here in just a little bit.
I appreciate having you guys there. Thank you.
And he'll join us real quick here. And do you have other media obligations?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Good.
We don't want to keep you from being the star of the show.
No. They close that down pretty quickly. They take all their time during the game.
2 quick questions.
Yep.
One on the onside. What were you talking to the officials about?
Well, there's the rule. I think that they were 6 and 4. You can't have any more than 6 guys on the one side. But I think they were stacked past 5 yards because you have to be within 5 yards of the ball. Everybody has to be within 5 of the ball. And I figured, the way I looked at it, they were stacked past that. Now, it could have been my error from looking at it from the side, but it looked like that was the thing. And they called they thought an illegal formation on it. And so what they were thinking is that more guys were toward the ball than it was. And I was thinking that they were back 5 yards from it. So that was what I was asking. And the official told me that he had no idea if that was the case or not from where his perspective was. So anyways,
fair enough.
It is what it is, I guess.
Well, the second question, Spencer Lewis took that shot in the second quarter, and we thought he was done for the day. What was it during the halftime that gave you the confidence to know that, hey, he was going to be all right and that you could put him back out?
Oh, our trainers came up and said he took a good lick, but it wasn't anything really big on it. It was just a good lick, and we went with Jack for the rest of the way. Kind of, if you had any cobwebs, let him clear out. And he was fine at halftime. He was fine at halftime when we talked through things. So he remembered just as well as he would have remembered if he wasn't hit. So there's a couple ones I was like, we just talked about this. And usually that's the same thing in the office during the week. So, but no, he did a good job of battling back. He did a nice job. I told him on one where we were going down here, he threw it over the top and he could have run for yards. And then the next one, we ran a little hitch and go, and the guy over Kyle Teal fell down. He's wide open. But we scrambled in for the touchdown. And it took, I think, we gave Spencer a hard time. I think it took 2 minutes off the clock to run 15 yards.
He scrambled like Dan Marino would.
Yeah, Tom Brady-esque with his scramble, for sure.
The only one that would have been worse would have been Bernie Kosar, I think.
No, but he's, it was good. He kept his balance. I asked him why he didn't slide in the first half, and it was kind of a kneel-down thing that he was doing. And he's never slid before, so we might have to add that to our practice. I figured most quarterbacks had played baseball at one time or another in their life and had the slide, and he had it. So we need to add that to my individual drills, obviously.
Bring in the baseball coach to help out with that.
Nah, I can teach you just as good.
Okay.
Cleats up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cleats up.
And what an answer today.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was really good to see. We started off going backwards because I think we're a little too amped up. we started off going backwards, and then once we calmed down a little bit and got some plays, it was good. What was interesting is they didn't really do anything to try to take Darien away, and that's surprising. So, which is fine. It was good matchups. I thought we ran the ball fairly effectively today. I'd like to see us get a little bit more in the run game, but I thought we ran it fairly effectively. And but we were fairly decent at making some big plays. And like we talked about, those plus 20s are the ones that lead to scores for us.
Yeah, well, and boy, to have a victory like this over Tabor, it's been a little while.
It's been a day or two, right?
And it's kind of nice to get that off your back.
Yeah, it is good. And it's good to win at home here, too, because I think we had another good crowd today. Students came out. That was good to support us. I know we got a big day of games coming up. I think soccer comes in here after us, and then volleyball's later tonight. So it's a big day for Brave Athletics. Hopefully we can get a clean sweep all the way across.
Well, now you got to get ready for a Sterling team who let's see if it has gone final. They defeated St. Mary 44-12 today, and you've got a hornet's nest out there in Sterling that's been stirred up.
Yeah, they've their quarterback is a really good dual threat. I mean, he can run the ball. Matter of fact, at the beginning of the season, even though they had lost one and that sort of thing, that he still was a guy that was leading the conference in total offense, I think, because of what he did on the run and the pass. And obviously I think that the kid from Avila has kind of taken over from that, but it doesn't diminish his abilities at all. So we're going to have to keep him contained. He came in and played against us last year. Matter of fact, the kid that they had last year that was really pretty good at quarterback, he had gotten hurt, and so this kid came in and he was really solid. And there's something about going out to Sterling that there's a funk or a fog that we have to go through. So we might change some things up a little bit, maybe take a different route.
Well, and then not only that, but you got to go way early in the morning.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not, the way that we've kind of streamlined our early mornings, our pregame and everything like that, we can eat at about 7:15. I know that's early for most of these college students and that sort of thing, and probably you, Bob, but for us old folks and everything like that, we were generally up for about 2 hours by then.
Wow, you still think I'm young?
Yes.
That's cute.
Yes,
that's real cute.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. I'll take that. Boy, you talked about Darian Dillard real quick. That touchdown. You want to talk about mashing a joystick and hitting the B button, whatever? Yeah. What? That was some incredible moves out there today.
Yeah, he did a great job and he made some big plays. He had a lot of our big plays on the passes. We had a nice job being able to single him up and get some posts and get some things that they were trying to take underneath stuff away from him, so it allowed it to open up. And our quarterbacks did a really good job of eyeing stuff and keeping the safeties off. Jack comes in, in 3 plays and scores a touchdown, throw a dig over the middle, and did a good job of working the free safety and then playing pitch and catch. And it's nice to throw to guys like that when they're going to do something. And we threw our screens well today as well. We threw our screens well. We threw the deep ball pretty good. And we just hopefully, I don't like dropping any passes and that sort of thing, but we need to get a little bit better than 50%. Though.
Well, Coach, congratulations. You fulfilled it again. Fourth time out of the year that you've been able to come up and talk about
Hey, I like it. I enjoy it. 4-1. That's a pretty nice ring to it. We'll keep on rolling with it.
Hey, be good. Now we get ready for Sterling on Saturday. But before that, we will have Coach K at Pizza Time Tuesday night. Come out.
Or call in.
Call in. You can call. Either way, if you show up and ask a question live or call in, you have a chance to win a pizza.
Yeah.
So
we gave one away last week, right?
We gave one away last week. It could be you this week. 7:06 at Pizza Time. It's the Pizza Time Kent Kessinger Show. Coach, congratulations.
Thank you a lot, Bob.
We'll see you on Tuesday night. And we'll wrap this one up here as Casey comes back in. Casey, final thoughts for today.
You heard Coach K say it. What a response by this team after a tough loss last week. You mentioned the fact that they kind of came out a little amped up, but I liked it. I felt like defensively the Braves were amped up the right way. Offensively, you went backwards, but you end up scoring 14 points in the first quarter. You're going to need to be amped up next week for Sterling because the noise is going to come from the second you step off that bus until you leave Sterling. And if you want to leave there with a victory, you've got to stay amped up for 4 quarters. And even though Sterling has had 2 losses,
those two losses came against the teams that are at the top of the KCAC. Might have overlooked Avila early on, and then, of course, they lost 42-7 to Kansas Wesleyan. But offensively, Ottawa is going to deal with a quarterback that can do a lot of things well, and you've got to keep him contained. And if you allow him outside, he's going to beat you with his legs, and if you let him sit in the pocket, he'll beat you with his arm. So Ottawa's got to be physical at the point of attack and manage to put up points. So, this is a team that if they can score 30 points a game down the stretch, I like their chances, especially with the way the defense has created some turnovers and has been able to force some 3-and-outs.
You got to like what you've seen so far, and you've already bested your win total from last year, and now you're tied with the year before. It's only up and up from here, and that's going to wrap it up for our broadcast here this afternoon. I want to say thanks to Larson back at the station keeping us on the air. I want to say thanks to Casey Weeder, who is one of the most fantastic color commentators you could have, and I want to for joining us here. And so that's going to do it for us this week. 34-14, Braves win. We'll talk to you Tuesday night. You've been listening to Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
We hope you enjoyed this OU Braves football broadcast on KOFO. Brought to you by Sutton's Jewelry, Quality Structures Incorporated, Ransom Memorial Health, Modern Woodman Agent Dale Pearson, Ottawa University, and by Lamb Roberts Funeral Home, Superstand's Cleaning Service, Kramer Pharmacy, Kansas State Bank, Constantino's Price Chopper. OU Braves football on KOFO is also brought to you by the Ottawa Recreation Commission, Adams & Brothers, Dingle & Son Mortuary, Arvest Bank, CarStar, C.S. Cunningham Construction, and by Leon's, the Ottawa Herald, Bank Midwest, the City of Ottawa, and State Farm Agent Keith King. For more information about our next Brave Sports broadcast, log on to the KOFO Sports page at KOFO.com and listen on air for the KOFO Sports Calendar. This has been an exclusive presentation from your sports source for East Central Kansas, KOFO.
When you're hiring, you don't want to waste time sorting through dozens of irrelevant resumes. You want an efficient way to get to your short list of qualified candidates. That's why you need Indeed.com. Post a job in minutes. Set up screener questions based on your job requirements. Then, zero in on qualified candidates using an intuitive online dashboard. Discover why 3 million businesses use Indeed for hiring. Post a job today at Indeed.com/hire. That's Indeed.com/hire.
Napa know-how.
Keeping it simple is usually a good thing. And when it comes to rewards programs, keeping it simple is always a good thing. That's why we made the Napa Rewards program effortless. All you need is your phone number to start saving on the parts and tools you need. Then we automatically give you $5 off your next purchase for every 100 you spend. So start saving today with Napa Rewards. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Money. Who doesn't love money? You want some? Then enter to win the KOFO Bank Midwest Count the Cash Contest. We're giving away $1,037 in cold, hard cash. And all you have to do is guess how much money is in the KOFO Bank Midwest Cash Cube. Be the closest to the total cash in the cube, and you win $1,037 to be exact. Wait, here's the best part. Nail the actual amount of the cash and coin in the cube, and Bank Midwest will throw in another $1,037. Half to you, and half to the charity of your choice in Franklin County. Tune in to KOFO for Cash Cube sponsor locations. Register one time at each location during every live remote broadcast, or stop by Bank Midwest anytime. Make your guess and win lots of money. Count the cash. Brought to you by Trio, Brown Shoe Fit, Gun Guys, CarStar, 7 Seaters, Furniture Loft, Bank Midwest, and KOFO.
When you're hiring, you don't want to waste time sorting through dozens of irrelevant resumes. You want an efficient way to get to your short list of qualified candidates. That's why you need Indeed.com. Post a job in minutes. Set up screener questions based on your job requirements. Then, zero in on qualified candidates using an intuitive online dashboard. Discover why 3 million businesses use Indeed for hiring. Post a job today at Indeed.com/hire. That's Indeed.com/hire.
Your source for information and entertainment in East Central Kansas. 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Just like that, you make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, shine like gold, buzz like a